One evening, as the sunset descended, it was extremely quiet. From nowhere, a young man with swift movements darted like an arrow through the forest. The young man only stopped when he saw the figure of a woman standing in the woods. He smiled warmly upon seeing the girl. The girl, seeing the young man arrive, exclaimed joyfully, "Jian Xiu Ge, you've come." The young man gently stroked the girl's cheek and said, "Dower, from today onward, the yin-cold poison within you has been completely eradicated. In time, you will become a peerless genius that everyone looks up to." Liu Qianjiao happily asked, "Really?" Jian Xiu lovingly embraced Liu Qianjiao and affirmed, "Of course, it's true. When have I ever deceived you?" To give a brief overview, this young man is the young master of the Suo family, one of the 4 great families in Qianshui City. From a young age, he possessed extraordinary talent. After awakening his 9-yin bloodline, he broke through to the true Qi realm at the age of 10. However, in the 3 years since then, his cultivation had not progressed at all. Liu Qianjiao suddenly said, "Jian Xiu Ge, please don't blame me." To add a bit more, because Jian Xiu's cultivation had not advanced, he had fallen from grace. Therefore, he was ridiculed by everyone. He just laughed it off. At this time, Liu Qianjiao tearfully continued, "It's because of me that you've been mocked by those people." Jian Xiu smiled warmly and reassured her, "Silly girl. What are you talking about? The cold poison is produced by the yin meridian that you awakened. Only the 9-yang bloodline of my body can resolve it. How could I just watch you die?" The reason why Liu Qianjiao said that was because Jian Xiu had used his spiritual power to save his childhood sweetheart. The esteemed Miss Liu Qianjiao of the Liu family, one of the 4 great families in Qianshui City. Because of this, Jian Xiu's cultivation could not improve anymore. Upon hearing that, Liu Qianjiao was extremely grateful and said, "Jian Xiu Gij." Jian Xiu patted Liu Qianjiao and said gently, "When you are better, I will immediately visit Uncle Liu to propose marriage with you. In a month, the Zhuangjian Sect's recruitment conference will be held. At that time, we will join the Zhuangjian Sect together and become an immortal couple, carefree and at ease." Liu Qian lowered her head shyly, "It all depends on Jian Xiu Gij. It's just that you've had it rough for these 3 years." Jian Xiu lovingly embraced Liu Qianjiao and said, "Why are you saying such formal words to me? It's time to be punished. It's also late. Come here, let me remove the last trace of cold poison from you." Jian Xiu began to meditate. His body became uncomfortable. Then, he extracted a drop of essence blood. He slowly raised his hand to Liu Qianjiao's brow. Her forehead began to react. This indeed cost him a great deal of spiritual power. Jian Xiu, tired and panting, thought to himself, "Essence condensation, the essence blood of a martial artist. Even though I've gone through it countless times, the loss of essence blood is truly a suffering." But seeing Liu Qianjiao's complexion gradually improving, Jian Xiu smiled, "But it's finally over." Liu Qianjiao's eyes suddenly opened wide. Her whole body emitted a bright light, illuminating the entire forest at night. Seeing Liu Qianjiao like this, Jian Xiu exclaimed joyfully, "You've finally succeeded. The cold poison within you has been completely resolved." But suddenly, Liu Qianjiao spoke in a different voice. "That's right. I've finally succeeded." Seeing this strangeness, Jian Xiu asked in surprise, "Dower?" Liu Qian suddenly changed her expression. She frowned, looked at Jian Xiu, and said, "Therefore, you can die now." Jian Xiu's expression became bewildered, and he asked, "Why is it like this? Are you joking, right?" At this moment, Liu Qianjiao revealed her true face. She declared coldly, "I've long had someone in my heart, but in order to treat my illness, I had to endure the humiliation of approaching you. In these 3 years, you have offended me too much. Even if I cut you 1,000 times, you would not be able to resolve the hatred in my heart." Jian Xiu, having already used up a lot of spiritual power to treat her, had seriously damaged his spiritual energy. He clutched his chest in pain, coughing up blood, and was stunned to learn the truth. So it was all a scheme. For the past 3 years, I've been tirelessly spending my essence blood for you, but in your heart, I'm not worth a dime. Liu Qian smiled maliciously and confirmed, that's right. It was all a scheme. Otherwise, how could you be willing to expend your own essence blood to treat my illness, right? Jian Qiu struggled to stand up and replied, and you want to kill me? Even if you have completely controlled the yin meridian, so what? Even if my primordial qi is severely damaged right now, so what? Can you kill me? My true qi realm cultivation, compared to your body refinement 5th stage, how can you be a match for me? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind him, startling Jian Qiu, there's me too. Seeing the person who had just spoken, Jian Qiu exclaimed in shock, Second Prince. It was Ouyang Yuan, the second prince of the Qianshui city lord. Seeing the man of her dreams, Liu Qinjiao immediately ran happily towards him. Jian Qiu, at the back, was angered and thought, so she latched onto this powerful thigh. And that's why she dared to plot against me like this. Knowing that he could not fight back at this moment, Jian Qiu thought to himself, I am not his opponent. I must escape. But Ouyang Yuan, with his agility, quickly rushed forward and struck Jian Qiu's back with a palm, shouting, want to run. Too late. Hit with a fatal blow, Jian Qiu was stunned. He's actually a true Qi realm 6th stage powerhouse. After knocking Jian Qiu down, Ouyang Yuan stood and looked at him with a cunning expression. He laughed loudly, a bloodline like this, being on a commoner like you, what a waste. With that, he placed his hand on Jian Qiu's chest and shouted, today I will find a true master for it. Then he used the Di Zumo Gong technique, sucking a large amount of Jian Qiu's blood into himself. Jian Qiu was terrified, not expecting that Ouyang Yuan would dare to cultivate this kind of forbidden secret technique. After sucking Jian Qiu's blood, Ouyang Yuan twisted his hand, turning the blood he had just sucked out into a small ball and transferring it into his body. Immediately after, he laughed triumphantly, the 9 Yang bloodline. It's finally mine. When he was done, he turned to look at Liu Qinjiao and announced, Suo Jinshu's cultivation is all mine now. He placed his hand on Liu Qinjiao's chest and continued, just cultivate well. In a month, it will be the Zhuanjian Sect's recruitment conference. Liu Qian happily thanked him, thank you, Second Prince. Jian Qiu, unable to bear it anymore, shouted, you despicable couple. I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Hearing this, Liu Qinjiao frowned and glanced at Jian Qiu. Ouyang Yuan smiled and asked, what do you plan to do with this one? Jian Qiu, one hand clutching his chest, pointed at Liu Qinjiao and shouted, if I die, my Suo family will not let you go. The great elder of the Suo family will avenge me. Liu Qian gave a cunning smile and replied, who do you think told me that your body's constitution could cure my illness? You've been out for so long, surely you don't have any guards following you. Right? The great elder of the Suo family wishes you would die even faster than I do. Jian Qiu was shocked when he heard the shocking truth from Liu Qinjiao, because when you die, the position of young master of the Suo family will belong to his son. Confusion filled his heart, so that's how it was. From the moment I awakened the 9 Yang bloodline, I was already being led into this trap. Not letting Jian Qiu say another word, Liu Qinjiao directly struck him in the stomach with an extremely powerful palm. After hitting him, she leaned close to him and whispered, killing you directly would be too easy for you. Jian Qiu slowly collapsed. His eyes slowly closed as he heard Liu Qinjiao say, I have to let you experience the feeling of falling from heaven to earth, which is worse than death. And so, after Jian Qiu collapsed unconscious, the despicable couple left. The world before Jian Qiu was now a shade of grey. A blue light flashed, signaling that he had fallen into the gates of death. Jian Qiu fell into a void space. His eyes showed immense sadness and dejection, thinking, my Danqian is shattered. My cultivation, my 9 young bloodline, are all gone. What am I now but a useless cripple? He gritted his teeth and angrily roared, if I'm just going to be a useless person from now on, I'd rather die than live. His body trembled. However, when he remembered those who had harmed him, Jian Xiu's determination surged. He told himself, there is only one path to survival. I will absolutely not give up. His hand clenched tightly, filled with determination, I want to live. The anger within Jian Xiu erupted. He swore that he would avenge himself on those who had harmed him. Thanks to his indomitable will, Jian Xiu's body activated a divine art. The Heavenly Emperor Divine Decree, the Righteous Path, the Grand Gate. Jian Xiu's head became extremely painful. Then, Jian Xiu slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a chaotic space with an enormous tower. Jian Xiu was stunned, not knowing what this was. Then, he suddenly realized that this was the Chaos Supreme Tower. The Chaos Heavenly Emperor Decree. Immediately, Jian Xiu sat down. In his heart, he told himself, I must seize the opportunity. I must quickly comprehend and merge with this technique. And so, Jian Xiu began to close his eyes to cultivate. His body began to emit spiritual power, taking the form of a purple dragon. Then, suddenly, Jian Xiu's eyes opened wide. He began to advance his cultivation, stepping into the body refinement 3rd stage. Extremely excited, Jian Xiu stood up, clenched his fist, and exclaimed, from a broken cultivation, I've reached the body refinement 3rd stage. In just a Shi Chen, an ancient unit of time equal to 2 hours, I've accomplished what an ordinary person would take 18 years to do. Jian Xiu gritted his teeth, looking ahead with determination, very well. I must find that despicable couple to settle accounts with. He staggered as he walked. As he walked, Jian Xiu said, I must beat them until they kneel and beg for mercy. But contrary to Jian Xiu's thoughts, his body was too exhausted and began to fall. Jian Xiu's body, after breaking through his cultivation, was extremely tired. His eyes slowly closed, forcing his body to rest. He thought, it's true that anger has clouded my mind. I was too reckless. The next morning, Jian Xiu had woken up. His eyes slowly opened. Seeing that he was lying in a strange room, he wondered, where am I? Who brought me back? Suddenly, a sharp scream came from outside. Jian Xiu immediately sat up and flung open the door to investigate. His eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Before him was a man sitting next to a woman who had been beaten until she was bleeding. He said smugly, a little maid like you dares. Not only did you secretly bring back the Suo Jian Chen, but you even dared to bring her medicine. He shouted, hand over the medicine now. Or else, I'll let you die here today. He said and raised his foot in front of the maid. While trampling on her, this man also yelled, hurry up. Hand it over. Let's see how long you can hold it. Suddenly, he and his 2 subordinates were startled when they sensed a murderous aura from behind. Behind them, Jian Xiu, with a face full of anger, warned loudly, stop. The man and his 2 subordinates immediately turned around to see who dared to speak. Seeing Jian Xiu, the man said with disdain, Suo Jian Xiu. Your maidservant is ignorant. And you even dare to speak up to me. He turned to look at the maidservant and continued, let me teach her a lesson on your behalf. Jian Xiu angrily shouted, mine is not yours to teach. The man didn't show any fear and instead laughed smugly, ha ha. In just a few days, you won't be the young master anymore. The man took out a notice and said, see this? This is the order from the Great Elder of the Suo family. The Great Elder has decided that in 10 days, we will hold an internal clan martial competition to choose a new young master. Jian Xiu immediately retorted, you're impatient to replace me. It seems like you all knew what Liu Chenjiao did to me, didn't you? The Great Elder is just a branch in the clan. And you want to be the master of the Suo family. Dream on. The man still replied arrogantly, the family head has been missing for over 3 years. According to the rules of the Suo family, the Great Elder will take charge. How can we let a good-for-nothing like you do it? Jian Qiu frowned and replied, he colluded with Liu Qianjiao, stole my 9 young bloodline, and forced me to this point. What should be the punishment for these people? Based on the rules of the Suo family. Hearing this, the man fell silent, not knowing how to reply. He frowned and replied, stop saying such unpleasant things. It's just that you're incompetent. It's your fault for being tricked by a woman. Jian Qiu stood in front of his maidservant and said, but even if what you say is true. He sat down to help the maidservant up and continued, before the internal clan martial competition takes place, I am still the young master of the Suo family. Jian Qiu helped the maidservant up and ordered the group, now, in the capacity of the young master of the Suo family, I order you all. Quickly apologize to my maidservant. One of the man's subordinates immediately exclaimed, how can there be a master who would kneel before a servant? This is really too much. The maidservant tearfully said to Jian Qiu, young master. I'm okay. You still have injuries. It's not good to be angry. Jian Qiu smiled reassuringly, it's okay. Don't worry. On the opposite side, the arrogant man spoke with disdain, a good-for-nothing with no cultivation dares to brag like this. He then swung his fist at Jian Qiu and shouted, today, I, your young master, will beat you down until you kneel and call me grandfather. Jian Qiu frowned, not showing any fear. He swung his fist out to counter the attack. His power was immensely strong. The pressure forced the man to retreat. The man was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. In his heart, he felt confused. Didn't they say that Suo Jianqiu had lost all his cultivation? What was that just now? Jian Qiu frowned and clenched his fist, angrily threatening, will you kneel down yourself, or do I have to beat you down? The 2 subordinates, seeing this, looked fearful. How could this be? Could it be that the young master's cultivation is still there? We shouldn't have come here with young master Suo Ha. The arrogant man, whom the editor will call Suo Ha from now on, yelled, I spit on you. At most, you're only at the body refinement 3rd stage. It's just that I was careless just now. Otherwise, you would have already lost your life. In his heart, he was telling himself, I'm at the body refinement 4th stage. I must regain my dignity today at all costs. He said and channeled all his strength into his fist. His spiritual energy surged. The 2 subordinates accompanying him also showed fear in the face of the pressure from such a punch, so strong. The spiritual energy is so powerful. This is young master Suo Ha's trump card. The breaking spirit palm. Faced with such a powerful move, Jian Qiu still did not show any sign of flinching. He gently slapped Suo Ha, causing him to be left with his teeth and lips in disarray. The light slap, however, caused Suo Ha to fly backward, crashing into the wall. Getting up with difficulty, Suo Ha looked confused, he's only at the body refinement 3rd stage. How could he defeat me? On this side, Jian Qiu frowned and threatened for the last time, get lost now. The 2 subordinates immediately helped Suo Ha leave. Suo Ha also made a threat, wait until I report this matter to the Great Elder. Let's see how long you can be arrogant. At the back, the maidservant exclaimed in admiration, young master. You're injured, and yet you were able to suppress Suo Ha. You're so amazing. Being praised, Jian Qiu turned around and smiled warmly. Then, he also began to feel excited about his new power. Both of them happily laughed and talked, unaware that someone was secretly watching them. It was a man standing with his arms crossed, observing everything Jian Qiu and the maidservant were doing from afar. After taking care of the maidservant, Jian Qiu went to his room. His room was quite ordinary, with a set of tables and chairs and a tea set. Suddenly, a loud noise shook the entire room. It turned out that Jian Qiu was testing his new power. He clenched his fist and thought, I've already broken through to the body refinement 4th stage. Is this the power brought by 50 tempering body pills? Thinking this, he immediately poured out more tempering body pills. Jianxiu put them all in his mouth and thought to himself, with my current cultivation, I can only teach a lowlife like Suohara lesson. If things continue at this pace, I'll be able to recover my previous strength in just over half a year. While thinking and eating, the pills in the bag ran out without him noticing. Suddenly, the maidservant came with food and happily announced, "Young master, it's time for your meal." However, when she saw Jianxiu, the maidservant was startled. She looked surprised and thought to herself, after teaching Suohara lesson, and only closing the door to practice for a couple of shichen, an ancient unit of time equal to 2 hours, he's already broken through another stage. This speed is just too heaven-defying. Jianxiu sat on the bed and suggested, put it there. First, you follow me to the pill pavilion. At the same time, at the pill pavilion, a voice said, you're not mistaken, right? Suo Jianxiu really defeated Suohara. A subordinate immediately nodded in confirmation, absolutely correct. This news has already spread throughout the entire Suo family. It's also said that the young master didn't use any effort to break young master Suohara's trump card. It seems that his cultivation is still there, just reduced. The old man at the head of the pill pavilion, sitting above, stroked his beard calmly and replied, Suo Jianxiu has truly become a cripple. The pill pavilion will naturally not hesitate to side with the great elder. He stroked his beard again and continued, but he is still hiding astonishing strength. So, we can't say for sure. At this time, Jianxiu and the maidservant had arrived. The maidservant loudly announced, the young master has arrived. Where is the guardian elder? Hurry up and greet him. The old guardian quickly rushed over and bowed respectfully, we are here. I don't know what matter the young master has come to the pill pavilion for. As he spoke, he frowned and observed Jianxiu. He took a look at him and thought, looking at Jianxiu's aura, he is definitely at the body refinement stage. Compared to before, it is indeed very different. When did he change so much? Jianxiu interrupted his thoughts. I have come to collect my portion of pills for this month. Hearing this, the old guardian immediately ordered, hurry. Go get the pills over here. He winked at his subordinate and said, don't keep the young master waiting. The subordinate was startled when he saw the signal. But then, understanding it, he smiled maliciously and replied, understood. This disciple will go right away. After a while, he brought out a bottle of pills and handed it to Jianxiu. Holding the bottle of pills in his hand, Jianxiu asked in surprise, 6 tempering body pills. He looked up and asked the old guardian, elder. What do you mean by this? The maidservant standing next to him also spoke up in reproach, my young master's portion is 3 chi-gathering pills. The difference in effectiveness between the 2 pills is tenfold. Are you doing this intentionally? The old guardian smiled reassuringly, young master, please don't blame this old man. The allotment of pills from the pill pavilion is based on each person's cultivation. Looking at Jianxiu, he continued, before, the young master was at the true chi first stage, so naturally, he would receive chi-gathering pills. But now, hearing this, Jianxiu was angry but helpless. He clenched his fists, thinking, originally, I was going to use 3 chi-gathering pills to directly break through to the body refinement 5th stage. But now it seems I have to think of a way to borrow pills from somewhere else. With no other choice, Jianxiu had to accept the 6 low-grade pills and leave, not forgetting to call out to the maidservant, let's go. The maidservant, while walking, glanced back at the 2 people behind her and thought, you don't want to look at the young master now. Don't regret it later. Jianxiu also glanced at the 2 people behind him and thought, the great elder's lineage will soon encounter misfortune. I must quickly improve my cultivation. And so, that night, he went to the Chaos Tower again. Looking up at it, Jianxiu told himself, it's here. He slowly walked closer to it and thought, my meridians are broken. My dantian is also shattered. Only by borrowing power from this chaos supreme tower can I be reborn through nirvana. Lightly touching the door, Jian Qiu hoped that behind this door, there would be something for him. He opened the door and prayed that behind it, there would be a surprise waiting for him. Suddenly, Jian Qiu's eyes lit up. He saw dense arrays of talismans floating in front of him and exclaimed in shock, "Is that the inheritance of the myriad paths origin stream talisman array?" Standing in front of such precious talismans, Jian Qiu could not hide his joy. Fire talismans, water talismans, wind talismans, swift movement talismans. Seeing these precious talismans, Jian Qiu was stunned. Talisman arrays are the most profound and advanced study in the heavenly martial continent. Moreover, this myriad paths origin stream talisman array can integrate all the talismans in the world. Looking at the talisman array before him, Jian Qiu's excitement rose. He reached out to grab a talisman. The talisman immediately flew into Jian Qiu's hand. Looking at the talisman in his hand, Jian Qiu carefully observed it. He immediately recognized that it was a pill talisman array. This is a pill talisman array. Immediately sitting down to cultivate, Jian Qiu thought to himself, if I can comprehend this pill talisman array, then in the future, I will no longer have headaches because of any other pills. Thinking this, Jian Qiu immediately focused on cultivating. His spiritual power spread out around him. As he cultivated, the pill talisman was slowly drawn in. The pill talisman was drawn in by Jian Qiu's spiritual energy and flew into his body. After completing his cultivation, Jian Qiu lay down tiredly and sighed, "So, I've finished learning it. The difficulty of the pill talisman array is immense. If I hadn't grasped the chaos heavenly Emperor decree, it would have taken me a few dozen years to comprehend it." Looking at the talismans floating in front of him, Jian Qiu told himself, "Next, I just need to find the materials for refining the tempering body pill." The next morning, Jian Qiu went to the market and gave a pill talisman array to a buyer. The buyer held the talisman in his hand, examining it. Jian Qiu was busy explaining its effects. After explaining for a while, but the other person still did not understand, Jian Qiu was so frustrated that he was about to cry. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind, "Double the effect." "Who is lying?" The voice came from a young man who seemed quite arrogant. He smiled with disdain. "I didn't expect that the young master of the Suo family, who was once the #1 genius of Qianshui Prefecture, would become a swindler like this. It's truly sad." Seeing him, Jian Qiu immediately recognized that he was the younger brother of the venomous woman, Liu Qinjiao. He coldly replied, "Is that you, Liu Gaoyang?" The two subordinates who accompanied him heard this and shouted, "A good-for-nothing like you, now not even a martial artist, is trying to sell power-enhancing talismans. Who would believe it? That's right. Our young master is a first-grade talisman master in Qianshui City. How dare you sell fake talismans right in front of him? You truly don't know your own limitations." Liu Gaoyang's mouth curved into a cunning smile. He pointed his fan at the ground and ordered Jian Qiu, "Suo Jianqiu, are you really that poor? As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me once, then I might, out of pity, reward you with a few spirit stones." Jian Qiu coldly retorted, "You rabid dogs, why don't you get lost? Don't spoil my business." Being cursed, Gaoyang angrily shouted back, "What did you just call me, you good-for-nothing? Rabid dogs." Immediately, he threw his fan towards Jian Qiu and shouted, "Go die." Jian Qiu coldly glanced at him. Then, he quickly dodged his attack effortlessly. Immediately after, Jian Qiu unleashed the crushing mountain palm. His punch aimed directly at Gaoyang's arm. Gaoyang's arm bone was broken by Jian Qiu's punch, making a cracking sound. Gaoyang, having suffered such a fatal blow, was terrified. He cried out in pain, rolling on the ground, "My hand." The two subordinates were also surprised by the incident and exclaimed, "How could this be?" Didn't they say that Jian Qiu's dantian was shattered? His cultivation is still there. Gaoyang gritted his teeth, extremely hurt and angry. He looked up at Jian Qiu, who was staring at him, and stammered, "What do you want to do?" Jian Qiu replied coldly, "Your sister Liu Qianjiao owes me a debt." Seeing Gaoyang's fear, Jian Qiu threatened, "Today, I must collect some interest from you first." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from behind, "Stop!" Realizing the danger, Jian Qiu jumped aside, dodging the sneak attack from the person behind him. The one who had just attacked was the enforcement elder of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, Liang Jiushan. Seeing that someone had come to his rescue, Liu Gaoyang hurriedly begged, "Elder Liang, save me. Suo Jianxiu has gone mad. He wants to kill me." Jiushan frowned and threatened Jianxiu, "Suo Jianxiu, do you have any last words?" He frowned and stared at Jianxiu, repeating, "Suo Jianxiu, if you have any last words, say them." Jianxiu was puzzled, "Elder Liang, why have you already taken action against me without distinguishing right from wrong?" Elder Liang angrily retorted, "Not distinguishing right from wrong. You were making a move on the grounds of the Wanwu Trading Association, and you dare to say that this elder is not distinguishing right from wrong." Jianxiu turned to the buyer from earlier and asked, "May I ask this brother, who made the first move? Did you see it clearly?" The young man honestly replied, "It was young Master Liu who attacked first. We all saw it clearly." Hearing this, Elder Liang turned back and asked his two disciples, "Is what he said true?" One of the disciples nodded, "Yes." This disciple just asked again. The junior disciples also observed it earlier. It was exactly as he said. Knowing the truth, Elder Liang glared angrily at Liu Gaoyang and threatened, "Liu Gaoyang, you are a disciple of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Knowing the rules and yet still violating them. Your crime is increased by 1 degree. Liu Gaoyang trembled with fear, thinking, "That damn Suo Jianxiu. He deliberately provoked me." Immediately, he regained his composure and stood up to explain, "It's an injustice, Elder. It was Suo Jianxiu who was selling fake talismans, so this disciple couldn't hold back and attacked." Elder Liang frowned and looked at Jianxiu, "Selling fake talismans. This is a serious crime punishable by death." Jianxiu calmly retorted, "You didn't even bother to look at my talisman. And yet, you already dare to say it's fake." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, "A power-enhancing talisman that doubles the power. Based on your abilities." The one who had just spoken was a fat old man. He was the Spirit Talisman Elder, Chang Gaoshan. Seeing him, Liu Gaoyang immediately ran to him and complained, "Master." Old Chang Gaoshan patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Don't worry. Master will definitely get justice for you." Then, he turned to look at Jianxiu and sighed, "Open your eyes and look at the entire heavenly martial continent. At most, the effects of a power-enhancing talisman are only 50%. Observing that Jianxiu was silent, Chang Gaoshan continued, "Suo Jianxiu. Do you think that with your clumsy skills, you can fool a spirit talisman elder like me?" Liu Gaoyang immediately provoked him, "Master is right. This Suo person has never studied talisman arrays. He can't possibly create talismans in a couple of sentences. This is blatant deception." At this moment, Jianxiu calmly smiled and challenged, "If that's the case, does Elder Chang dare to make a bet with me?" Chang Gaoshan smugly asked, "How shall we bet?" In his heart, he was sure, "Let me see how much money this kid has lost." Jianxiu immediately made a suggestion, "If my talisman can achieve a double effect, Elder Chang will compensate me with 300 tempering body pills. What do you say?" Old Chang Gaoshan immediately agreed, "If you can really do it, I will give you 500, no problem at all." He said this because in his heart, he was sure of victory. For someone who is as good as dead, it doesn't matter how much you promise. The important thing is whether he has the life to collect it or not. On this side, Jianxiu also smiled smugly, "Okay." Old Chang Gaoshan immediately invited everyone, "Then please, follow me to the Spirit Talisman Pavilion. Inside the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, there was a very large cauldron. Chang Gaoshan pointed at it and introduced, "This is our Spirit Talisman Pavilion's talisman testing device. As long as you put any talisman into it, the grade and effects of the talisman will all appear." Jian Qiu smiled and asked, "Then can Elder Chang be sure that this thing doesn't make mistakes?" Chang Gaoshan became angry upon hearing this nonsense. "This talisman testing device is the pride of our Spirit Talisman Pavilion. How can you doubt it?" At this time, Liu Gaoyang was being cared for by a disciple. He frowned in pain and snapped, "Can't you be gentler?" Then, he turned to provoke Jian Qiu, he. "I can tell that you, Suo Jianqiu, are just a coward. You'd better admit your crime now, and I might let you die a whole death." Jian Qiu did not reply, but just stared at the testing cauldron. Then, he slowly approached and put his talisman into it. The talisman slowly fell into the water inside the cauldron. Immediately, the cauldron reacted. It announced, "Type of talisman, power-enhancing talisman. Grade, first grade high-quality talisman. Effect, doubles the power." Old Chang Gaoshan immediately looked panicked. "It's actually real. This guy's power-enhancing talisman can really double the power." Seeing this, Elder Liang also smiled smugly, "Excellent. A talisman genius has appeared in our Qianshui prefecture." As for Liu Gaoyang, he also looked extremely shocked and stuttered, "Impossible." His face was ashen. In his heart, he was extremely angry. "This is not real. I am the talisman master with the highest talent in the water prefecture." Not believing that it was real, he brushed off the hand of the disciple who was bandaging him. Liu Gaoyang yelled at Jian Qiu, "Worthless." Then, with a knife in his hand, he rushed at Jian Qiu and shouted, "You are impersonating. I must kill you." His face was full of murderous intent. He rushed at Jian Qiu, constantly threatening to kill him. But before he could do anything, his master, old Chang Gaoshan, stepped forward and slapped him. The strong slap sent him flying backwards. Looking at his disciple lying sprawled on the ground, old Chang Gaoshan yelled, "You idiot! Are you trying to make me lose face?" Then, he ordered his disciples, "Guards! Are you not going to drag your useless senior brother out?" Seeing old Chang Gaoshan like this, Jian Qiu smiled and thought, Liu Gaoyang dared to doubt the quality of the testing device, which is the same as slapping the Spirit Talisman Pavilion in the face. This guy, even though he slapped him, still pretended to be angry. In reality, he wanted to give his precious disciple a way out. Suddenly, Elder Liang turned to Jian Qiu and said, "Young friend Suo." Hearing this, Jian Qiu wondered, just now, he was directly yelling at me by name. Now, he's changed to young friend. He sure changes his tune quickly. Thinking this, Jian Qiu still answered, "What does Elder Liang want to say?" Elder Liang smiled amiably and replied, "I wonder if young friend Suo is interested in joining the Spirit Talisman Pavilion." Jian Qiu was extremely surprised. Join the Spirit Talisman Pavilion? Can Elder Liang make this decision alone? Suddenly, an old man from outside said loudly, "He can't make the decision, but I can." The others, seeing him, respectfully bowed, "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Jian Qiu was also startled when he recognized this old man. He is the Pavilion Master of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, Yang Shenhai. It is said that Pavilion Master Yang is like a dragon, only seeing its head, but not its tail. I didn't expect to alarm him. Yang Shenhai approached Jian Qiu and stroked his beard. "From the moment you stepped into the pavilion, I've been paying attention to you." He turned to look at the information on the cauldron and continued, "Doubling the power. Even I can't create this kind of talisman." Elder Liang also chimed in, "Pavilion Master, with Suo Jianqiu in the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, we will no longer need to rely on those old fogies in the capital." Yang Shenhai turned to propose to Jian Qiu, "Young man, as long as you are willing to join the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, you can choose any resources in the pavilion. Not only that, we will not restrict any of your actions. You can still do whatever you want. Hearing such an attractive proposal, Jian Xiu was excited in his heart. If it's like this, then I won't need to worry about materials for refining pills in the future. Moreover, if I have an important position in the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, my future safety will be more secure. Thinking this, Jian Xiu immediately agreed. Then, I will follow Pavilion Master Yang's words. Yang Shenhai laughed, ha ha. Very good. Then, he threw something to Jian Xiu and said, young man, take this. Jian Xiu reached out and caught the item that Yang Shenhai threw him. It turned out to be a token with the name First Grade Talisman Master Token on it. Old Chang Gaoshan became jealous upon seeing this. What? You must know that Yang has spent countless years and half of the Liu family's assets to be recognized by him as a first-grade talisman master. At this moment, Jian Xiu turned to Chang Gaoshan and said, Elder Chang, when will I get my 500 tempering body pills? Yang Shenhai glanced at Chang Gaoshan and asked, Old Chang, this is because you didn't leave yourself a way out. You are a dignified second-grade talisman master. How can you make rash promises to a younger generation? Chang Gaoshan reluctantly forced a smile and said, yes. I'll have someone get the tempering body pills for him right away. Despite this, in his heart, he had a grudge against Jian Xiu, Suo Jian Xiu. You injured my disciple and made me lose face. I remember this. At this time, at the Liu family, a man sitting in the main seat was the Liu family head, Liu Shushi. Below, Liu Gaoyang was crying, hugging his sister Liu Qianjiao's leg, and complaining, Sister, please help me get revenge. If that Suo Jianxiu doesn't die, it will be difficult to resolve the hatred. In my heart. Liu Qianjiao remained silent, not knowing what to say. Above, Liu Shushi looked at his daughter and asked, Daoa, didn't you say that the Suo family boy had become a cripple? Could it be that you were careless when you attacked him? Liu Qianjiao firmly said, impossible. His dantian was completely shattered. All of his cultivation was also transferred to me. How could he still have cultivation? Hearing this, Liu Shushi sighed and replied, it's true that this boy didn't die. Looking at his attitude towards Yang he seems to want to cut ties with our Yang family completely. Liu Qianjiao remained confident and firmly stated, so what? Even if he didn't die, he would only have body refinement 4th stage cultivation. It's not worth worrying about. Then, she bent down to help her brother up and reassured him, the Zhuanjian Sect's recruitment conference is coming soon. Now, we must focus our efforts on attacking the true Qi realm. She frowned and continued, but I promise that after becoming a disciple of the Zhuanjian Sect, I will definitely stomp the Ant Suo Jianxiu to death for you. At this time, Suo Jianxiu was also meditating. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and sat cross-legged to cultivate. Suddenly, Jian Xiu shouted. His body had broken through to the body refinement 6th stage. Still meditating, Jian Xiu thought to himself, cultivating the Chaos Heavenly Emperor decree is truly costly. All the 500 tempering body pills that Elder Chang brought over have been used up in just one day. Jian Xiu worriedly thought, it seems that this kind of power-consuming cultivation method will force me onto the dark path of making money. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. Jian Xiu was startled and called out, who is it? His eyes looked towards the door, and he shouted, who's there? Suddenly, someone wearing a hooded cloak broke through the door and rushed in. He unleashed a palm strike that created a purple hand, which shot towards Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu quickly used a move from the tip of his fingers. He cut the purple hand move of the other person in half with ease. The attacker revealed a bewildered expression, wondering, I am at the body refinement 8th stage, yet I was suppressed by someone at the body refinement 6th stage. Jian Xiu seized the opportunity when he was distracted, rushed forward, and warned, still getting distracted at this time. Seems like that's not a good habit. Then, he unleashed a palm strike that hit his shoulder. The attack sent him flying out of the room. He quickly fled. Hearing the loud noise, Jian Qiu's maidservant quickly rushed over and asked anxiously, "Young master, are you all right?" Jian Qiu silently watched the other person run away. His maidservant anxiously asked, "Young master, was there an intruder? Should we send someone to catch him?" Jian Qiu smiled reassuringly, "There's no need. I intentionally let him go." Time flew by, and 5 days later, at the martial arts arena, Jian Qiu calmly walked to the arena. Seeing him, a few people shouted, "Look! Our young master Suo has arrived." A few others felt uncomfortable. It's such an important clan event, and he actually arrived so late. Does he still think he's the #1 genius of Qianshui City like before? Another person chimed in, "Probably this cripple doesn't dare to come. If that's the case, he should give up the position of young master of the Suo family as soon as possible." At this time, above, Suo Hen had already approached the 3 elders. He bowed respectfully. Suo Hen greets the 3 elders. Seeing him so respectful, some of the clan's disciples admired him. It's no wonder that young master Suo Hen is a person raised by the great elder, polite and modest. This is truly the demeanor of a great clan. The great elder gave Suo Hen a signal. Has Suo Jianqiu's situation been thoroughly investigated? Suo Hen glanced at Jianqiu and signaled back, "Great elder, rest assured. Although he has the ability to fight beyond his stage, he is ultimately only at the body refinement stage and has no chance of winning." Having obtained the information, the great elder cleared his throat. Then, he stood up and loudly announced, "The internal clan conference officially begins. Please, Suo Han, step onto the stage." And so, the internal clan conference began. Suo Han stepped onto the stage to face Jian Qiu. He pretended to be polite and greeted, "Brother Jian Qiu. It's truly an honor to be your opponent. Not long ago, I was still far behind you." Jian Qiu replied coldly, "Why talk so much? If you want to be the young master of the Suo family, don't imitate those fools who only know how to talk." Hearing these words, Suo Han was so surprised that he was speechless. Then, he lowered his head, revealed his murderous intent, and said, "Since brother Jian Chen has said so, then I must be impolite." After saying that, he swung his fist and charged towards Jian Qiu. Jian Qiu also channeled his strength into his fist. Then, he swung his fist straight at Suo Han's fist in response. The 2 fists collided. One with purple spiritual energy, the other with red spiritual energy, collided head-on. The people below were extremely surprised and exclaimed, "Am I seeing things?" Their first move was a draw. A few others were also astonished. Didn't they say that Jian Qiu only has body refinement stage cultivation? And young Master Han is already at the pseudo-true Qi stage. On the stage, Suo Han also looked flustered, thinking, how can this be? Based on this stance, he and I are at the same level. But why can't I withstand even one of his punches? His face was covered with terrifying veins. He told himself, "No, I can't let this monster live." Thinking this, Suo Han raised his leg high and performed the sky-piercing kick. The powerful stomp cracked the entire arena. However, Jian Qiu had already dodged it with ease. Immediately, Suo Han charged forward and unleashed the shattering palm. Jian Qiu also countered. The 2 fought fiercely. Above, the great elder looked worried for Suo Han. He thought to himself, Suo Jianqiu's strength is definitely not at the body refinement stage. If it continues like this, Suo Han will lose. So, he secretly signaled with a purple light on his fingertip. Suo Han glanced at it and received the signal. He quickly pulled out a pill from his clothes. Above, a 3rd elder saw this and looked worried. That's dangerous. That is a pill that forcibly increases one's realm. Stop him quickly. He repeatedly yelled out, warning Jian Qiu, that's a pill to forcibly increase one's realm. Stop him quickly. The great elder turned to warn him, once they are on the stage, it is their business. Old 3rd, are you trying to break the rules? The 3rd elder yelled back, the destructive power that this pill brings is enormous. Its effects on the user also have hidden dangers. He yelled at the Great Elder, "Is it worth it to ruin 2 generations of descendants for a seat?" The Great Elder coldly replied, "HMPH. If Suo Genshio is afraid, he can admit defeat." He looked down at the arena and smiled calculatingly, thinking, "For the position of family head, I have schemed for so many years. Why should I give up now? As long as Genshio dies. What does it matter if Suo Han is sacrificed?" Below, Suo Han had already put the pill into his mouth. His body immediately emitted a red light. His cultivation had broken through to the true Qi realm. On the opposite side, Genshio also started to show a bit of worry. He looked at Suo Han's surging aura and thought, Suo Han was originally at the pseudo-true Qi stage, a blurry boundary between the body refinement stage and the true Qi realm. But once he breaks through to the true Qi realm, it won't be easy to deal with. Suddenly, Suo Han disappeared. Then, he suddenly appeared behind Genshio and attacked him. His speed was indeed very fast, to the point that Genshio could not dodge. Suo Han's slash hit Genshio's hand. But luckily, the other parts were fine. The crowd below became extremely excited. Genshio stared at the light blade that Suo Han created from his fan. Then, he looked down at his hand and breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. On this side, Suo Han continued to provoke him, "Suo Genshio. If you kneel down and beg for forgiveness, it might still be in time." Genshio gave a mysterious smile and said, "Don't be too complacent so soon." Then, he took something out of his pocket. It was a talisman. Holding the talisman in his left hand, Genshio used his right hand to chant something. On the opposite side, unable to wait any longer, Suo Han took a stance and charged forward. He aimed his blade at Genshio and shouted, putting on a show. "Die!" On this side, Genshio had finished chanting. A golden ball was created by him. From the golden ball, a large golden palm force shot out, piercing straight through Suo Han's body. Suo Han's chest was pierced through, creating a large hole that went through his body. Suo Han collapsed to the ground, dying immediately. The audience below was all stunned in fear. The third elder also looked shocked, thinking, recently, there have been rumors that Genshio has the ability to refine power-enhancing talismans that can double the power. So, it's true. The great elder frowned and thought, very good. This beast is hiding his cards quite well. Below, Genshio looked up at the elders and asked, the 3 elders should probably announce the results, right? Helplessly, the great elder had to stand up and announce, from now on, the position of young master of the Suo family will still be held by Genshio. The others immediately said in unison, we pay our respects to the young master. When he returned home, his maidservant happily greeted him, welcome back, young master. Congratulations on your triumphant return. She and the others had prepared a feast for Genshio, and invited him warmly, young master, you've been working hard for the past few days. You must eat and drink well. She piled a bowl of rice high for Genshio, making him protest, that's enough. At this time, an old man suddenly walked over and cleared his throat, ahem. Seeing him, Genshio asked, Elder Guardian of the Pavilion has honored us with his presence. What is the matter? The Elder Guardian greeted him warmly, young master, please don't be so formal. These are 3 Qi gathering pills that the Pill Pavilion has prepared to congratulate the young master's resounding victory. Please accept them, young master. Genshio coldly accepted them and said, I have received Elder Guardian's intention. Please withdraw. His maidservant muttered, now they know how to flatter him. Why didn't they do it sooner? She glanced at the old guardian leaving and spoke up. Those petty people are like the wind, following whichever direction it blows. Before, they were so dismissive, but today, hearing the news that the young master has retained his position, they have come here to flatter him. Genshio replied, in this world, strength is the only capital. There is always a reason for what they do. Then, he instructed his maidservant, "You can take these and eat them slowly. I must continue my secluded cultivation." Hearing this, his maidservant was puzzled. Secluded cultivation again. In such a short time, the Great Elder's faction shouldn't be able to cause any major problems, right? Why does young master have to be so anxious? Jian Xiu replied, "The Great Elder is not who I'm worried about. The most worrisome thing is the grand recruitment competition of the Zhuangjian Sect in Qianshui City, which is in 20 days. Meanwhile, at the discussion hall of the Zhuangjian Sect, a disciple was reporting, "Elder, the arena for the grand recruitment competition in Qianshui Prefecture of our sect is almost completely prepared." An elder of the Zhuangjian Sect took a sip of tea and replied, "This remote Qianshui Prefecture has always had difficulty producing seedlings with good aptitudes." The disciple continued to report, "But I heard that there are 3 young masters and ladies who have reached the true Qi realm. They are Liu Qianjiao of the Liu family and Ouyang Yuan of the Ouyang family." The elder glanced at him and asked, "Not 3. Who is the remaining one?" The disciple sighed and replied, "Young Master Suo Jianqiu of the Suo family, who was originally the #1 genius of Qianshui Prefecture. But he suffered an unexpected disaster. So now he is only at the body refinement 6th stage." The old elder took a sip of tea and said, "The minimum requirement for the grand recruitment competition is the body refinement 9th stage. It's impossible to completely break through in 20 days. It seems that he doesn't have this fate." At this time, Jian Xiu was still diligently cultivating in seclusion. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "The qi-gathering pills that the elder of the pill pavilion brought over are indeed very effective. I have successfully advanced to the peak of the body refinement 9th stage." Looking down at his hand, Jian Xiu wondered, "But the most important thing is that the 8 extraordinary meridians have not shown any movement." To give a brief introduction, the human body has a total of 20 meridians, divided into 12 regular meridians and 8 extraordinary meridians. Advancing to the body refinement 9th stage means that the 12 regular meridians have been unblocked. As for the 8 extraordinary meridians, only a few martial artists with extraordinary talent can barely unblock 1 or 2 of them. Once all 8 extraordinary meridians have been unblocked, one can advance to the extreme body refinement stage and cultivate the legendary supreme formless body. Jian Xiu clenched his fist, revealing his determination. Unblocking the 8 extraordinary meridians must be completed in the body refinement stage. Looking up at the sky, Jian Xiu thought to himself, "I don't have much time left. If I want to get more cultivation resources, the urgent matter is still making money." The next morning, at the discussion hall of the Spirit Talisman Pavilion, Yang Shenhai inspected the talismans that Jian Xiu had refined and was excited. "Excellent. Besides the power-enhancing talisman, the other talismans are also twice as effective. You truly are the talisman-making genius of Qianshui Prefecture." Looking at Jian Xiu, he asked worriedly, "Young friend Suo, your complexion has been very bad lately. Is there anything wrong?" Jian Xiu smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Master. I just haven't been sleeping well." He said this, but in his heart, Jian Xiu was tired. "How could I sleep? In order to create a few more talismans to sell for money, I didn't sleep for a night in the Chaos Supreme Tower to comprehend the myriad paths flowing talisman array." Yang Chenhai approached and put his arm around Jian Xiu's shoulder. He pulled him along, introducing, "Young friend Su came at just the right time. I only have 2 distinguished guests here. I can introduce you to them." Yang Chenhai called out loudly, "Please, esteemed guests, come over." He continued, "These 2 are the elder of the Wanwu Trading Company, Zhu Huan, and the woman is the daughter of the Wanwu Trading Company, Xie Yu Huang." Yang Chenhai pointed to the 2 and introduced, "Let me introduce them. This is the daughter of the Wanwu Trading Company, Miss Xie Yu Huang." Jian Xiu bowed politely, "I am Su Jian Xiu, greetings, Miss Xie." He thought to himself, the Spirit Talisman Pavilion is just a small branch under the Wanwu Trading Company. I didn't expect someone as noble as the trading company's daughter to personally come here. But Xie Yuhuang didn't pay attention to him and brushed past him. She walked over and picked up the talisman that Jian Xiu had crafted. Looking at the talisman, Xie Yuhuang smiled. Then she turned around and announced, "Your talismans, the Wanwu Trading Company will take them all." Jian Xiu was startled, "All of them here? You'll take them all?" Yang Chenhai nudged Jian Xiu and gently explained, "You fool. The miss means that she wants to cooperate with you. This is a golden opportunity for you to join the ranks of the wealthiest merchants in the Dacian dynasty." Hearing this, Jian Xiu was excited. That way I won't have to worry about the lack of cultivation resources, and I can focus on breaking through the 8 extraordinary meridians. On this side, Xie Yuhuang held a token in her hand. She threw it to Jian Xiu and instructed, "This is our Wanwu Trading Company's VIP card. It has a reserve of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Later, the money from selling talismans will also be deposited into this." Seeing this, the elder of the Wanwu Trading Company paled, thinking to himself, "This card, even the princes of the Dacian dynasty have difficulty obtaining. The miss actually gave it to a country bumpkin." Jian Xiu happily took the card and replied, "Miss Xie is very generous. I am extremely grateful." The elder of the Wanwu Trading Company approached and instructed Jian Xiu, "We need you to craft 2,000 high-grade spirit talismans within 20 days and deliver them to President Su of the Wanwu Trading Company's Qianshui Prefecture branch. Can you do that?" Jian Xiu nodded, "Of course." Immediately after, Jian Xiu left. After he left, Xie Yuhuang gave the talisman to Yang Chenhai and asked, "Pavilion Master Yang, what do you think?" Yang Chenhai held the talisman in his hand and confirmed, "I've seen all of this kid's talismans. Of course, there's no problem." Looking at the talisman, Yang Chenhai suddenly startled. The talisman suddenly emitted a strange golden light. Realizing he didn't understand everything, Yang Chenhai glanced at Xie Yuhuang. Then he laughed loudly, "Ha ha. This kid is good. He hides things well." It seemed that Yang Chenhai was very pleased to have noticed something that Jian Xiu had concealed. He looked down at the talisman and said, "This talisman seems simple at first glance, but in fact, it has intentionally concealed part of its power. It's clear that young friend Su intentionally lowered the grade of the talisman." Xie Yuhuang immediately smiled and said, "This trip of mine to Qianshui Prefecture has really been a worthwhile one." At this time, Jian Xiu was inside the first level of the Chaos Tower. He reached out towards the talisman formation and thought, no matter how good a first-grade talisman is, if the grade is too low, its value is ultimately limited. He closed his eyes and carefully felt the talisman formation, thinking, to go further in the path of talisman crafting, I must rely on this myriad-flowing formation to craft higher-grade talismans. 10 days later, in front of the entrance of the Wanwu Trading Company, Jian Xiu, with a satchel on his shoulder, greeted, "I am Su Jian Xiu. I'd like to see President Su, please inform him." At this moment, a familiar voice sounded from behind, "Ha ha. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? President Su is someone that the likes of a waste like you can just meet." Jian Xiu immediately recognized that it was Liu Qianjiao's voice. Liu Qianjiao frowned sarcastically, "You're still alive. You should treasure your life and be humble. Don't go making a scene everywhere just to get my attention. We are from 2 different worlds, don't harbor delusional dreams." Hearing this, Jian Xiu let out a slight smile. He turned around and smiled back, "Miss Liu, rest assured. A woman with a heart like a snake, as flirtatious as you, is only desired by a rare and unique thing like Ouyang Yuan." Hearing this critical remark, Liu Qianjiao turned pale. She yelled, "Insolent! A lowly waste like you dares to insult me. You damn Su, keep your mouth clean. My Ouyang family is an honored guest of this Wanwu Trading Company. I'll have you thrown out immediately. At this moment, a beautiful lady appeared and said, Young Master Su. You've kept us waiting for so long. This lady was the president of the Wanwu Trading Company branch, Su Yanxiang. Seeing her, everyone was silent, admiring her. Jian Qiu bowed and said, President Su. Miss Xia. I was delayed due to some matters. Please forgive me. Xia Yuhuang, standing beside, glanced at the Liu Qianjiao group with a disdainful expression. The Liu Qianjiao group immediately turned pale with fear. In Liu Qianjiao's heart, she was very confused. How did this happen? How could this waste be so familiar with the people of the Wanwu Trading Company? Xia Yuhuang coldly said to Jian Qiu, Young Master Su. Please come inside. Jian Qiu, who was walking along, suddenly stopped. He looked back with a terrifying expression and threatened, Liu Qianjiao. You owe me. Sooner or later, I will come to you to collect this debt. Hearing these words from Jian Qiu, Liu Qianjiao was extremely angry. Once inside the private room of the Wanwu Trading Company, Jian Qiu immediately poured a pile of talismans from the satchel on his shoulder. He pointed at the pile of talismans and introduced, 2,000 first-grade dragon talismans are all here. Su Yanxiang stared blankly at the pile of talismans, surprised, even I have never seen so many spirit talismans. Is this talisman crafting speed not too monstrous? Not only that, Jian Qiu also took out 3 other talismans and asked, May I ask, President Su, how much can these 3 talismans fetch? Seeing these 3 talismans, Su Yanxiang was extremely surprised. She immediately turned to inform Xia Yuhuang, Miss. They are second-grade spirit talismans. Xia Yuhuang asked in surprise, What? She raised a finger, tapped it to inspect, and said, Hold it right there. From Xia Yuhuang's hand, a blue light shot out towards the 3 talismans. Immediately, information appeared. The first talisman was a strength-enhancing talisman of the 2nd grade. The quality of the talisman was mid-grade. The effect of the talisman was to increase strength by 50%. The second talisman was a swift escape talisman, also 2nd grade and mid-grade. The effect of the talisman was to help martial artists below the Qi transformation realm instantly evade within a 1-mile radius. The third talisman was a golden shield talisman, which had the effect of creating a shield around a martial artist in the Qi transformation realm in an instant. Xia Yuhuang then stared at Jian Qiu and thought, Su Jian Qiu is already able to craft 2nd-grade spirit talismans in the body refinement realm. If he can grow up smoothly, he will surely become a great talisman master. So, Xia Yuhuang and Su Yanxiang gave each other a signal. Su Yanxiang gave a friendly smile and said, Young Master Su's talisman crafting talent is truly extraordinary. For the 2,000 first-grade spirit talismans, and the 3 second-grade spirit talismans, our Wanwu Trading Company is willing to pay 15,000 spirit stones to buy them all. Hearing the amount, Jian Qiu immediately agreed. In his heart, he was extremely happy, 15,000. This is more than the Su family's 3-year income. A talisman master is indeed the most profitable profession in the heavenly martial continent. Jian Qiu also asked, That's right. President Su. I wonder if your company has any good martial arts for sale lately. As he spoke, he thought to himself, as a cultivator, it's not enough to just break through realms. I also need to practice suitable martial arts to improve my combat strength. Su Qianxiang immediately replied, Tomorrow, our Wanwu Trading Company has a large auction. If young Master Su doesn't mind, you can come and take a look. Jian Qiu happily left and greeted, Okay. Then, we'll see each other another day. When he got outside the Wanwu Trading Company, Xia Yuhuang stood against the door, intently watching Jian Qiu. Su Qianxiang peeked out and smiled, Miss, have you ever heard of the waiting for her husband stone? Seeing Xia Yuhuang blush and say nothing, Su Qianxiang continued, I heard that this young master Su sacrificed his vital essence for 3 years for the woman he loves. He's truly a devoted man. Xie Yuhuang shyly hit Su Qianxiang's shoulder and replied, Sister Su, why are you still so naughty? The next day at the auction, Jian Qiu arrived on time. A maid led him to the door of a room and said, This is private room number 1 of building B, young Master Su, please come in. President Su is already inside waiting for you. Thus, Jian Qiu opened the door and walked in. Inside, Su Qianxiang was already waiting and greeted, Young Master, please come over. Jian Qiu went to sit down at the feast table that was prepared for him. Seeing that Jian Qiu didn't dare to sit next to her, Su Qianxiang asked, Young Master Su, why are you sitting so far away? Jian Qiu found her attitude quite strange today. Then he unconsciously startled, as he looked down at his feet, and saw that Su Qianxiang's foot had gently touched him. She said, being so polite, I'm a little heartbroken. Jian Qiu replied in confusion, President Su. Today I'm only here for a martial art technique I need. Please, let's get to the main topic. Hearing this, Su Qianxiang secretly admired him. Usually, men would fight to win me over as soon as they saw me. This young Master Su truly has extraordinary composure. So, she loudly ordered, pass down the order. It can begin. The maid immediately complied. In the main hall of the auction house on the first floor, the female auctioneer said, The time has come. Next, please bring out the first item of the auction. The first item was a sword called Clear Frost. It was a sword forged from 1,000-year-old cold iron. The starting price was 3,000 spirit stones. The entire hall began to buzz with discussion. In a certain room on the second floor, Liu Gaoyang and his older sister, Liu Qianjiao, were enjoying tea and discussing. Liu Gaoyang loudly bid, 20,000. After bidding, Gaoyang said to his sister, Sister, this sword is truly very suitable for your triple yin meridians. It can be said that it was custom-made for you. Qianjiao nodded. None of them would dare compete with our Liu family. Suddenly, the auctioneer below announced, the owner of private room number 1 has placed a bid, offering 30,000. Hearing this, Qianjiao was so shocked that she spat out the tea in her mouth. What? Gaoyang frowned and said, Sister, I heard that private room number 1 is only for honored guests of the Wanwu Trading Company. It's not good. Has some big shot arrived? Liu Qianjiao smashed the cup in her hand in anger and said, No way. The great disciple recruitment of the Zhuangjian sect is approaching. I must get this sword. Increase the price. After half a cup of tea. In the VIP room, Su Qianxiang said to Jian Qiu, the Liu family has increased to 50,000. Does young Master Su want to continue? Jian Qiu replied, Thank you. Then, he took a sip of tea and said, If they want it, let them have it. Hearing this, Su Qianxiang thought in her heart, this young Master Su is clearly deliberately raising the price, wanting to take this opportunity to teach that ungrateful woman a lesson. He's really adorable. Below, the auctioneer took out a rusty sword and introduced, next is the auction item of this auction. The starting price is 2,000 spirit stones. The crowd below, seeing the rusty sword, began to murmur, What the heck is this? Can this also be an auction item? When did the Wanwu Trading Company's taste become so bad? Hearing the disapproving whispers, the female auctioneer was flustered, thinking, the appraiser has studied this sword for a long time, and he hasn't found the secrets of this sword either. I really don't understand why President Su insisted on putting it up for auction. At this moment, in the VIP room, Jian Qiu was carefully observing the sword. His eyes lit up. He thought, the Chaos Supreme Tower is reacting to the sword. Seeing Jian Qiu's attitude, Su Qianxiang asked, What? Are you interested in this broken sword? Jian Qiu nodded, somewhat. Thus, Jian Qiu raised his hand to make a bid. Suddenly, Su Qianxiang stopped him, Wait a minute. Young Master Su is a valued guest of our miss. If young Master Su likes it, I can give it directly to you. Hearing this, Jian Xiu bowed and thanked her. Thank you very much, President Su. Su Qianxiang stood up, put her arm around Jian Xiu's shoulder, and replied, Young Master Su, you don't need to be so polite with me. She looked at him and instructed, the next item is the main point. At this time, several men below were laboriously carrying out a locked chest. The female auctioneer took the key, inserted it into the lock, and opened it. Inside was a blue scroll. She began to introduce, next, the auction item is a low-grade Zhuan-level martial skill, the Furious Wave Sevenfold Palm. Hearing this name, the crowd started to exclaim, Zhuan-level martial skill. These usually only appear in the hands of great clans. Even if you are a member of a prominent family. If you don't have a certain status or position, you are not qualified to practice a Zhuan-level martial skill. On the second floor, Liu Gaoyang said, the Wanwu Trading Company has really invested a lot this time. The female auctioneer continued to announce, the Furious Wave Sevenfold Palm, starting price is 50,000 spirit stones. Hearing the price, the crowd fell silent and didn't cheer anymore. Some people began to say, 50,000 spirit stones. Which ordinary person has so much financial power? Don't even think about it. This is clearly an auction item prepared for the four great families of Qianshui Prefecture. It's not our turn. In the private room of the Mo family on the second floor, the head of the Mo family bid 60,000. Seeing him, some people began to discuss, I didn't expect that. The head of the Mo family, one of the four great families, has come to the auction in person. It seems that he really wants that martial skill. Also on the second floor, Liu Gaoyang fanned himself with a fan and asked, Uncle Mo, why did you take out such a small amount of money? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Isn't this going to be ridiculed by others? The Mo family head angrily yelled, Liu Gaoyang, you're being too arrogant. Liu Gaoyang replied, if I'm being arrogant, then I naturally have the right to be. So, he shouted loudly, our Liu family bids 100,000. Hearing this, the Mo family head was startled, what? 100,000. Seeing the old patriarch's expression, Liu Gaoyang smugly said, no one who dares to snatch something from my Liu family has been born yet. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, 140,000. The auctioneer immediately announced, 140,000. The owner of private room number 1 has bid 140,000. The others were in an uproar, 140,000. It's an astronomical price. Who exactly is the person sitting in there? Is their wealth comparable to the four great families? The cup in Liu Qianjiao's hand broke again. She angrily gritted her teeth and said, it's him again. This guy is clearly deliberately waging war against my Liu family. Liu Gaoyang hurriedly comforted, sister. That's 140,000. It's almost 3 years of our family's income. If we continue to push the price up, our family will go bankrupt. Looking up at the VIP room, Liu Qianjiao angrily thought, look at him. This guy bid 140,000 without any hesitation. His wealth must be abundant. I can't compete with him. So, she stood up and left, not forgetting to tell her younger brother, let's go. At this moment, in the VIP room, Su Qianxiang said, congratulations, young master. The sword and the martial skill, I have had people put them in this black box. Jian Xiu turned to ask Su Qianxiang, my knowledge of the Furious Wave is very limited. Can I ask President Su to teach me a thing or two? Su Qianxiang leaned closer to Jian Xiu and nodded, sure, why not? We have plenty of time. Then she began to explain, the Furious Wave Sevenfold Palm. The first 3 palms are only of average power among low-grade Zhuan-level martial skills. From the 4th palm onward, each palm accumulates the power of the previous palms. And the 7th and final palm is the convergence of the power of 7 layers of palm force. Raging like waves upon waves, comparable to mid-grade Zhuan-level martial skills. After explaining, Su Qianxiang worriedly said to Jian Xiu, this martial skill puts great pressure on the user's body. If you're not careful, you will be severely injured. She embraced Jian Xiu, and worriedly continued, even martial artists in the Qi transformation realm may not be able to do it. Young master must be very careful. I don't hope that anything happens to you either. Looking at Su Qianxiang, Jian Xiu thought to himself, this woman is truly cunning. Then, he immediately pushed her away. Afterwards, Jian Xiu bowed and said, I've troubled President Su greatly. I still have things to do. I'll take my leave first. So, Jian Xiu left with the items on his shoulder. Behind him, Su Qianxiang pouted, thinking to herself, he's really a blockhead. The next morning, behind the mountains, a large explosion occurred. The explosion turned out to be caused by Jian Xiu. He thought, I spent the whole night, and only managed to practice the fourth palm of the Furious Wave sevenfold palm. There isn't much time left. Looking at the sunrise, he said to himself, the great disciple recruitment of the Zhuangjian sect is tomorrow. But before that, I still have one more important matter to clarify. So, he returned to his courtyard, exhausted. The maidservant, seeing him, immediately started to cry, young master. I couldn't find you all night. I was so worried I thought I would die. Jian Xiu hugged the maidservant and soothed her, don't worry. Your young master is someone who has already been through death's door once. Nothing can happen. Then, he asked the maidservant, I asked you to send a message last night. Have the resources I asked you to buy arrived? The maidservant nodded, yes, they have. She handed him a package and said, a total of 300 Qi gathering pills. They are all of good quality. Taking the package of pills, Jian Xiu instructed, very good. Next, I need to go into seclusion for a day. You wait outside. Don't let anyone disturb me. The maidservant complied. Yes, I understand. Inside the bedroom, Jian Xiu took out the rusty sword and looked at it. He saw that the inscription on the sword read Dragon Abyss Sword. Carefully observing, Jian Xiu thought, this sword is the only thing that has resonated with the Chaos Supreme Tower so far. Therefore, it is not an ordinary object. Jian Xiu stared at the sword, wondering if he could discover anything else. Suddenly, the entire sword emitted a golden light. And then it turned into a beam of light that flew straight into Jian Xiu's body. Inside his body, on the first level of the Chaos Supreme Tower, the sword was floating there. Jian Xiu muttered to himself, unexpectedly, it fell into the center of the myriad flowing talismans. He reached out to grab the sword. However, its heat caused Jian Xiu to pull his hand back. Looking at the sword being forged within the myriad flowing talismans, Jian Xiu thought, the talisman formation within the myriad flowing origin is too mysterious. With my current abilities, there's no way to refine it. Jian Xiu despondently thought, this tower is truly overbearing. It didn't even discuss it with me and just forcefully took the sword. The Dragon Abyss Sword was originally what I had prepared for. The great disciple recruitment of the Zhuangjian sect. Now that you've taken it, you should compensate me, shouldn't you? And then it actually compensated him. Under Jian Xiu's feet, a luminous formation suddenly appeared. From there, golden characters flew around Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu was surprised and thought to himself, this feeling, my true qi is constantly pouring into my body. He quickly touched the meridians on his body and thought, this true qi is helping me break through the 8 extraordinary meridians. But I still need resources to support me. Otherwise, I'll definitely suffer qi deviation. Looking at the myriad flowing talisman formation, Jian Xiu wondered, the Chaos Supreme Tower can be like a spatial magic treasure, able to take the Dragon Abyss Sword. So can it help me absorb the qi gathering pills in here? Thinking this, he raised his hand to summon the pill pouch. Indeed, the pill pouch appeared in Jian Xiu's hand. He happily thought, I did it. The Chaos Supreme Tower can indeed be used as a spatial magic treasure. Without delay, Jian Xiu put a few pills into his mouth. Half an hour later, Jian Qiu's body had broken through. 7 of the 8 extraordinary meridians were opened. Exhausted, Jian Qiu lay on the ground, panting. He thought to himself, 7 of the 8 extraordinary meridians have been opened. Only the final one, the life and death meridian, remains. Looking at his own hand, Jian Qiu said to himself, this life and death meridian has always been called the barrier of life and death by martial artists. Generally, in the endless history of the entire heavenly martial continent, there are not many people who can open this life and death meridian. Jian Qiu staggered to his feet and already felt tired. He glanced at the myriad talisman formation. His heart was full of determination. I will open the life and death meridian. And I will also get back the Dragon Abyss sword. Moreover, Jian Qiu was also determined to win the great disciple recruitment of the Zhuangjian sect. The next morning, at the square in the west of Qianshui City, a large number of people were gathered for the competition. Some people exclaimed excitedly, the Zhuangjian sect's great disciple recruitment, which happens once every 10 years, has finally begun. The Zhuangjian sect only recruits 20 people each time. I wonder which family will have this honor this year. Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on a crowd that was surrounding someone. It turned out to be the pair of scoundrels, Liu Qianjiao and Ouyang Yuan. They were walking in arm. The crowd immediately began to discuss the second young master of Qianshui Prefecture. Ouyang Yuan is only 17 years old and has already reached the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. This year's champion of the great disciple recruitment will be no one else but him. In this Qianshui Prefecture, only young Master Ouyang and Miss Liu are the most suitable match. They are truly a heavenly couple. The person in charge of the competition announced, Ahem. Begin the inspection. Please have the contestants come to the stage. Thus, the pair of scoundrels went to the stage amidst the admiration of the crowd. Liu Qianjiao's eyes were full of happiness and smugness. Suddenly, as if noticing something, she turned her head to look. It turned out that Jian Qiu had arrived. Seeing him, Ouyang Yuan showed a look of disdain. This waste actually dares to appear before me. It seems that my lesson for him wasn't enough. Liu Qianjiao looked at Jian Qiu and said to Ouyang Yuan, I don't know what kind of evil technique he used to repair his danqian, allowing him to cultivate again. Ouyang Yuan comforted her, he's just prolonging the inevitable. No matter how much he cultivates, he is no longer the number 1 genius of Qianshui Prefecture from back then. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared. Liu Gaoyang appeared, blocking Jian Qiu's way, and shouted, Waste, stop right there. Jian Qiu coldly asked him, Haven't you had enough of the bitter taste from last time, that you dare jump out looking for death again? Liu Gaoyang gave a contemptuous smile and said, The Zhuangjian sect requires a minimum of the 9th level of body refinement to be accepted. You're only at the 6th level of body refinement. What qualifications do you have to dream about this? Get out of my sight. The person in charge of the great competition also spoke up, those who are not qualified should quickly withdraw. He thought to himself, so he is Jian Qiu. Jian Qiu said nothing and just quietly closed his eyes. Then, his body released a golden aura that sent Liu Gaoyang flying backward. Liu Gaoyang was sent flying by Jian Qiu's spiritual power. Seeing this, Liu Qianjiao hurriedly cried out, Quickly catch the young master. Liu Gaoyang was fortunate enough to be caught by his family members. However, he had already fainted, foaming at the mouth. The person in charge of the competition immediately realized that Jian Qiu was not ordinary. He thought to himself, this is the aura of the 9th level of body refinement. Could this child really have successfully broken through in such a short time? Jian Qiu looked at the person in charge and bowed politely, Elder Lane. Do I have the qualifications now? Elder La nodded, come up. So, the 3 of them stepped onto the stage together. In the center of the stage was a large stone. Elder La pointed to the stone and introduced, this testing stone can examine your cultivation, realm, and bloodline grade. Just place your hand on it. Let's begin. Ouyang Yuan immediately reminded Qianjiao. You go first. Liu Qianjiao walked towards the stone and placed her hand on it. The stone immediately displayed the information, Liu Qianjiao, 16 years old. Qi Transformation Realm, First Level. Mid-grade Zhuan Level Aptitude. Mid-grade Zhuan Level Bloodline. None of the 8 extraordinary meridians open. Seeing this information, the crowd below exclaimed, a mid-grade bloodline. Truly worthy of being the goddess in my heart. My goddess is amazing. Elder La nodded, not bad. A good seed. After the test, Liu Qianjiao turned back to Jian Qiu with a sneer and said, so what if you recovered to the 9th level of body refinement? Compared to me, you're just mud compared to clouds. Jian Qiu didn't bother with her. He picked his nose, showing his unconcern. It was Ouyang Yuan's turn to touch the stone. The information appeared, Ouyang Yuan, 17 years old. Qi Transformation Realm, 6th level. Mid-grade Earth level aptitude. Mid-grade Earth level bloodline. 3 of the 8 extraordinary meridians open. Seeing this, Elder La exclaimed, a monster. He is truly a monster. Even in the Zhuangjian sect, there are not many martial artists with Earth-level bloodlines. The crowd below cheered, he is truly the #1 genius of Qianshui City. A peerless expert has finally appeared in our Qianshui prefecture. It was Jian Qiu's turn to step forward and touch the stone. Immediately, an extremely powerful light was emitted. It blinded everyone below. The information appeared, Su Jian Qiu, 17 years old. Body Refinement Realm, 9th level. Mid-grade Heaven level aptitude. Low-grade Heaven level bloodline. 7 of the 8 extraordinary meridians open. Immediately, this information made Liu Qianjiao scream in surprise, what? Even Ouyang Yuan cried out, a low-grade Heaven level bloodline. The stone in the middle of the stage lit up brightly, as if it had discovered a genius. Elder La exclaimed in alarm, in the 8 extraordinary meridians, he has opened 7 meridians. Just 1 more meridian opened, and he would reach the legendary body refinement realm. Looking at the valiant Jian Qiu, Elder La cried out, the #1 genius of Qianshui City is back. But contrary to everyone's surprise, Jian Qiu was not happy. He thought, this test result is false. Closing his eyes, Jian Qiu said to himself, just now, the Chaos Supreme Tower inside my sea of consciousness released a spiritual light that rushed into the testing stone. Looking at the stone in front of him, Jian Qiu thought, because my bloodline has reached the heaven level, that spiritual light helped me distort the bloodline grade. His face showed little surprise. If my bloodline were to explode, I'm afraid it would alarm the entire Dacian dynasty. At that time, I don't know if it would be a blessing or a curse. Thus, Jian Qiu slowly released his hand from the stone. He gritted his teeth and turned to ask the pair of scoundrels, Liu Qianjiao. When you and Ouyang Yuan conspired to harm me, did you ever think about this day? Liu Qianjiao looked scared and stammered, you. The crowd below whispered among themselves, what? The young master of the Su family was framed by Ouyang Yuan and Miss Liu. Liu Qianjiao was still confused and tried to explain, no. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. Behind her, Jian Qiu continued to reveal the truth. To cure the cold poison caused by your triple yin meridians, I had to force out a drop of my vital essence every month. For 3 years without interruption. Thinking about the time he was framed, Jian Qiu continued, but the result was that you and Ouyang Yuan conspired to steal my bloodline and cultivation, cut off my meridians, and destroy my dantian. After saying this, Jian Qiu shouted loudly, how can there be such a vicious woman in this world? Liu Qianjiao was speechless. She immediately trembled and fell to her knees. Ouyang Yuan, on the other hand, calmly replied, Su Jian Qiu. You're too despicable. Jiao only didn't agree to be with you. So, you're falsely accusing her like this. Is that what a real man does? Jian Xiu turned to reply, so the second young master using the demon blood technique to steal my bloodline, is that the behavior of a real man? The crowd below immediately clamored, what? The demon blood technique is a forbidden art. Once a cultivator is discovered, he will be punished. The city lord Ouyang below worriedly thought, I can't let Su Jian Xiu continue to speak. Once the secret of the demon blood technique is exposed, I'm afraid the Ouyang family will be in big trouble. So, he immediately went up to the stage and shouted, Beast! Do you think that just because you have superior talent, you can come here and talk nonsense, spitting blood on people? Jian Xiu smiled and replied, What? City Lord Ouyang is already scared. City Lord Ouyang immediately channeled his spiritual power into his fist and shouted, Talking nonsense. I will kill you. The punch, which was quite fast, went straight towards Jian Xiu. He was unable to dodge the attack and was struck directly. Jian Xiu was knocked back a few steps. He wiped the blood from his mouth and thought, Ouyang Zon's cultivation has already risen from the Qi transformation realm to the Ci transformation realm. He is not someone I can fight against. On this side, City Lord Ouyang was also surprised. Su Jian Xiu is only at the 9th level of body refinement. Yet, my palm couldn't directly kill him. How is this possible? Suddenly, a hand grabbed Jian Xiu's shoulder and said, You stinky kid. Can't you see? You actually have such an upsetting story. It turned out to be Yang Chenhai. Jian Xiu immediately asked, Pavilion Master Yang. Why are you here? Yang Chenhai smiled and replied, Young friend Su is a member of my spirit talisman pavilion. If my people are bullied, as the pavilion master, I naturally have to come and stand up for you. Yang Chenhai then turned to Ouyang Yuan and said, You brat. You have a lot of guts. You actually dared to use a forbidden art like the demon blood technique. Ouyang Yuan quickly tried to explain, I didn't. Pavilion Master Yang, don't listen to his nonsense. Yang Chenhai smiled and said, Whether you did or not, we'll know after a quick inspection. City Lord Ouyang immediately stood up to defend him, Pavilion Master Yang. Are you really willing to have a life and death struggle with my Ouyang family? In his heart, he thought, Yang Chenhai and I are both at the Ci transformation realm, he is not easy to deal with. Yang Chenhai stroked his beard and replied, You brat is quite arrogant. To be blunt, you wanted to kill someone from my spirit talisman pavilion, and you're calling this a life and death struggle. Can you tolerate this? City Lord Ouyang arrogantly asked, I am the prefect of Qianshui Prefecture. Do you dare to kill me? Yang Chenhai pointed at Ouyang Yuan and angrily said, I won't touch you. But if this brat has really cultivated the demon blood technique, and used it to steal another person's bloodline, that is a crime punishable by death. At this point, City Lord Ouyang could no longer maintain his composure. He angrily asked, Dare to touch him and see. As he said this, his entire body immediately released a red spiritual aura, filled with murderous intent. The crowd below immediately showed fear, it's the Bloodshed Sect. A sect that kills like a cold-blooded beast. Others who saw the blood-red sky were also afraid, the Bloodshed Sect, a demonic sect that kills like wolves. They immediately ran away for their lives. City Lord Ouyang was overjoyed when he saw this. He looked up at the sky and called out, Senior Brother Li. The monster in the form of a black shadow spoke, rebuking, You waste. You can't even handle such a small thing. The sect's plans for many years have been ruined by you. When we get back, I'll settle the score with you. Elder La, seeing this, was also afraid, the Ouyang family is actually a member of the Bloodshed Sect. He looked at Ouyang Yuan and thought, the Bloodshed Sect and the Zhuangjian Sect are mortal enemies. Ouyang Yuan's participation in the recruitment has exposed the Bloodshed Sect's conspiracy. Looking at Jian Xiu, Elder La continued to think, if it weren't for Su Jian Xiu, the Bloodshed Sect's conspiracy would have been successful. At that time, I would have become a sinner for eternity. Yang Chenhai looked up and smiled, greeting, ha ha. Old Li, long time no see. You're still as arrogant and blind. The one surnamed Li replied, Old man Yang, stop with your strange talk. Even though I'm not your match, if you dare to kill Ouyang Yuan, I will take everyone in this city down with him. Hearing this, Yang Chenhai thought, with Ouyang Yuan's talent, when he grows up, he will definitely become a wicked force. I absolutely cannot let him live. Looking at the fleeing civilians, he continued to think, but with Old Li's methods, if he really attacks, it will be hard for me alone to protect everyone. The people will still suffer. Above, the one surnamed Li shouted, What are you standing there for? Hurry up and get lost. City Lord Ouyang stammered, Yes. Yes. Then, he pulled Ouyang Yuan away, thinking, the Ouyang family's identity has been exposed. No matter what, we can't stay in Qianshui Prefecture anymore. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Ouyang Yuan's leg. It was Liu Qianjiao. She fearfully grabbed Ouyang Yuan's leg for help, Yuan Ji. Take me with you. Otherwise, Jian Qiu won't let me go. Ouyang Yuan gritted his teeth, looked at her, and thought, I'm having difficulty protecting myself right now. How could I have the strength to worry about this lowly woman? Thinking this, he raised his hand to end this lowly woman's life. But suddenly, a voice rang out, Ouyang Yuan, wait. Take her with you. This woman has the triple yin meridians. A vicious heart. She's a natural-born evil blade. Hearing this, Ouyang Yuan had no choice but to sigh. Then, he reached out and said softly, Jiao. Don't cry. How could I leave you behind? Liu Qianjiao, with tears in her eyes, grabbed Ouyang Yuan's hand. They immediately transformed into a red mist and disappeared. Below the stage, Elder La respectfully thanked him, Thank you for your assistance, Senior. If it wasn't for you, we might not have been able to leave here alive. Yang Chenhai then laughed, Remember to tell Zhuqiu when you get back. Today he owes me a great favor. Afterwards, Yang Chenhai flew away. Elder La bowed his head, Take care, Senior. Elder La thought about Yang Chenhai's last words, and worriedly thought, the old man surnamed Zhuqiu from the Zhuangjian sect, there seems to be only one. He is the sect master of the Zhuangjian sect. If I go back to report, I'm afraid I'll be ostracized later. Suddenly, another voice rang out, Old man Yang ran away fast, didn't he? The voice came from a purple vortex. The vortex then grew larger. From inside, a beautiful woman stepped out. She was Kui Yuan, the fourth peak master of the Zhuangjian sect. Elder La immediately bowed and saluted, Greetings, Peak Master Kui. Looking in the direction of Yang Chenhai's departure, Kui Yuan softly said, No wonder he's been out of contact for so many years. It turns out he's hiding in this strange place. Then, she angrily gritted her teeth, thinking, I've caught you. Otherwise, I would have carefully calculated the debt from back then. Seeing Kui Yuan's attitude, Elder La sighed and thought, It seems that Senior Yang not only knows people from the Bloodshed sect, but also Peak Master Kui. Just what kind of divine being is he? Elder La then announced, Peak Master Kui. The Bloodshed sect suddenly appeared. As for Jian Qiu, he quietly slipped away. Kui Yuan waved her hand and replied, All right. I already know what happened here. Then, she pointed to Jian Qiu, who was about to run away, and said, You kid. Come bow down and acknowledge me as your master. From today onward, you are a disciple of my Zhuangjian sect's fourth peak. Jian Qiu was suddenly startled and stopped. Then, he turned around and pointed at himself, looking confused. Jian Qiu then asked, Master Kui. This matter seems a bit irregular. Disciples who pass the recruitment still need to go back to the sect and participate in the assessment before being officially accepted. Kui Yuan's face suddenly turned angry. She asked loudly, Whoever I want will be mine. Are you not convinced? Jian Qiu looked at the expression of the woman before him, and thought, of the 7 peaks of the Zhuangjian sect, the most difficult to deal with is the fourth peak. Especially this peak master. Her personality is the most unpredictable. Seeing Jian Xiu not say anything, Kui Yuan frowned and asked again, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and acknowledge me as your master." Jian Xiu reluctantly complied. Disciple Su Jian Xiu greets master. Kui Yuan smiled smugly, then threw a token to Jian Xiu and said, "Very good. When you get to the Zhuangjian sect, you can use this token to go directly to the fourth peak. You don't need to participate in the assessment with the other new disciples." Jian Xiu, both happy and worried, looked at the token in his hand. He went back to inform his maidservant. She looked extremely sad and knelt down, pleading, "Young master, please take me with you." Jian Xiu immediately helped her up and said, "Quickly stand up." "What are you doing?" The maidservant cried. "After the old master left, I only have one family member left, which is young master. Ruohua wants to go with young master to the Zhuangjian sect to serve young master." Jian Xiu immediately comforted her. The Zhuangjian sect is a large sect. There are many conspiracies and battles. You don't have any cultivation. If I take you with me, I will only be harming you. Ruohua wiped her tears and asked, "Then will young master come back to visit Ruohua?" Jian Xiu immediately hugged her and confirmed, "Don't worry. When young master has a firm foothold in the Zhuangjian sect, I will definitely bring you there." He also instructed her, "But before that, I need you to help me with something." Jian Xiu pricked a little blood from his fingertip. From that drop of blood, a golden light was emitted. Jian Xiu explained, "This is a drop of my vital essence. I will use it to improve your aptitude." After explaining, Jian Xiu put the drop of blood on Ruohua's forehead. Immediately, Ruohua's body reacted. Her whole body seemed to be on fire. Her body was receiving Jian Xiu's vital essence intensely. Because she could not withstand the overwhelming power, Ruohua fainted. Jian Xiu rested her head on his chest. Then, he picked her up, smiling, thinking, "I didn't expect that I have the Chaos Supreme bloodline. I can directly help Ruohua awaken a mid-grade Earth-level bloodline." Looking at her sleeping peacefully, Jian Xiu softly instructed, "From now on, you can cultivate in peace. You must wait for me to return." The next morning, on a cloud ship, Jian Xiu was on the ship. A hand suddenly tugged at his sleeve. It was a young girl. The girl shyly said to Jian Xiu, "Hello, young Master Su. My name is Fuling Xue. I'm also from Qianshui City." Jian Xiu smiled and greeted back, "Hello, Miss Fu. Looking at your aura, you have already reached the Qi transformation realm. You are above me." Fuling Xue waved her hand in confusion, "No, no, no. Young master doesn't need to be so polite. Just call me Zua." She lowered her head with a confused expression and continued, "This is my first time away from home. I think that young Master Su is a fellow countryman. I wonder if you could care for me in the future." Jian Xiu immediately agreed, "Of course." In his heart, he felt confused. This young lady clearly has higher cultivation than me, but she is so timid. I wonder how she will be bullied in the future. After a long while, the ship brought them to the Zhuangjian Sect's plaza. As soon as the ship docked, a group of Zhuangjian Sect disciples rushed out to welcome and invite them. "Welcome, newcomers. Are you interested in joining our Tuolian society?" Some others also greeted, "Come to the Ziha society. We are all elite outer court disciples. As long as you join us, you will have experienced senior brothers to guide you." Seeing this, Jian Xiu was very curious. So, even a great sect like the Zhuangjian sect has small societies. Fuling Xue replied, "I heard my father said that these societies are all established by disciples with mediocre talent and low realms, not worth joining." Her expression darkened. She continued, "But even as outer court disciples, they will only choose martial artists from powerful prefectures. People from small places like us will not be noticed." Suddenly, a man came over to strike up a conversation. "This little junior sister. Are you interested in joining our Zhuanyuan society?" He brazenly grabbed Fu Lingshue's hand, smelled it, and said, "Junior sister smells so good. After you join the Zhuanyuan Society, we'll discuss this carefully." Lingxue strongly refused, "No. I'm not going." At this time, Jian Qiu stepped forward to help her by flicking his hand. He frowned and said to the man, "She doesn't want to. Do you still want to force her?" The man also frowned and replied, "You waste in the body refinement realm. I'm talking, when did it become your turn to interrupt? Get lost." Around them, everyone was looking in that direction and discussing, who is this newcomer? He actually angered Han Andy. This Han Andy is really arrogant. I heard that he just forced a junior sister of the Ziha Society to her death a few days ago. The surrounding whispers made Lingxue worried, who told his uncle to be an outer court elder. "We can't provoke him." At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Who is Jian Qiu?" The crowd all looked towards the source of the voice and blushed with admiration. "It's her." The person who spoke was a beauty. She was the junior-senior sister of the Zhuangjian Sect's fourth peak, Zhuqiu Lianzu. Zhuqiu Lianzu carefully observed to find Jian Qiu. Those below all blushed when they saw her. They shouted, "Oh my God! Who am I looking at? It's Zhuqiu Lianzu. The goddess hasn't come to the outer court in a long time." More than half of the disciples in the sect dream of seeing her once. Another person also shouted, "Who? Who exactly has the honor to have the goddess come to find them personally?" At this time, Jian Qiu gently spoke, "I am Jian Qiu." Han Andy turned around to look at Jian Qiu and angrily thought, "What? The person senior sister Zhuqiu is looking for is actually just a waste in the body refinement realm." Lianzu walked over, stared at Jian Qiu with an excited expression and said, "You look quite handsome. Worthy of being the one that Master set her sights on." She quickly grabbed Jian Qiu's hand and dragged him away, introducing, "I am Zhuqiu Lianzu, your senior sister. Now, come with me to the fourth peak. This senior sister will personally arrange accommodation for you." Jian Qiu immediately replied, "Senior sister Lianzu, wait a moment." He looked at Han Andy and said, "Junior sister Lingxue doesn't want to join the Zhuanyuan Society. Please, senior brother, don't force her." Hearing this, Lianzu frowned and called out loudly, "Han Andy." Her body began to release a purple murderous aura around her. She threatened loudly, "What is this about?" Han Andy immediately lowered his head in fear and apologized, "I wouldn't dare. If senior sister Fu doesn't want to join the Zhuanyuan Society, I will absolutely not force her." Hearing this, Lianzu then smiled and said to Jian Qiu, "That's better. Little junior brother. Let's go." Behind them, Lingxue wanted to thank Jian Qiu, but couldn't find the words. Thus, Jian Qiu and Lianzu walked away together. On the way, Jian Qiu asked, "Looking at the commotion just now, junior-senior sister has already entered the sea transformation realm?" Lianzu replied, "Few. Only those who are powerful in the sea transformation realm are accepted as direct disciples of the fourth peak." She leaned close to Jian Qiu's ear and whispered, "For a chi refining realm like you to become a direct disciple is a first in thousands of years." A moment later, the two had arrived at the fourth peak of the Zhuangjian sect. Lianzu excitedly said, "All right. We are here." She led Jian Qiu to the door of a large room and instructed, "From now on, you'll stay here." Looking around the room, Jian Qiu was curious, "Junior-senior sister. The arrangement here is clearly for a woman. Are you sure you didn't go to the wrong place?" Lianzu mischievously replied, "Including Master, there are a total of 4 people in my fourth peak. Except for you, they are all women. The arrangement will naturally have a feminine style." Jian Qiu was immediately flustered. "What junior-senior sister means is that I am the only man here." Lianzu winked, "That's right. Another senior sister is currently in seclusion. You'll have the opportunity to meet her later." Jian Qiu nodded, then asked, "What about Master?" According to the rules, I still need to perform an official ceremony to be officially accepted. Lianzu covered her mouth and laughed. Master. Right now she's probably busy fighting with those old men to claim disciples. At the same time, in the Zhuangjian Sect's main discussion hall, the Grand Master was sitting on the main seat, laughing loudly, ha ha. Good, good. The Zhuangjian Sect finally has a disciple with a heaven-level bloodline. Below, Elder La bowed and said, reporting to the Sect Master. Sujian Qiu also opened 7 meridians in the 8 extraordinary meridians. Only 1 meridian is missing before he can reach the legendary Supreme Body Refinement Realm. Above them, Grand Master Zhuqiu Leone was happy and laughing heartily, a talent. Truly a talent. Another person, the 3rd Peak Master of the Zhuangjian Sect, named Tang Yushan, stroked his beard and excitedly said, my 3rd peak hasn't accepted a disciple in 10 years. This disciple should enter my 3rd peak. Another expert, the 2nd Peak Master, Li Yuancheng, also spoke up, ridiculous. You haven't accepted disciples for the past 10 years because you're lazy. A genius like him should enter my 2nd peak to cultivate to his full potential. The 5th Peak Master, Gong Haorang, also spoke up, wanting to claim the person, Brother Li Yuan. You already have enough disciples to keep you busy. It's better to let my 5th peak do the work instead. The 7th Peak Master, Qin Yaoyang, also chimed in, I think that disciple would choose my 7th peak. Besides, who wouldn't want a beautiful master like me? The Grand Peak Master, Zhuqiu Leone, also wanted to claim Jian Qiu for himself, all right. Stop fighting. A disciple like this should join the top peak of the Zhuangjian Sect. It just so happens that I'm short of a direct disciple. Hearing the Grand Master say this, everyone was surprised, huh? The 2nd Peak Master, Li Yuancheng, loudly rebuked Zhuqiu senior brother. Where's your face? You already have over 10 direct disciples and you're still competing with us. Realizing that he had said too much, Leone cleared his throat and ordered, well then, call that kid over here and let him choose. Elder La said, flustered, that reporting to the Sect Master. Sujian Qiu has already joined the 4th peak. Hearing this, the 1st and 2nd Peak Masters were speechless. What? The 3rd Peak Master looked at the composed 4th Peak Master, Kui Yuan, who was drinking tea. He gritted his teeth and said, no wonder 4th junior sister was so silent today. I thought she had changed her ways. It turns out that she had already succeeded. Kui Yuan frowned and asked, 3rd senior brother, it seems like you're not convinced. Do you want to fight? The 3rd Peak Master thought to himself, in terms of combat power in the Zhuangjian Sect, apart from Zhuqiu senior brother and 6th Peak Master Zhongsun Yuanbai, who else can beat Kui Yuan? At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Everyone in the main hall immediately flew out to find out the cause. The 1st Peak Master, Zhuqiu Leone, looked towards the 4th peak and said, there is an anomaly in the 4th peak. Everyone immediately flew in that direction and saw senior brother Zhongsun. He was the 6th Peak Master, Zhongsun Yuanbai. Zhuqiu Leone immediately asked, senior brother Zhongsun, what has happened to the 4th peak? Yuanbai replied, someone has achieved the supreme martial body. Kui Yuan immediately recognized it and said, that's Sujian Qiu. His 8th extraordinary meridian has been opened. Yuanbai then asked, does senior sister mean that he is a disciple of our Zhuangjian Sect? Zhuqiu Leone then laughed, ha ha. Senior brother Zhongsun has just come out of seclusion. So he doesn't know. Your 4th Peak Master has taken in a disciple with a heaven-level bloodline in Qianshui Prefecture. He has already opened 7 meridians within the 8 extraordinary meridians. Before even entering the sect, Kui Yuan also added, 6th senior brother, don't even think about taking my disciple. Sujian Qiu had already acknowledged me as his master in Qianshui Prefecture. He's a legitimate disciple of the 4th peak. Hearing this, Yuanbai looked towards the 4th peak with regret. it is indeed a bit of a shame to have missed out on him. On the fourth peak, the purple light was still becoming increasingly intense. Seeing this, Zhuqiu Leone urged, "We cannot just stand by and watch this celestial phenomenon continue to prolong. It would not be good for the Zhuangjian sect or that kid." Yuan Bai agreed, "Indeed. If the forces that are hostile to our sect find out, they will do everything they can to assassinate Zijian Qiu." Leone turned to suggest, "I ask that the four of you could cooperate with me, severing the connection between that kid and the heavens and earth. After that, Senior Sister should open the protective mountain formation. Senior Brother, you and I will join forces to scatter the dark clouds in the sky." Everyone immediately carried out the order and began to act. They all quickly flew around the mountain. A blue token was raised. Qiuan raised the token and shouted, "Protective mountain formation. Open." Immediately, a golden formation was created, surrounding the fourth peak. Inside, purple lightning was still striking violently. Zhuqiu Leone and Yuan Bai quickly flew directly into it. The two of them angrily used their maximum speed to fly into the center of the lightning. At this time, inside, Jian Qiu was still focused on cultivating and breaking through, unaware of anything. His eyes suddenly widened. Golden lightning from his body immediately spread around. They spread out, enveloping the entire mountain. Seeing this, Zhuqiu Leone immediately realized that the supreme martial body had succeeded. Qiuan, outside, was impressed. "It seems that he is not bad. At this moment, I can't even sense a trace of true qi. Are all these movements completely created by the strength of this kid's body?" Yuan Bai immediately confirmed, "It's only a preliminary martial body, and it's already at this level. When this kid grows to the same cultivation level as us, I wonder if we can even land a punch on him." Qiuan then replied, "You can rest assured about that, Senior Brother. The kid is only at the 9th level of body refinement. He has a long way to go before his next breakthrough." Yuan Bai nodded, "This kid has extraordinary talent. The nurturing afterwards must be handled with extreme caution. I'm sure this kid will grow to become a solid pillar for our Zhuangjian sect." He even tried to invite him, "If fourth senior sister finds it too troublesome, then actually..." Qiuan immediately recognized her junior brother's intentions and waved her hand. "Enough, enough. There are only 4 people who would trouble my fourth peak. How could I find him troublesome? You can forget about scheming against my kid." At this time, Leone finally placed his hands on both of their shoulders and smiled reassuringly, "All right. If everything is no longer an issue, then let's all disperse." At this time, at the border of the Zhuangjian sect, a few mysterious figures wearing red cloaks were lurking around and discussing, "Did something happen at the Zhuangjian sect just now?" Another one replied, "There was a celestial phenomenon. But the speed at which it dissipated was too fast, I couldn't see it clearly." They then quickly left and said, "Let's go. We'll go back to the Bloodshed sect first and report this to Sect Master Ming." Their movement techniques were also fast. They had already disappeared in a flash. Suddenly, a purple robe landed. It was Qiuan and Yuan Bai. Yuan Bai immediately asked, "Senior Sister, how does it seem?" Qiuan smiled and replied, "The fourth peak's protective mountain formation is not something easy to penetrate. Even if they could see through the sky, they would not be able to see through what just happened." Yuan Bai looked up at the sky and sighed, "Zijian Qiu's days ahead will definitely not be peaceful." During this half a year, Jian Qiu had been diligently cultivating. And finally, after half a year, Jian Qiu was about to break through to the Qi transformation realm. He closed his eyes and said to himself, "After half a year of diligent training, not only have I completely eliminated the potential dangers caused by my previous hasty cultivation, but I have also brought my supreme martial body closer to perfection." Thus, Jian Qiu continued to sit in cultivation. Around him, large gusts of wind began to blow. His entire body released golden rays of light around him. These rays were so powerful that they illuminated the entire surrounding area brightly. Then, Jian Xiu opened his eyes wide. An explosion was released. The entire area around Jian Xiu was destroyed. Fire blazed everywhere. In the very center where Jian Xiu was sitting, a wide, deep pit appeared. From the pit, a hand reached out. Jian Xiu laboriously climbed up, coughing. While wiping the sweat from his face, Jian Xiu thought, although I knew that my breakthrough to the Qi transformation realm would cause a rather large commotion, I didn't expect it to be so shockingly destructive. And there is also this Danqian that has expanded to hundreds of miles. I wonder how many resources I'll need in the future to fill it up. Looking at his torn sleeve, Jian Xiu thought, it seems that my clothes are also ruined. A moment later, at the mission hall of the Zhuangjian sect, Jian Xiu, after changing his clothes, had come here, looking around and thinking, in the Zhuangjian sect, resources can only be exchanged through contribution points. And contribution points require doing missions to obtain. Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Jian Xiu, senior brother Su. Startled, Jian Xiu turned around and greeted, junior sister Ling Xue. In his heart, he was feeling confused. Why does this girl walk so quietly without a sound? Ling Xue smiled and said, congratulations, senior brother, on breaking through to the Qi transformation realm. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the door, what is there to congratulate? It took half a year to break through to the Qi transformation realm. I wonder how you were able to climb into the position of a direct disciple. Another person, seeing that this person was rude, scolded, junior sister Shimon, don't be rude. Jian Xiu coldly looked up at the two people who had just spoken. They were two young women. One was a disciple from the Ziha Society of the Zhuangjian sect, Shimon Ilio. The other was the president of the Ziha Society, Wan Tuiying. Wan Tuiying politely greeted Jian Xiu, senior brother Su, please don't take it to heart. Junior sister Shimon has always been quick-mouthed, she doesn't have any ill intentions. Jian Xiu didn't take it to heart. He replied, it's okay. Ling Xue excitedly boasted, senior brother Su, I have joined the Ziha Society. Senior sister Wan accepted a C-rank mission. She excitedly introduced, this mission is to eliminate the blood python Susu that is wreaking havoc in the human city. Its cultivation is equivalent to a 5th level Qi transformation realm human martial artist. Would senior brother Su like to join us on this mission? Hearing this, Jian Xiu thought, I have never accepted a mission before. There are also a few things that I do not yet understand. Going with them can be considered practice in advance. Suddenly, some arrogant figures spoke with disdain, the blood python is ferocious. With senior brother Su's cultivation, following us is no different than offering his life to the blood python. The one who spoke was Han Andy. Another one, a disciple of the Zhuangyan Society, Sai Fengkai, also added, so you are Su Jian Xiu. You're only at the 1st level of the Qi transformation realm, and you've already been made a direct disciple. Another one, Huang Bangi, also sneered, really? My boss is already at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm, and he's still just an inner court disciple. Even if you go through the back door, you shouldn't be so blatant, right? Jian Xiu didn't pay much attention to what these people said. He thought, the group that Han Andy is with really is just a bunch of clowns. Han Andy approached and stroked Wan Tuiying's hair and said, senior sister Wan. This blood python is not easy to deal with. How about adding our Zhuangyan Society? If we help each other, we might be able to deal with it. Hearing this, in Wan Tuiying's heart, she thought, this Han Andy is not a good person. There have been many junior sisters from the Ziha Society who have been harmed by him before. What dark plot is he planning this time? He might bring disaster to others. Seeing Wan Tuiying hesitating, Han Andy threatened, senior sister Wan. If you don't agree, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain to the elders, right? Wan Tuing thought, this scoundrel is actually using his uncle, the elder, to threaten people. How despicable. Thinking that she did not want to get involved in trouble. Wan Tuing had no choice but to accept. If that's the case, then we can go together. Thus, the group set off towards the Crouching Tiger Mountain. Wan Tuing led the way while explaining, according to the villagers here, the monster's lair is on Crouching Tiger Mountain. Jian Xiu seemed to sense something. Seeing this, Ling Xue immediately asked, Senior Brother Su, is there something unusual? Jian Xiu nodded, the vegetation around here is abnormally infected with demonic qi. I'm afraid that this blood python is not as simple as we thought. I suggest that we stop and carefully investigate. First. Seeing this, Shaman Ilio spoke with disdain, if Senior Brother Su is this cowardly, then you shouldn't have followed us in the first place. Sai Fengkai took the opportunity to add, all right. Let's quickly kill that monster. Then go back and celebrate our victory. What's the point of talking nonsense with that waste? Let's just leave him here. Let's go. But Ling Xue trusted Jian Xiu and listened to him. The group left Jian Xiu and Ling Xue behind and approached the blood python's lair, loudly shouting, the lair of that beast is here. This old man is hungry. Suddenly, a large shadow rose up, engulfing the whole group, causing them to stare in fear. It was the blood python. It was a large python with a human-like face. It roared, are you looking for me? Han Andy cried out in fear, this is no ordinary demonic beast. It is a great demon that has transformed. From behind, Jian Xiu gave Ling Xue 2 talismans and instructed, Junior Sister. These 2 talismans can protect you from attacks by demonic beasts. Stay here and wait for me to return. Ling Xue immediately asked, Senior Brother is going to look for Senior Sister Wan and the others, right? Jian Xiu nodded, yes. The aura of that monster is very unusual. They will definitely not be able to deal with it. Ling Xue grabbed Jian Xiu's sleeve and asked, Senior Brother. They treat you so badly. Even if you follow them, they won't treat you well. Why not stay with me? Jian Xiu shook his head, after all, everyone is a fellow disciple. I can't just abandon them. Besides, this monster is wreaking havoc. I can't just let it continue to slaughter indiscriminately. Having said that, Jian Xiu jumped up and said, don't worry. I have my ways to protect myself. Wait for me to come back. At this time, at the blood python's lair, Wan Tuing was constantly crying out in a panic, this is a great demon that has transformed. Huang Bangi trembled and asked, a great demon that has transformed. Does its strength equal the sea transformation realm? Sai Fengkai fearfully looked at the python and thought, if I had known it would be like this, even if I were beaten to death, I wouldn't have followed them. Shaman Ilio shouted from behind, so Jian Xiu was telling the truth. We should have listened to him. Wan Tuing quickly regained her composure and suggested, everyone, don't panic. Let's join forces and try to break out. It's not certain that it can stop us. At this time, the transformed great demon spoke up, break out. Do you think you can escape from here? Haven't you seen what the surrounding area has become? Everyone immediately looked around and panicked, this is. Huang Bangi turned pale. He cried out in fear, we are done for. This is a demonic formation. With our level, we can't break it. The python smugly licked its lips and said, these days, I've only eaten a group of mortals. It's truly tasteless. Only martial artists who are full of qi and blood like you are worth my appetite. Its snake eyes widened. Then, it opened its large mouth with sharp fangs and rushed forward. Huang Bangi was the one being targeted. He screamed in fear, no. But the speed of the demonic beast was too fast. Huang Bangi could not dodge, and was immediately bitten into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere. Standing right next to him, Saifengkai screamed in fear, "Senior brother Huang." Tuiying took this opportunity to shoot an arrow at the demonic beast. But her arrow could not penetrate the python's tough skin. The arrow bounced back. The demonic python turned back to lick its lips and look at Tuiying. She trembled with fear. "I'm done for." Just at this moment, a palm force from out of nowhere struck the demonic python's body, causing it to roar in pain. The demonic python opened its eyes wide in anger and roared, "Who? Who dares to ambush me? Get out here." Jian Qiu rubbed his hands and replied, "You run pretty fast, don't you? Otherwise, a palm just now would have taken your beastly life." Seeing Jian Qiu, both Shiman Ilio and Tuiying were overjoyed and cried out, "Senior brother Su, you've arrived." Jian Qiu coldly suggested, "Quickly form a defensive formation. It's injured, it's not our match." Thus, everyone scattered in 5 directions, surrounding the python. Even though Han Andy was following Jian Qiu's instructions, he was still angrily staring at him. The demonic python stuck out its tongue and showed disdain. "Even if I am injured, my strength is still higher than yours. What can you wastes do?" Saifengkai charged forward with his sword and shouted, "You bastard! You're still talking arrogantly even while injured. I will avenge senior brother Huang." Thus, except for Jian Qiu, everyone attacked at the same time. But the demonic beast was still very strong. It quickly severed Saifengkai's right arm. The python's mouth opened into a smug smile, "Ha ha. You dare to fight me with just that little bit of strength? You're so foolish." At this time, from behind, Jian Qiu unleashed the furious wave 7-fold palm. His palm released a blinding golden light that shot towards the python. The python could not dodge, and was hit directly by Jian Qiu's move. Seeing this, Shiman Ilio wondered, is such a terrifying attack really from a first-level Qi transformation realm martial artist? Saifengkai watched in shock and thought, "I even wanted to teach Su Jian Qiu a lesson before. But with this situation, if I fought him for real, with just that one palm, I would have been reduced to ashes." As for Han Andy, he was grinding his teeth in jealousy. Why isn't a person with such monstrous talent me? At this time, Jian Qiu turned to look at Tuiying. But she was staring in horror at a snake tail that had just shot into the sky. Jian Qiu was startled and realized the danger. He quickly braced himself to block the attack and was hit by the snake's tail. Jian Qiu was injured. Blood spurted from his mouth. The python gritted its teeth in anger, "You stinky kid. Do you really think that I am so easy to deal with?" After speaking, it channeled its strength. The python's entire body released small, red rays of light. The red rays began to converge on its tail. Then, it used all its strength to slam its tail towards Jian Qiu, creating a super explosion. From the explosion, a series of smaller explosions were shot out, surrounding Jian Qiu. They began to spread out, preventing Jian Qiu from having a chance to dodge. Seeing this dangerous situation, Shiman Ilio fearfully assumed that Jian Qiu would not be able to dodge, and covered her face, not daring to look. But contrary to her expectations and that of the python, the smaller explosions could not touch Jian Qiu. He had created a protective circle around himself. The python roared. "How is this possible?" Hearing this, Shiman Ilio finally uncovered her eyes to observe. Jian Qiu's protective circle was so powerful that the explosion from the python's destructive move didn't even cause a scratch to his shield. Jian Qiu, inside the protective circle, coldly said, "Is that all you have?" The python roared, "Has the wound on your body completely healed? I clearly severely injured you just now. How could you recover so quickly?" Jian Qiu smiled and replied, "Is that all the strength you have? Why not save it and beg for mercy?" In his heart, Jian Qiu thought, "I have achieved the supreme martial body. As long as my qi and blood aren't depleted, my body will endlessly recover." The python, provoked, roared, "How dare you, a piece of trash in the qi transformation realm, act so arrogantly in front of me. Then it lashed its tail out at Jian Qiu. Jian Qiu calmly, with a cold expression, channeled his power, creating a swirling ball of energy in his hand. Even the people around them felt immense pressure from this powerful aura. After channeling his strength, Jian Qiu unleashed the move, creating a giant hand from the swirling ball. He charged forward, shooting that move directly into the center of the python's body. Hit by the fatal attack, the python was sent flying backward. Its mouth hung open. The python's entire body was covered in blood. Jian Qiu slowly walked towards it and threatened, "It's time to send you on your way." The python finally showed fear. It struggled to try and run away. Saifengkai, while hugging his severed arm, shouted, "This is bad. That beast is trying to run." Wan Tui naturally would not let it have its way. She drew her bow, aiming at it. The arrow shot out, flying like lightning towards the python. The arrow pierced the python's body, pinning it to the ground, preventing it from running. Taking this opportunity, Jian Qiu jumped up and charged towards the demonic beast. With just one cut, Jian Qiu channeled his chi into his arm and severed the python's head, ending the monster's life. After taking it down, Jian Qiu sat down in exhaustion. Wan Tuiying quickly ran over to ask, "Senior brother Su, are you all right?" Jian Qiu's face was a bit pale, but he still replied, "I'm fine. I'm just a bit exhausted." In his heart, he said, although the supreme martial body possesses extraordinary healing abilities, it still requires a large consumption of physical strength. Fortunately, before I was exhausted, I was able to successfully take down the blood python. Shimen Ilio now had a different view of Jian Qiu. She ran over and praised in admiration, "Senior brother Su, I didn't expect that you alone would be able to take down the blood python. You're truly too powerful." Jian Qiu humbly replied, "It was just luck. Luckily, we only encountered one." Saifengkai stepped forward with a smile and said, "Brother, you're good." Saifengkai is impressed now. Jian Qiu looked up at him, then gave him a vial of medicine and said, "Don't say anything. Quickly apply this medicine, it can stop the bleeding." However, there was still one person who was not convinced. It was Han Andy. He spoke with a sinister voice, "So you're all now loving each other so much?" Wan Tuiying turned around, her face stern, and asked, "Han Andy, what do you want to do?" Han Andy took out his sword and pointed it at Jian Qiu, threatening, "What do I want to do? Of course I'm going to kill him." He pointed his sword at Jian Qiu, who was sitting there resting, and repeated, "What do I want to do? Of course I'm going to kill him." Wan Tuiying immediately shouted, "Han Andy, have you gone mad? Killing fellow disciples? Even if you run, you won't escape death." Han Andy revealed a treacherous smile and said, "No one is going to kill him. Because you will die at the hands of the blood python, becoming heroes who eliminated evil for the people." He laughed maniacally, "And I am the one who killed the blood python, avenging you." Saifengkai was furious at the person he had been following for so long, Han Andy. "My big brother is one of the top 10 disciples in the sect. If you dare to kill me, he will definitely kill you to avenge me." Han Andy smiled treacherously and replied, "Don't worry. Out of respect for the days we've been together, I will give you a quick death." Shimen Ilio knelt down, begging, "Senior brother Han, please don't kill me. I promise I will do whatever you want." Han Andy didn't care. He looked at her with disdain and said, Han Andy, don't trust anyone. Only dead people can keep secrets." Jian Qiu slowly stood up and warned, "It seems that you're really sure that you've got us, huh?" Han Andy was a little worried, but still replied, "Don't pretend. I know you've just gone through a fierce battle, your strength is depleted. Now, even a waste in the body refinement realm could take you down." Jian Qiu coldly asked, "Is that so? Then why are your hands shaking?" Indeed, Han Andy's hands, though he was holding a sword, were trembling. Then he swung the sword at Jian Qiu's neck and yelled, "You're about to die, but you're still talking nonsense. Die." Suddenly, a sword attack from out of nowhere cut across Han Andy's neck, causing his head to fall without him being able to react. This shocked everyone. The one who had just attacked was Fu Lingxue. Lingxue turned pale and explained, "This is the first time I've killed someone." Jian Qiu praised, "A one-hit kill. You did well." Lingxue humbly replied, "If it wasn't for the swift escape talisman that senior brother Su left for me to protect myself, I might not have been able to do it." Wan Tuiying then asked, "Senior brother Su, what should we do with the blood python's corpse?" Sai Fengkai went over and touched the blood python's corpse and determined, the entire corpse of this blood python is a treasure. It's extremely valuable. It must be brought back to the sect. But our ship can't hold it. Jian Qiu took out a token and said, "Let me call someone to help. Everyone rest first." Half an hour later, a large ship flew over. It was Lianzu who flew down. She happily asked, "Little junior brother, what happened that you called senior sister so urgently?" Seeing the corpse of the blood python, Lianzu was surprised. "What the heck is this?" Jian Qiu smiled and replied, "Senior sister, it's a long story." Lianzu suddenly turned angry and ordered, "Speak." She pinched Jian Qiu's cheeks and scolded, "You ran into a great demon that had transformed and didn't even try to escape. Do you want to make me your senior sister for 2 days? To stop being your senior sister so soon?" Jian Qiu cried out, "Senior sister. People are watching." Lianzu then glanced to the side and asked, "Who is watching?" She was startled when she finally realized that Jian Qiu was with 4 other people. Right beside them was the headless corpse of Han Andy lying there. Understanding everything, Lianzu angrily said, "This Han Andy has a lot of guts. He actually dared to attack the people of my 4th peak. He should be celebrating that he's dead. If he had fallen into my hands, he wouldn't have died so easily." Shimon Ilio, hearing this, was secretly terrified. "I've heard that the people of the 4th peak are all crazy, and they are famous for always protecting their own people. This is the first time I've met them. Their reputation is truly well-deserved." Thus, Lianzu, along with the others, loaded the blood python's corpse onto the ship and said, "Let's go. Senior sister will take you back so you can receive your rewards." A moment later, at the mission hall of the Zhuangjian sect, Jian Qiu exclaimed in surprise, "What? 700 contribution points." A senior brother smiled and replied, "That's right. Senior brother Su, this time you killed a great demon that had transformed. It's a C-rank mission, so of course you would receive an A-rank reward." Jian Qiu sighed, "So that's how it is." The others were also happy when Jian Qiu said, "Everyone was in a life-or-death situation during this mission. I can't possibly take all the rewards for myself. Please share some of it with everyone." Thus, everyone said in unison, "Senior brother Su is noble. Senior brother Su is noble." He grasped the pouch of contribution points tightly, and thought, use the contribution points to exchange for resources. With this amount, it should be enough to last for a short time. 1 month later, Jian Qiu was in his room cultivating, thinking, "This is the first time I'm using a formation to refine pills. I wonder if it will succeed." Thinking this, Jian Qiu began to refine pills. Half an hour later, a series of pills had been created. Holding the pile of pills in his hand, Jian Qiu thought, "This is great. I've refined 50 qi gathering pills from 50 portions of ingredients. The success rate is 100%. A moment later, outside the 4th peak hall of the Zhuangjian sect, Jian Qiu, in a hooded outfit, looked out at the mountains in the distance and said to himself, "In the past month, even though I have been diligently cultivating at the mission hall, the number of contribution points I've obtained is not little. But in the end, it's still not enough. If I want more resources to cultivate, I must rely on that place. Thinking this, Jian Qiu folded a paper crane and released it into the sky, using magic to make it larger. Then, he jumped on it and rode it away. He flew to the Qiang Peak Trade Fair. Jian Qiu, in a disguise to hide his identity, was selling goods. 2 disciples of the Zhuangjian sect came to buy goods and greeted, "Heavenly Water Brother. You've finally come." In his heart, Jian Qiu said, "This market was established by disciples of the Zhuangjian sect, it doesn't have any fixed rules. So, it's best not to trade under my real name. I will use the name Heavenly Water." He nodded and greeted, "It's been a while. Your cultivation has improved quite a bit. Congratulations." One of the male disciples smiled modestly, "This is all thanks to Heavenly Water Brother's blessings. If it wasn't for your spirit talismans, we would have died in that trial secret realm days ago. Let alone have this opportunity." This person carefully looked at the 2 chests that Jian Qiu had brought and asked, "Heavenly Water Brother, the sect is about to open a new Zixin secret realm. Do you have any good items prepared?" Jian Qiu replied, "The items are all here." After speaking, he slowly opened the 2 chests. The light from it was so blinding that the 2 disciples were overwhelmed. "Oh my God! These are all top-grade treasures." In addition to the valuable items, the 2 chests also displayed the value that Jian Qiu was asking, 500 contribution points. Seeing this, one of the disciples said, "Heavenly Water Brother, these are all good items, but the price is a bit expensive." The other disciple also nodded in confirmation, "That's right, Heavenly Water Brother. And this time, we are also buying a bit more. I wonder if you can lower the price." Jian Qiu then pulled his hood down a bit and asked, "My spirit talismans can save your life in critical moments. It can be said that it fears nothing. Its value is immeasurable. And yet you're complaining." Having said that, he closed the 2 chests and said, "If you're not buying, then leave. Don't interfere with my business." The disciple immediately laughed to explain, "No, no. We'll buy it." In his heart, he said to himself, "Don't joke. Being able to buy 1 talisman from this big brother is like having an extra life. Who doesn't want to keep their life?" The other disciple immediately suggested, "Heavenly Water Brother, we don't have enough contribution points. But can we use other treasures to trade with you?" Having said that, he took out a piece of protective armor and introduced, "This is a 2nd-grade, top-grade magic treasure with defensive properties. The Great Python Heavenly Scale Armor. Its defense is extremely high. Even if it were a 9th-level Qi transformation realm martial artist, they wouldn't be able to break through its defense in an instant." Jian Qiu took it and offered a price. "The quality is considered not bad. Worth 2 swift escape talismans." Hearing this, both of these people were startled. "What? Only 2? Old brother, isn't that a bit too little?" Jian Qiu then explained, "Too little. At most, your magic treasure can only withstand 1 attack from a 9th-level Qi transformation realm martial artist. While my swift escape talismans can provide you with 2 lives. How is it too little?" Helpless, the other person had no choice but to agree. The other disciple took out a pink jade and smiled, "Heavenly Water Brother. Although I don't know what this is for, I'm sure that its grade must be above the 3rd grade." Jian Qiu immediately recognized it as Scarlet Young Gold Lightning Ore. He thought, Scarlet Young Gold Lightning Ore is a 4th-grade spirit ore. Just adding a little of it into a magic treasure can improve the magic treasure's properties. Just the size of a thumb is enough to sell for an astronomical price. He was sure that this guy didn't know the true value of this item. Thinking this, Jian Qiu immediately agreed, "That's all right. The price is about 3,000 contribution points. But senior brother can take the equivalent value in spirit talismans and spirit pills." Before they were done, these 2 also took out a series of strange magic treasures from their pockets. This left Jian Qiu speechless, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, someone from behind spoke, "Oh. Isn't this senior brother Tai and senior brother Ma? One person immediately turned around in surprise, junior brother Huang. Aren't you supposed to be training in the mountains? Why are you here? The disciple surnamed Huang said dejectedly, this time, with the opening of the Zixin secret realm, all inner court disciples, no matter where they are required to return to the sect and participate. Another person immediately reminded him, don't mention it. The sect is paying unusual attention to this secret realm. It seems that people from the Bloodshed sect are going to cause trouble again. Thus, several of them left while discussing among themselves, not bad. It's said that there is something in the secret realm that resembles what the Bloodshed sect needs. Once they obtain it, I'm afraid no one in the entire Dacian dynasty will be able to control them anymore. Jian Qiu silently listened to these words from behind. He carefully observed and thought about the things that those people had just said. Then, Jian Qiu folded another paper crane and made it large. He rode it to fly back to the fourth peak. While going, Jian Qiu wondered, the Bloodshed sect. He then returned to his room. Upon arriving, Jian Qiu saw Lianzu waiting for him there. He was immediately curious, senior sisters Wu Qiu. It's so late, why are you here? Lianzu immediately pulled Jian Qiu away, and said anxiously, follow me. Master wants to see you. The sky was getting darker and darker. In Kui Yuan's room, she was sitting in meditation, closing her eyes in contemplation. Seeing Jian Qiu, Kui Yuan immediately instructed, Kidsu. The reason I summoned you here today is to impart the fourth peak's martial arts to you. Seeing that Kui Yuan's expression was not good, Jian Qiu was curious, Master. Why is your complexion so bad? Even if you are imparting martial arts, it shouldn't be so urgent. Kui Yuan wearily replied, if I don't impart it now, I'm afraid that there won't be an opportunity later. Jian Qiu was worried, what does Master mean by those words? Lianzu, from the side, explained, yesterday. Master and a demon from the Bloodshed sect fought. Master was poisoned by the Bloodshed's clear Ming poison. Then she said to Kui Yuan, Master, don't worry. The Zixin secret realm will be open soon. Disciple will definitely find the heavenly mystery dragon herb, which will help Master detoxify. Hearing this, Kui Yuan angrily yelled, nonsense. Do you know what the consequences of forcing it are? If you dare to violate my orders, don't blame me for expelling you from the sect. Lianzu gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with tears as she replied, expel me then. No matter what, disciple cannot just stand by and watch Master be in danger. Kui Yuan shouted, get out. Don't mention this matter again. Seeing the tense situation, Jian Qiu placed his hand on Lianzu's shoulder. He smiled reassuringly, senior sister, go first. Leave this matter to me. Thus, Lianzu reluctantly had to leave the room. After Lianzu left, Kui Yuan then said, Kidsu. You were able to cultivate the supreme martial body, and are able to surpass martial artists in the same realm in combat strength at every level. You must have obtained some extraordinary inheritance, right? Hearing his master ask this, Jian Qiu guiltily lowered his head, and did not dare to answer. In his heart, he was thinking, ever since I was betrayed by Liu Qianjiao, I swore that I would never trust anyone again. Even more so, I cannot reveal the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art to anyone else. Who knows if the other party will become a second Ouyang Yuan, stealing my opportunities. But while Jian Qiu was lost in thought, Kui Yuan had already pointed a finger at his forehead, imparting something to him. Kui Yuan then said, this is the fundamental cultivation technique of this peak, the water-moon flow frost art. And also, the highest martial art of this peak, the clear flow illuminating void sword art. Jian Qiu's eyes widened. In the space inside Jian Qiu's body, the high-level martial arts were being absorbed by his body. Jian Qiu thought, she immediately gave me 2 earth-level cultivation techniques. The depths of the Zhuangjian sect are truly profound. Half an hour later, Kui Yuan, although her body was in pain, still explained, the clear flow illuminating void sword art has a total of 15 levels. Then, she stepped outside and reminded Jian Xiu, you follow me outside, your master will demonstrate for you once. Jian Xiu glanced at his master with a worried expression. At the cliff of the fourth peak, Qiuran was standing at the edge of the mountain top, holding a sword in her hand. She began to wield her sword. Qiuran's sword movements were extremely graceful and beautiful. With the final sword stroke, Qiuran stabbed the sword strongly into the ground, forming an image of purple birds flying around. Jian Xiu carefully observed and marveled, this is the power of a Yuan Dan realm expert. After finishing her sword dance, Qiuran stood still for a moment. Then, she threw her sword to Jian Xiu and instructed, when I was young, I always used this clear autumn water sword. Now I give it to you. Jian Xiu said in confusion, Master. Actually you don't need to. But before he could finish speaking, Qiuran had already begun to fall. Seeing this, Jian Xiu quickly flew over. He managed to catch her in time. Seeing that blood poison was seeping out of the corners of Qiuran's mouth, Jian Xiu said to himself, the poison that Master was inflicted with has already corroded her internal organs. If there is no antidote, I'm afraid that she really won't be able to live for long. To save his master, Jian Xiu had no choice but to extract a drop of blood from his forehead. The drop of blood from him formed a red spirit pill. The pill flew up to her forehead and went into Qiuran's head. Jian Xiu then took Qiuran back to her room. All the other peak masters also came to check on Qiuran. Qin Yaoyang was examining Qiuran's health. From behind, Zhuqiu Leone worriedly asked, 7th junior sister. How is your 4th senior sister? Qin Yaoyang worriedly replied, logically speaking, 4th senior sister just forced herself to perform the clear flow illuminating void sword art. It must have reopened her wounds, causing the poison to explode. She continued to say, but for now, it seems that 4th senior sister's vital essence seems to be even stronger than before. It's truly strange. Only Jian Xiu knew the reason. He thought, it's because of my drop of vital essence. Hearing this, Lianzu excitedly asked Qin Yaoyang, does that mean that Master will get better? Qin Yaoyang sighed and replied, no. This is only temporary. If we can't obtain the antidote for the bloodshed's clear Ming poison, then with 4th senior sister's current condition, she will only be able to last for 3 months at most. Hearing this, Lianzu was shocked. Then, she fainted, causing Jian Xiu to have to quickly catch her. A moment later, at the cliff of the 4th peak, Jian Xiu approached and asked, Junior senior sister. It's cold at night, if the frost damages your body, Master will be worried. Lianzu clenched her teeth, showing determination, I must go to the Zixin secret realm. Hearing this, Jian Xiu thought in his heart, it's the Zixin secret realm again. Earlier at the Qiang Peak Market, senior brother Tai and senior brother Ma also mentioned it repeatedly. He remembered the conversation between the two senior brothers, don't mention it anymore. The sect is paying unusual attention to this secret realm. It seems that the people from the Bloodshed sect are causing trouble again. The other one nodded, that's right. I heard that there is something in the secret realm that the Bloodshed sect needs. Once they get it, I'm afraid that there won't be anyone who can control them in the entire Daqian dynasty. Thinking this, Jian Xiu then asked Lianzu, junior senior sister. What does the Bloodshed sect want in the Zixin secret realm? Is it the raw material for refining the Bloodshed clear Ming poison? Lianzu nodded, that's right. That raw material is called Bloodshed dark demon essence. Then Lianzu began to narrate, in the beginning, we only knew that the toxicity of the Bloodshed dark demon essence was very weak. It was fundamentally unable to threaten a Yuan Dan realm expert. So, 10 years ago, even though we knew that someone from the Bloodshed sect had taken it out of the Zixin secret realm, no one paid any attention to it. Remembering her master, Lianzu continued, until recently, Master was poisoned while fighting with someone from the Bloodshed sect. 7th Peak Master, Qin Yaoyang, while examining Master's wounds, discovered that the origin of the poison was the bloodshed dark demon essence. The bloodshed dark demon essence had gone through a cruel refining process by the bloodshed sect. Its toxicity has increased 100-fold, just one drop is enough to kill a Yuan Dan realm expert. Lianzu frowned and continued, not only that. The evil demons of the bloodshed sect are also planning to use the bloodshed dark demon essence to refine the mysterious Blood-fiend. It is a ferocious beast that could cause an entire dynasty to collapse. After listening, Jian Qiu then asked, I still clearly remember that the entrance to the Zixin secret realm is guarded by our Zhuangjian sect. But according to senior sister, how could the disciples of the bloodshed sect enter and exit freely? Lianzu then replied, 10 years ago, when the people from the bloodshed sect first appeared in the Zixin secret realm, we also thought that there was a spy in the sect. But after many investigations, we found out that the bloodshed sect had found a new entrance on their own, and had even forcefully taken it over for themselves. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, Zua. Jian Qiu. It was Zua Qiu Leone. Seeing him, Lianzu immediately called out, Father. Jian Qiu respectfully greeted, Greetings, Sect Master. Leone then said, I have ordered all the inner court disciples of the entire sect to enter the Zixin secret realm to find an antidote. But Zua, you must remain at the fourth peak. He then flew away, not forgetting to remind her one last time, don't go. Don't blame your father for being heartless. Jian Qiu looked puzzled, junior senior sister. Why don't the sect master and master allow you to enter the Zixin secret realm? And their attitude is also very harsh. Lianzu then explained, the entrance to the Zixin secret realm only allows martial artists in the Qi transformation realm to pass through. I've already entered the Qi transformation realm. If I want to enter, I must forcefully lower my realm. Hearing this, in Jian Qiu's heart he thought, the consequences of forcefully lowering one's realm are enormous. If one is not careful, then junior senior sister could end up being stuck at the Qi transformation realm for the rest of her life. Lianzu continued, besides father, master is also an extremely important person to me. No matter what, I cannot just stand by and watch. Summoning all of her determination, Lianzu affirmed loudly, Father is probably busy mobilizing the inner court disciples right now. I will now go to the entrance of the Zixin secret realm and wait. When the time comes, I will force my way in. Jian Qiu immediately called out, wait. He had a serious expression on his face and decisively said, I will go in your place. Lianzu immediately turned her head to scold him, nonsense. Do you know what that place is like? Inside there are countless transformed great demons. Every year when inner court disciples enter, the mortality rate is as high as 80%. Jian Qiu smiled mischievously and replied, what's the big deal? Did senior sister forget? That blood python was also a transformed great demon, and it died in my hands. Hearing this, helpless, Lianzu had no other choice but to agree, master is poisoned. Senior sister is also in seclusion. Little junior brother. You must be absolutely careful. Jian Qiu nodded, senior sister, rest assured. Whether it's the heavenly mystery dragon herb, or the bloodshed dark demon essence, I will bring them back. A while later, at the entrance to the Zixin secret realm, there was a large number of disciples gathered there, waiting for the entrance to the secret realm to open. A female disciple of the Zhuangjian sect was saying to her senior brother, the secret realm is extremely dangerous. You're not an inner court disciple, why do you have to go? This person immediately replied, junior sister. Don't you know? The greater the danger, the higher the value. Inside that secret realm, it is full of heaven and earth treasures. That female disciple then continued, I heard that the sect master issued 2 missions. One is to stop the disciples of the bloodshed sect from collecting the bloodshed dark demon essence. 2 is to collect the heavenly mystery dragon herb. That person then confirmed, that's right. The rewards for these 2 missions are extremely high. Just completing the second mission will reward you with 500,000 contribution points. And you can also become a direct disciple of one of the 7 peaks. The others around them, hearing this, were excited. What? A direct disciple? Isn't that a one-step climb to the heavens? Jian Xiu was quietly standing from afar, listening to the story. Suddenly, a purple circle opened up. Qin Yaoyang then explained, everyone. This is the entrance to the Zixin secret realm. The secret realm is very dangerous. I hope that you can all return safely. Thus, the disciples of the Zhuangjian sect rushed into the portal together. Jian Xiu also quickly entered the portal. He immediately felt the spiritual qi around him. Is this mist formed by spiritual qi? No wonder it can contain so many heaven and earth treasures. Suddenly, Jian Xiu noticed 2 disciples of the bloodshed sect in front of him. One of them, seeing Jian Xiu, immediately showed disdain. Is the Zhuangjian sect running out of people? They actually sent a piece of trash at the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm here. Do they want to give us a free kill? Jian Xiu despondently thought, what's wrong with my luck? As soon as I entered, I encountered disciples of the bloodshed sect. The other disciple of the bloodshed sect didn't even bother with Jian Xiu. He said to the other one, what are you talking about? Quickly kill him and let's move on. The other one immediately charged forward and roared, kid. You can be proud that you're the first to die under my hands in this secret realm. Jian Xiu coldly watched as that person charged at him. The other person, who was walking, suddenly turned around in surprise when he noticed an explosion behind him. After the explosion ended, he saw that the other person had already died. He also saw Jian Xiu gently raising his hand. He immediately gaped, what? In his heart he thought, this kid only needed one move to kill an opponent who was 3 realms higher than him. Realizing that the person in front of him was not easy to deal with, this person immediately braced himself, channeled his power, and shouted, not bad. It turns out that you are a person who is hiding your strength. But it's a pity for you. You encountered me. Today, I will bury you together with my junior brother. After channeling his power, he unleashed a series of punches towards Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu lightly dodged all of his attacks. He smiled and thought, I have been cultivating for so long and I still lack actual combat experience. It just so happens that someone came to my door to help me practice. I must cherish this moment. I must be careful. Thus, while that person continued to unleash his moves, Jian Xiu continued to dodge lightly. After a while, the disciple of the bloodshed sect was panting from exhaustion. He thought, I've been attacking for so long and this kid keeps dodging. But he doesn't show any signs of running out of true qi. This kid is too abnormal. No way. If this continues, I will die at the hands of this abnormal person. I must find a way to escape. Thus, he tensed up, preparing to unleash all of his strength. The pressure that was released was not weak. It caused Jian Xiu to show some respect. Thinking that he was going to fight Jian Xiu to the death, who knew that he would actually use his strength to run away. This surprised Jian Xiu. You want to run away? He smiled and observed him. At this time, in the Zhuangjian sect's discussion hall, Zhuqiu Leone was yelling, what did you say? Su Jian Xiu has already entered the Zixin secret realm. Qin Yaoyang, sweating, replied, just now, at the entrance of the secret realm, from far away I saw a figure that looked very much like that kid. Zhuqiu Leone said in a deep voice, Su Jian Xiu is the key to revitalizing the Zhuangjian sect. If something happens to him, it will absolutely become the greatest loss in the history of our Zhuangjian sect. Suddenly, a female disciple ran in anxiously to report, Sect Master, it's not good. Zhuqiu Leone asked in surprise, didn't I tell you to go watch over Zua? Why did you run out here? The female disciple anxiously reported, Junior Sisters Wichio. She knocked me unconscious and ran off on her own. Back in the secret realm. That person was hastily running away. Jian Qiu calmly took out a swift travel talisman from his robe and smiled. He attached the talisman to his robe. Then, he jumped high and flew to chase after that person. With the assistance of the talisman, Jian Qiu's speed had increased many times over. In a flash, he had blocked the bloodshed sex person. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, thinking, this kid is too fast. Knowing that he could not run, he unleashed the blood shadow palm. Jian Qiu also unleashed the furious wave sevenfold palm to counter the attack. The two moves collided with each other. With the protagonist's power, Jian Qiu's move completely overwhelmed that person from the bloodshed sect. He was struck by the move and disappeared into nothingness. After defeating the person from the bloodshed sect, Jian Qiu wearily looked at his hand and said to himself, with my current realm, I can only unleash 7/10 of the power of the furious wave. Sevenfold palm. Even with just that little power, it was already so terrifying. Then, he took out a token. It was a magic treasure specially made by the Zhuangjian sect to record the number and strength of the disciples of the bloodshed sect who were killed. The spiritual chi of the two people who had just been defeated escaped, forming a red light. Then, they flew towards Jian Qiu. And then, they gathered into the magic treasure in his hand. On the magic treasure, the information immediately appeared, 1 Qi Transformation Realm, 6th level, and 1 Qi Transformation Realm, 7th level were killed. Contribution points increased by 900. Suddenly, a scream rang out from the distance, ah! Jian Qiu startled and turned around. Realizing that it was Wan Tuing's voice, Jian Qiu immediately used the swift escape talisman to teleport. He flew to where Wan Tuing was, who was now lying unconscious. Catching her, he examined her and thought, all of her internal organs show signs of injury. It's clear that the injuries were caused by a domineering internal force. If this continues, Senior Sister Wan will lose her life. Thus, he quickly helped her sit up and used his power to push it into her back. While treating Wan Tuing, Jian Qiu thought to himself, this source of true qi was refined by my Chaos Heavenly Emperor art, it contains a mysterious and incomprehensible power. Even if her internal injuries are more severe, I will be able to completely restore her. After a while of treatment, Wan Tuing coughed up blood poison. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Jian Qiu, Wan Tuing was surprised, Senior Brother Su. Jian Qiu immediately motioned, Senior Sister, don't talk. He took out a pill and gave it to her, saying, this is a 9 revolutions raise pill. After taking it, you need to rest for about 2 incense sticks. When that time is up, your physical strength will be fully restored. Suddenly, both of them were startled when they saw a person from the Zhuangjian sect falling from above. This person had been killed, blood was splattered everywhere. Wan Tuing fearfully embraced Jian Qiu. Behind him there were a few people. They were 3 people from the bloodshed sect who were bullying a female disciple of the Zhuangjian sect. The person leading them raised his move, threatening. Little wench. You look pitiful. Let Big Brother send you on your way first. That female disciple was fearfully thinking to herself that she was done for. She trembled in fear, shrinking back as she thought that she had reached the end of her life. Just at that moment, Jian Qiu charged forward and blocked the attack, stopping the person's move. He yelled, "Who are you?" But before he could finish speaking, Jian Qiu had already gently placed his hand on his chest and pushed out. He unleashed the furious wave palm, sending him flying backward. Jian Qiu coldly watched as that person was directly hit by his move. Seeing this, the female disciple who had been scared earlier then thought in awe, this person is only at the 3rd level of the Qi Transformation Realm, and he already killed a disciple of the bloodshed Sect at the 9th level of the Qi Transformation Realm in one move. Where did this heaven-defying monster come from? The other two, seeing their boss get killed in one move, immediately ran away in fear. A monster. Run! However, Jian Xiu would not easily let them escape. With his agility, he killed those two in one move. Jian Xiu thought, I cannot allow my strength to be revealed to them. Once the bloodshed sect prepares for me, it will no longer be easy to deal with them. The other two disciples of the Zhuangjian sect who had been saved immediately came over to greet him. I am Yang Junba from the Lingshao Society. May I ask how I should address this fellow disciple? Jian Xiu also politely greeted back. I am a direct disciple of the fourth peak, Su Jian Xiu. The female disciple beside him then smiled happily, so it's a direct disciple. No wonder you have such profound skills. I am Tan Yusin. I hope senior brother Su can guide me more in the future. The female disciple, who had just been rescued, also spoke up to introduce herself. I am Huang Isu. I am truly grateful to senior brother Su. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind him, not bad, Su Jian Xiu. I didn't expect to meet you here. Jian Xiu turned around and frowned, it's you again. It turned out that the person who had just spoken was Ouyang Yuan. Following him was Liu Qianjiao along with a few others from the Bloodshed sect. Jian Xiu frowned as he looked at his irreconcilable enemy and said, it's you again, Ouyang Yuan. Ouyang Yuan gave a sarcastic smile and said, Su Jian Xiu. I didn't expect us to meet again. Carefully observing the two people who had harmed him, Jian Xiu frowned and thought, based on their auras, the cultivation of these two is only at the 8th level of the Qi transformation realm. And yet, they make others feel so terrified. It seems that they have cultivated some extraordinary cultivation technique in the Bloodshed sect. As for Liu Qianjiao, she also observed Jian Xiu and said to herself, Su Jian Xiu has indeed become a direct disciple of the Zhuangjian sect. If it wasn't for me misjudging back then the one standing beside him would have been me. Seeing this woman carefully looking at Jian Xiu, Ouyang Yuan angrily pinched her cheek and scolded, where are your eyes looking? Don't forget that you are my person now. Liu Qianjiao brushed his hand away and replied, you don't need to remind me. In her heart, she said to herself, because I chose to follow Ouyang Yuan, I became a person who is neither human nor ghost. Seeing that the two sides knew each other, Tan Yusin worriedly asked, Senior brother Su, do you know the people from the Bloodshed sect? Yang Junba also added, Senior brother Su, even if you are a direct disciple, colluding with people from the Bloodshed sect is a death penalty. Jian Xiu gave a smug smile and replied, that's right, I do know them. I am the one who will send them on their way. Hearing this, Yang Junba, Tan Yusin, and Huang Isu looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Ouyang Yuan, hearing Jian Xiu's boastful tone, laughed, ha ha. A big mouth without knowing shame. Killing a waste like you would only dirty my hands. Then, he ordered his followers, attack. Take that waste's dog life. The people behind him, hearing the order, immediately attacked. They swung their swords towards Jian Xiu and yelled, die. But before Jian Xiu could attack, Tan Yusin had already used her sword to block their attacks. The three of them, Tan Yusin, Yang Junba, and Huang Isu, stood in front of Jian Xiu and said, Senior brother Su just saved us. We will naturally not abandon you. Protect senior brother Su. Thus, the two sides charged into battle. The underlings of the Bloodshed sect were quickly annihilated by the power of the three of them. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuan angrily pointed at Tan Yusin's face and scolded, you wench. You dared to ruin my plan. Then let me send you on your way first. Then, he unleashed a move, creating a red palm that shot towards the people from the Zhuangjian sect. Jian Xiu quickly charged out and stood in front of Tan Yusin. He used the furious wave palm to counter his attack. A super explosion suddenly appeared in the forest. Smoke filled the air. After the smoke gradually cleared, Jian Xiu was still standing there unharmed, protecting Tan Yusin. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuan gnashed his teeth, confused. What? Liu Qianjiao was sweating with worry. She wondered, Ouyang Yuan is cultivating the bloodshed sect's evil techniques. No one at the Qi transformation realm is a match for him. Yet, Su Jianxiu, who is only at the 4th level of the Qi transformation realm, is able to fight him evenly. Looking at Jianxiu, she said to herself, given time, he will surely become a hero that will shake all sides. As for Ouyang Yuan, he was feeling extremely angry. Why? I clearly stole his bloodline. Why am I not his match? Thinking this, Ouyang Yuan channeled all of his spiritual qi, creating a fiery red flame that enveloped his body. He cried out, the palm just now was not using all of my strength. Now I will let you see my true power. His spiritual qi surged and formed the shape of a giant demon face. The overwhelming power caused Huang Yisu to sit down in fear and said, this is the highest level of the blood shadow palm. Everyone will be turned into a puddle of blood. The demon face roared as it charged forward. Die, Su Jianxiu. It quickly charged forward and swallowed Jianxiu's body whole. Inside that strange aura, Jianxiu seemed to be completely unharmed. He looked down at his hand and felt something strange. Then, Jianxiu gave a smug smile and thought, it seems that within this demonic move there is also hidden poison. Unfortunately, when faced with my supreme martial body, it's all useless. Jianxiu then prepared to use a large amount of his spiritual power to counter and said, now it's my turn, right? He unleashed a palm strike that transformed into a giant golden hand, dispersing Ouyang Yuan's demonic spiritual power. Ouyang Yuan fearfully watched as Jianxiu's move rushed towards him. He was so surprised that he couldn't dodge, and could only stand still to endure the attack, being sent flying far away by Jianxiu's furious wave palm. Seeing this, Liu Qianjiao realized, the furious wave sevenfold palm. So Su Jianxiu is the mysterious person in private room number 1 of the Wanwu trading company from back then. She was shocked when she realized this truth. At this moment, Ouyang Yuan coughed and spat out a little fresh blood. He wiped the blood from his mouth and angrily said, I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet. But Liu Qianjiao stood up to stop him and reminded, don't fight anymore. We have a mission from the sect. Continuing to fight with this waste is just a waste of time. Helpless, Ouyang Yuan had no choice but to listen to her. He spat on the ground and said, let's go. Seeing this, Liu Qianjiao breathed a sigh of relief. In her heart, she was thinking, if we continued to fight, this idiot would die at Su Jianxiu's hands. At that time, I wouldn't be able to escape either. Thus, the pair of scoundrels left. Seeing this, Jianxiu also let out a sigh. While pouring a pill into his hand, Jianxiu thought, after experiencing the blood shadow palm's poisonous attack from Ouyang Yuan, a powerful ability in my supreme bloodline seems to be showing signs of awakening. Jianxiu then swallowed a few spirit pills to recover. Behind him, Wan Tuiying called out, Senior Brother Su. Seeing her, Jianxiu happily asked, Senior Sister Wan. How have you recovered? Wan Tuiying immediately replied, Senior Brother's medicine is incredibly miraculous. My body has recovered 7 or 8 parts. I don't have anything to repay your life-saving grace. Wan Tuiying then worriedly said, I don't know how many dangers there are ahead. With my cultivation, I'm afraid that I will only be a burden to everyone. Jianxiu then gave her some talismans and instructed, Senior Sister Wan. Here are some spirit talismans. Take them to protect yourself against any unexpected situations. Taking the pile of spirit talismans, Wan Tuiying cried out in surprise, this pile of spirit talismans has over 10 different kinds. They are all the popular spirit talismans in the sect recently. Looking at Jianxiu, Wan Tuiying thought, I heard that these spirit talismans are sold by a mysterious person. Even one is difficult to obtain in the sect. Could it be that Senior Brother Su is As if understanding Wan Tuing's thoughts, Jian Qiu smiled and nodded. Thus, she bowed her head to thank Jian Qiu. A moment later, the group arrived at the foot of a mountain. Jian Qiu then said, "This is the place where the heavenly mystery dragon herb grows, the Dragon Mystery Mountain." Tan Yusin looked up and said, looking at this situation, "We are the first group of disciples to arrive here. The 500,000 contribution points are surely ours." Suddenly, a loud roar rang out from the top of the mountain. It caused the entire group of Zhuangjian sect members to be startled in fear. What was that sound? Wan Tuing immediately replied fearfully, "It's the roar of the demonic beast guarding the heavenly mystery dragon herb." Even from this distance, the power of the roar is so strong. One can guess how difficult it will be to deal with that beast. Wan Tuing then worriedly asked Jian Qiu, "Senior brother Su, should we go up now or wait for more people to arrive?" Jian Qiu then replied, "We'll go now." In his heart, he was worried about Kui Yuan. Master's poison cannot be delayed. At this moment, a few disciples of the Zhuangjian sect were already fighting the dragon that was guarding the herb. It turned out that the person who was fighting it was Lianzu. While dodging, Lianzu shouted, "Tang Ningxin, can you not just watch the show?" At this moment, another young woman charged forward to attack the dragon. This young woman unleashed a punch straight into the dragon's head. The young woman's punch created a large explosion that caused the mountain to shake. This young woman was Tang Ningxin, a direct disciple of the seventh peak. Ningxin smugly said, "Why are you in such a hurry? That's a sea transformation realm great demon. If I don't observe more, how will I find its weaknesses?" Lianzu then frowned and replied, "I can wait. But Master can't wait. I need to quickly obtain the heavenly mystery dragon herb." Thus, Lianzu took out her sword. She swung her sword, using her true qi to slash towards the dragon. Lianzu's slash did not hit the great demon, but it did create a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring its vision. The great demon's vision was obscured by the smoke, unable to see anything. Taking this opportunity, Lianzu reached out to take the heavenly mystery dragon herb. However, the great demon quickly detected it and stared at her. Seeing this, Ningxin fearfully warned, "Lianzu, run!" However, it was already too late. The great demon opened its mouth wide, about to swallow Lianzu whole. It bit down hard on Lianzu's body. However, a black figure suddenly appeared and quickly carried her away. It was Jian Qiu. He had arrived just in time and saved Lianzu's life. Seeing Jian Qiu, Lianzu cried out in joy, "Senior brother Su." But then from happiness, Lianzu turned fearful. Jian Qiu gently landed and placed Lianzu down. Lianzu worriedly scolded Jian Qiu, "You're being reckless. Even I can't deal with this demonic beast. Did you come here to find death?" Jian Qiu frowned and replied, "Senior sister's approach was the one that was seeking death. If senior sister is so reckless, how can you obtain the heavenly mystery dragon herb?" Lianzu asked in shame, "What did you do just now? How were you so fast?" Jian Qiu winked mischievously and held out a talisman, replying, "A swift escape talisman for fleeing quickly. It's just a small trick." Lianzu held the talisman in her hand and asked, "A spirit talisman like this is hard to come by even with a mountain of gold. Where did you get it?" Jian Qiu quickly replied, "I picked it up." Suddenly, Lianzu pinched Jian Qiu's ear tightly, causing him to cry out in pain, "Ah!" She angrily scolded, "You stinky kid. You've grown a lot of guts after not seeing you for a few days, haven't you? You dare to lie to senior sister." Jian Qiu was still crying out in pain. "It hurts. It hurts." At this time, Tang Ningxin approached and asked, "Not bad, Zhuqiu Lianzu. I was wondering where you had run off to. So, you're here flirting with your little lover." Lianzu laughed teasingly, "You brat, who can't even wipe your nose, what do you understand about what a little lover is?" Ningxin, being teased, immediately became angry, if you dare to look down on me again, be careful that I beat you. Lianzu continued to laugh and tease, with this strength of yours, you can beat me. You'll probably end up crying and going to seventh uncle to complain. Seeing that these two seemed to have forgotten the situation, Jian Xiu spoke up, you two senior sisters. Are you going to continue arguing? Or are you going to obtain the heavenly mystery dragon herb? Thus, the two of them turned to ask in unison, does junior brother have any brilliant ideas? Jian Xiu then took out a formation plate. Seeing this, Lianzu asked in confusion, a formation plate? Do you know how to set up formations? Jian Xiu nodded, I obtained it by chance. I understand a little. Thus, Jian Xiu began to walk around, setting up the formation plate. Seeing Jian Xiu carefully setting up the formation, Lianzu wondered, senior brother's strength far surpasses what he shows on the outside. And now he's also revealing his skills in setting up formations. Perhaps what I know about him is just a small piece of it. After setting up the formation plates began to glow. Jian Xiu then said, all right. Let's start working next. At this time, the great demon was still guarding the heavenly mystery dragon herb. Suddenly, its eyes turned ferocious. It turned out that Lianzu and Ningxin were charging at it to act as bait. They shouted in unison, big head. Obediently accept death. Being provoked, the great demon opened its mouth and charged forward. The two sides fought fiercely. During this time, Jian Xiu used the swift escape talisman to teleport to the location of the heavenly mystery dragon herb. He carefully observed it and thought, the heavenly mystery dragon herb is a 4th grade spiritual herb. I have to be wary of its spiritual chi backlashing when I remove it from the ground. Just at this moment, the great demon detected that Jian Xiu was trying to steal the treasure. It immediately turned towards him. Jian Xiu startled in alarm, oh no. I can't escape. Not having time to dodge, Jian Xiu had no choice but to raise his hands to brace himself. The great demon hit him with a heaven-shattering blow. Jian Xiu was sent flying far away. Hit by such a powerful attack, he coughed up some fresh blood. Luckily, he was wearing armor inside. Jian Xiu thought, luckily, I'm always wearing the Great Python heavenly scale armor. Otherwise, with that attack, I would have lost a large amount of skin if I hadn't died. He quickly stood up and ran away. Lianzu and Ningxin also ran after him and asked, senior brother, are you okay? Jian Xiu hurriedly instructed, I'm fine. You two senior sisters continue with the plan. The three of them ran into the formation that Jian Xiu had already set up. The great demon, not knowing anything, mindlessly chased after them and fell into the formation. Immediately, its mind was transported to a vast, sandy desert somewhere. The great demon was bewildered, not understanding what happened, and it also had no way to return. Looking at the great demon that was now immobile, Lianzu laughed loudly, ha ha, you big stupid thing. You can't get out, right? This 7 stars bewitching formation is for you to endure. She then turned to worry about Jian Xiu, but one palm from the dragon mystery great demon can move mountains. Are you really okay, senior brother? Jian Xiu then teased. How about I take off all my clothes for senior sister to check? Lianzu angrily said, you shameless. Then she hit Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu laughed and teased her back. Both of them did not realize that they were feeding dog food to Ningxin all this time. After joking with senior sister for a while, Jian Xiu took out a talisman and closed his eyes. Lianzu curiously asked, a sound transmission talisman. Who do you want to send a message to? Jian Xiu, still with his eyes closed, sent a message and replied, before coming up the mountain, I was originally traveling with senior sister Wan and the others. Then in the middle, I sensed junior senior sister's aura, so I came up the mountain first. He finished sending his message into the talisman, then tore it to shreds, letting the wind carry it away. Then he said, Once the dragon mystery great demon escapes from the bewitching formation, it will level the entire dragon mystery mountain. So, I must inform senior sister Wan, and the others to quickly leave. After finishing everything, Jian Qiu then poured out some pills. He put a handful of pills into his mouth and swallowed them. While chewing the pills, a hand quickly snatched away Jian Qiu's pill pouch. Ningxin frowned and said, "A grown man, but still eats secretly. I have to see what good food it is." When she opened it, it was full of pills. Her face changed when she recognized that they were qi-gathering pills. She then scolded Jian Qiu, "Do you treat qi-gathering pills as snacks? Who wastes such precious things like you?" Jian Qiu then took out another pouch and gave it to Ningxin, saying, "Then here's a pouch for you." Ningxin's face immediately changed, smiling happily, "I'm so embarrassed." Ha ha. Jian Qiu then thought, she changes her face so fast. While eating the qi-gathering pills, Ningxin then suggested, "How about I become your little brother? I guarantee that I'll go through fire and water for you without hesitation." Jian Qiu immediately shook his head in refusal, "No need. I think I am enough." In his heart he thought, "Little brother. It's clear that she is only eyeing my qi-gathering pills." Being rejected, Ningxin then pondered, "Little brother is not good." Then she suddenly had an idea, "Then I'll become your wife." Hearing this, Jian Qiu was so shocked that he spat out the water he was drinking. Lianzu angrily ran over and pinched Ningxin's cheeks, scolding, "You damned brat. Do you even know what a wife is that you talking nonsense?" Ningxin cried out, "I don't care." She still turned to affirm to Jian Qiu, "Su Jian Qiu. From now on, I am your wife. From now on, we will share blessings and hardships together, as husband and wife." Hearing this, Lianzu pinched her even more tightly. As for Jian Qiu, he still had a confused look on his face. Helpless, Jian Qiu had no choice but to agree to her initial request, "All right. Then you will be my little brother from now on. You won't be lacking your share of my qi-gathering pills." After that, the sky gradually grew dark. Jian Qiu and his two senior sisters were resting beside a campfire after having run far away. Ningxin, who was tired, was leaning on Lianzu's shoulder, resting. Lianzu said to Jian Qiu, "After running for the whole day, we should be far enough from the Dragon Mystery Mountain." Ningxin chimed in, "I originally thought it would take at least a few days to deal with that big guy. I didn't expect to finish it so quickly. It's not satisfying at all." Thus, she mischievously put her hands together and prayed, "There is still a long time before the exit of the secret realm opens. Before then, let me have some fun." Just as she wished, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. Jian Qiu immediately jumped up and asked, "Who's coming?" It turned out that they were two disciples of the Zhuangjian sect. They anxiously warned, "Fellow disciples, run quickly." Seeing them, Jian Qiu said to himself, "Talisman and Ma Jingjiao. I didn't expect to meet them so soon." Talisman pointed behind him and shouted, "Everyone, run quickly. The people from the Bloodshed sect are about to catch up." The two of them hid behind Jian Qiu when they saw the Bloodshed sect disciples arrive. The group of people from the Bloodshed sect had 5 members with fierce expressions. One of them spoke, threatening, "Hey brat. I advise you to hand over those 2 people here. Otherwise, none of you will escape." Ningxin smugly spoke up, "What kind of trash are you? Whether we will let you off is hard to say." Being insulted by a kid, one of them immediately swung an attack and shouted, "Seeking death." Ningxin lightly raised her hand and blocked his attack. Seeing this, the disciple of the Bloodshed sect was terrified, thinking, "What kind of monster is this young girl? If she was a normal Qi transformation realm martial artist, after taking my palm strike, she would have been turned into minced meat." On this side, Ningxin playfully gave him a punch and threatened, "Try taking one punch from me." Being punched right in the middle of his stomach, that disciple of the Bloodshed sect was sent flying backward. After defeating him, Ningxin then proudly turned to Jian Qiu, "So, With a wife like me, do you feel very safe? Jian Xiu angrily replied, don't call yourself my wife anymore. Otherwise, I won't give you any more qi-gathering pills. Ningxin smilingly replied, all right, all right. As long as it's known between us as husband and wife, that's enough. The disciple of the bloodshed sect at this time finally managed to climb back up. His junior brothers worriedly asked, Boss, are you okay? That person coughed up a little fresh blood and thought, damn it. I can't beat that little girl. So I'll take it out on that guy who's her kept man. Thus, he began to use his ultimate move. His body swelled up, and his mouth sucked inward like a toad. His junior brothers, seeing this, cried out in fear, this is boss's ultimate move. You're done for. After swelling up to the necessary size, he took a stance. Then, in a flash, he shot forward like a giant monstrous toad, about to swallow Jian Xiu whole. But Ningxin had already lightly raised her hand. The disciple of the bloodshed sect didn't understand what she was planning to do. Ningxin lightly used her hand to pierce through his body. His body began to deflate like a balloon. Then it flew up into the air, causing his junior brothers to hurriedly follow, yelling, Boss, don't leave us. After finishing, Ningxin dusted off her hands and said, daring to touch my man. Seeking death. Behind her, Lianzu covered her mouth and laughed teasingly, little junior brother. Not bad. You went to the secret realm, and immediately picked up a little wife. Jian Xiu then replied, Senior Sisters Wuqiu. Why are you still watching the show? Don't you know what her personality is like? You can't take it seriously. Lianzu glared at Jian Xiu. At this time, Talisman then waved and called out, Heavenly Water Brother. Come over here for a bit. Jian Xiu was immediately startled and confused, replying, Senior brother must be mistaking me for someone else. I am Su Jian Xiu, not Heavenly Water Brother. Ma Jingjiao then smiled and said, don't pretend anymore, Senior brother. I recognize your voice as soon as I heard it. We have something to discuss with you. Hearing this, Jian Xiu thought, forget it. There's no need to hide this identity anymore. Thinking this, he then replied, what is it? Talisman immediately asked, Heavenly Water Brother, are you still selling those spirit talismans? Especially the swift escape talismans. Jian Xiu then replied, I have the spirit talismans. But the price? Understanding what Jian Xiu was about to say, Talisman immediately took out a pouch of contribution points and spoke first, I understand. The swift escape talisman is 1,000 contribution points. The golden shield talisman is 300. The strength enhancing talisman is 500. We have already prepared these. But Jian Xiu then offered a different price. He suggested, those are the prices outside the secret realm. Inside here, the swift escape talisman is 5,000 contribution points. The golden shield talisman is 1,500. The strength enhancing talisman is 2,500. Hearing this, the two of them immediately cried out, you're robbing us. Heavenly Water Brother. You can't be a scalper, increasing the price like this on the spot. Jian Xiu then explained, Senior brothers, think about it. Outside the secret realm, I can continuously obtain materials to refine spirit talismans. But inside here, I have a limited number of spirit talismans. Helpless, the two of them had no choice but to agree. However, since they did not have enough contribution points, Talisman suggested, we used our contribution points to exchange for treasures. How about we use treasures of equal value to exchange with you? Jian Xiu smiled and agreed, that's fine too. But this time, you won't be able to exchange for them with ordinary treasures. Thus, Talisman reached into his robe to take something out. He took out a rather strange, blue stone. Jian Xiu immediately recognized it, a Sumeru stone. Talisman nodded, Heavenly Water Brother knows good goods. He recognized the Sumeru stone in one glance. Then, he explained, This type of mineral has spatial properties, and it is an important material for refining spatial magic treasures. Jian Xiu was immediately curious. Senior brother Tai, you are taking out such precious items. It can't just be to exchange for a few spirit talismans, right? Tai Lian laughed, he. I'll let you have a look first. Thus, he took out a series of pouches. These pouches contained a scary red spiritual energy. Observing them, Jian Xiu thought, the aura of these things is exactly the same as the bloodshed clear Ming poison that Master was poisoned with. Could it be that it is the bloodshed dark demon essence? No wonder those bloodshed sect disciples were chasing these two without letting them go. Tai Lian also took out a red spirit pill. Seeing it, Jian Xiu cried out, the bloodshed scarlet Li pearl. Tai Lian nodded and continued, Heavenly Water Brother must have also seen that inside these pouches are over 100 kilograms of the bloodshed dark demon essence. He held out the red spirit pill and continued, adding this bloodshed scarlet Li pearl, which is formed from the essence of the bloodshed dark demon essence. Its total value is about 10,000 contribution points, enough for both of us to become direct disciples of the 7 peaks of the Zhuangjian sect. Jian Xiu then smiled and asked curiously, Senior brothers obtaining these things must have become a thorn in the side of the disciples of the bloodshed sect. Right? Tai Lian nodded, that's right. The two of us have completely offended the bloodshed sect. So, aside from exchanging for spirit talismans, we want to join hands with Heavenly Water Brother. Then, both of them said in unison, we ask Heavenly Water Brother to let us join you, so we can help each other out. Jian Xiu thought deeply, letting them join means giving each other your backs. Should I trust them? From behind, Ningxin loudly called out, Su Jian Xiu. What have you been doing over there secretly? For so long. What are you doing? Jian Xiu irritably scolded, go away, go away. This is a matter for adults, children are not allowed to interrupt. Lianzu laughed while Ningxin retorted, you're the one who is a kid. Be careful I hit you. Thus, Jian Xiu reached out and took the Sumeru stone. The two of them happily cried out, does Heavenly Water Brother mean? Jian Xiu nodded to confirm, all right. Quickly put your things away. Let's continue on our way when it's light. A moment later, the group was resting. Ningxin and Lianzu were asleep. Jian Xiu was sitting nearby, watching over them. As for Tai Lian and Ma Jingjiao, they were roasting fish. Tai Lian gave Jian Xiu a roasted fish and said, Senior Brother Su. Eat it while it's hot. My fish roasting skills were cultivated after entering the secret realm a dozen times. Jian Xiu happily took the roasted fish. But then a few red spiritual energies appeared, causing Jian Xiu to startle. The roasted fish fell to the ground. The red spiritual energies continuously appeared, surrounding the entire group, causing them to quickly dodge. Jian Xiu called out a warning, everyone, be careful. There's an ambush. Tai Lian and Ma Jingjiao fearfully looked at the red strings of spiritual energy. Tai Lian called out a warning, it's the bloodshed sect's earthly blood net. At this time, Jian Xiu was calmly searching for a way to deal with this. He closed his eyes to sense it. Jian Xiu's body released a golden spiritual energy. It transformed into a flame that surrounded him. Jian Xiu's spiritual energy caused the blood net to freeze. They fearfully and gradually retreated away from Jian Xiu's spiritual energy. Jian Xiu was startled when he saw this strange thing and wondered, could it be that it is my Chaos Supreme bloodline that is forcing these blood rays back? Behind him, Ningxin and Lianzu were also cutting through these blood rays. As for Tai Lian and Ma Jingjiao, they were fearfully calling for help, Senior Brother Su. Save us. These blood rays were gradually closing in, cutting into their skin, causing them to cry out in pain. Jian Xiu hurriedly flew over and broke apart those blood rays. His enormous spiritual energy pushed back those blood rays. Tai Lian praised in admiration, Senior Brother Su is amazing. Ningxin was also curious, what was that? Those things seemed to be very afraid of Senior Brother Su. Lianzu was also curious, thinking, just what kind of monster did Master take in? The secrets on his body are getting more and more. At this moment, a foot slowly appeared on the surface of a lake. It belonged to a woman who looked quite scary. She was a person with a scheming face. A smile broke out on her lips. She said, "I've finally found you all." Talisman, seeing her, cried out, "The blood net demoness, Yimeng." That Yimeng then threatened, "You stinky kid. Hand over the bloodshed scarlet Li pearl. I will give you a complete corpse." Hearing this, Lianzu immediately cried out, "You obtained the bloodshed scarlet Li pearl." Talisman stepped over and pulled on Jian Qiu's sleeve. He whispered, "Senior brother Su. We already said we would work together. If that demoness snatches back the pearl, then our previous efforts would be wasted." Jian Qiu carefully observed that Yimeng and thought, this person's aura is strange. Perhaps she has a high position in the bloodshed sect. Before knowing her tricks, I can't easily attack. Suddenly, Ningxin rushed forward, "Let me test her strength first." Seeing this, Jian Qiu yelled anxiously, "Senior sister. Don't." That Yimeng then unleashed a series of blood rays, surrounding Ningxin. Ningxin unleashed a punch, attempting to punch through the blood net. Suddenly, a glowing spirit talisman appeared on her hand. Despite this, Ningxin was still injured somewhat by that blood net. At this moment, the spirit talisman took effect. It caused Ningxin to disappear in front of that Yimeng's surprised eyes. Jian Qiu appeared from out of nowhere, and unleashed a punch towards her. Being caught off guard, she cried out, "How is this possible? Since when did the Zhuangjian sect have methods to counter the blood net's secret art?" Being hit directly by Jian Qiu's punch, that Yimeng was sent flying backward. The force of the punch was so powerful that it sent her flying far back, hitting the ground hard. Ningxin happily hugged Jian Qiu's shoulder and said, "Worthy of being the man of this Tang Ningxin. You have some skills." Jian Qiu bonked her on the head and reminded her, "Don't be so reckless in the future. Before knowing the enemy's strength, you are not allowed to rashly attack." Ningxin painfully hugged her head and cried out, "Don't hit my head. If I don't get taller in the future, you're responsible." While Lianzu was more cautious. She said, "I'll go check if she is really dead." Suddenly, Jian Qiu sensed something. From under the water, a red spiritual energy rose up. Jian Qiu quickly warned, "There's a change. Everyone, run." Immediately after, a blood explosion appeared. From under the water, a foot appeared. It was that Yimeng. She was not dead, and had transformed into a demonic form with a scythe in her hand. Her mouth was full of sharp fangs. She roared. Jian Qiu's group quickly ran away. Sensing her aura, Jian Qiu thought, "It's the aura of a sea transformation realm." That blood net demoness was able to forcefully increase her realm. Thinking this, he quickly instructed Lianzu, "Junior senior sister. You take them ahead. I'll attract Yimeng's attention." Lianzu agreed and reminded him, "But you take the lead. If you can't handle her, you must use the fourth peak token to send a message to me. Don't overexert yourself." Jian Qiu nodded in agreement and teleported away. That Yimeng quickly chased after Jian Qiu and roared, "You thief! I will chop you into 1,000 pieces." Jian Qiu pulled out another talisman. Then, he disappeared right in front of that Yimeng's eyes. She roared, "Not bad. Another useless talisman. I want to see whether your talisman uses up first, or whether you die by my hands first." She quickly chased after him and caught up with Jian Qiu. Seeing that he did not move, that Yimeng smugly asked, "Run, why aren't you running anymore?" Jian Qiu smiled, "I'm afraid that you can't keep up." In his heart, he thought, if she turns around to chase after the people of senior sister, then everything will be ruined. That Yimeng, being provoked, immediately jumped up, swung her scythe, and warned, "Dare to insult me." Seeking death, Jian Qiu quickly took out a golden shield talisman, creating a layer of shield. But the strength of that Yimeng was truly quite strong. Her scythe shattered Jian Qiu's shield. But she was far from hitting him. Jian Qiu had already teleported away. He had quickly teleported to her side. Sensing that he could not win, Jian Qiu thought, with my current cultivation, fighting a sea transformation realm expert head-on is too forced. That Yimeng detected Jian Qiu, and then jumped to unleash the move, Scarlet Flame Blood Cut. Jian Qiu quickly took out the flowing shadow sword. He unleashed the clear flow illuminating void sword art to block that Yimeng's attack. A deafening explosion rang out. Although Jian Qiu was able to block it, he was sent flying backward. He coughed up some blood. Knowing that he could not win, Jian Qiu immediately ran away, saying to himself, I can't drag this out any longer. The smoke from the explosion slowly dispersed. That Yimeng stood there in the hazy smoke. She was also seriously injured and coughed up blood. Then she collapsed and thought, awakening the blood curse inside my body. Although it can increase my realm, it will cost me the vital essence in my body. Enduring until now is my limit. In her heart, she nurtured a hatred for Jian Qiu. You wait. I will definitely catch you. When that time comes, I will make you wish you were dead. At this time, Jian Qiu had arrived at a cave. He thought, luckily I have the supreme martial body. As long as I rest and recover, all the injuries will heal. He sighed to himself, it's a pity that I didn't bring too many chi gathering pills this time. If I want to fight a sea transformation realm expert like Yimeng, I must break through to at least the 5th level of the chi transformation realm. If this continues, I won't have many swift escape talismans left. Jian Qiu sat down in meditation to rest. He told himself, in the end, aside from the furious wave 7-fold palm, and the clear flow illuminating void sword art, I don't have any martial arts to fight with. Although spirit talismans and magic treasures are useful, they are ultimately external objects. In the future, I must increase my own strength. There are still many unknown dangers in the secret realm. When I find Senior Sister, I must think of a long-term plan. The next morning, at a lake as red as blood, many disciples of the bloodshed sect were gathered here, doing something. From the bottom of the lake, a few bubbles began to surface. Along with it, a red, blood-like pearl flew up. One of the disciples immediately cried out, it's the bloodshed scarlet Li pearl. Quickly collect it. One person quickly charged forward to snatch it. But that person was not a disciple of the bloodshed sect but Jian Qiu. He said to them, then I won't be polite. Immediately after, he turned and ran away. The group of bloodshed sect disciples was caught off guard and stood there, not reacting. After a long time, there was a loud shout, a group of fools. What are you still standing there for? Chase after him. At this time, the others finally reacted. That Yimeng was also here. She quickly chased after him and roared, you bastard. You dare steal something in front of this old woman. While quickly chasing after him, Yimeng also cried out, you think that I won't be able to catch up to you. A few of the bloodshed sect disciples, seeing that Yimeng was so anxious, began to whisper, isn't that Senior Sister Lu? It's the first time I've seen her disregard her image like this. I heard that she's been chasing a disciple of the Zhuangjian sect. Chasing him for 3 days and 3 nights, but still couldn't catch up. It must be that kid from earlier. At this time, Jian Qiu was running while holding the bloodshed scarlet Li pearl. Looking back, Jian Qiu said to himself, my luck is really amazing. As soon as I got out of the cave, I ran into this demoness. He attached a talisman to his body and thought, but she's still too weak if she wants to catch up to me. Thus, thanks to the talisman, Jian Qiu disappeared before her eyes. At this time, in another place within the Zixin secret realm, the bloodshed reflection. Ouyang Yuan raised his hand, and unleashed the blood shadow palm, at a disciple of the Zhuangjian sect. This person was painfully sent flying backward. Luckily, Tai Liyun and Ma Jingjiao were there to catch him. This person was the Zhuangjian sect's inner court disciple, Shen Tu Feixie. Feixie hurriedly urged, run. That Ouyang Yuan smiled smugly and said, "Ha ha. Your two senior sisters are still in my hands. Do you want to abandon them?" Sure enough, Lianzu and Ningxin were lying unconscious on the ground. Liu Qianjiao was controlling them with a charm. That Liu Qianjiao gave a terrifying smile. "After being hit by my charm, you will become like a soulless corpse within a short time. You won't even be able to move your fingers." She then stepped on Ningxin. Under her foot, Ningxin muttered, "Your feet smell too bad." This caused Liu Qianjiao to become angry. She sat down and raised her hand threateningly, "You like to be stubborn. I'll rip your mouth open now." Just at this time, Jian Qiu appeared in the air. Liu Qianjiao was startled and looked up. Jian Qiu raised his hand to unleash the furious wave sevenfold palm. The power of the palm shot straight towards Liu Qianjiao. That crafty woman pulled Ningxin towards her to block the attack. Seeing that something was wrong, Jian Qiu startled, "This is bad." He quickly detonated the move early before it had a chance to reach her. An explosion rang out in the air. Because he detonated it too early, the explosion had affected Jian Qiu himself. He was sent flying into the blood lake by the shock wave. Seeing this, Lianzu anxiously cried out, "No." At this time, the surface of the lake was calm and without a single ripple. That Ouyang Yuan laughed smugly, "He died well." The bloodshed reflection in this place contains the bloodshed qi. It can turn a living person into blood in a short time. So Jian Qiu is definitely going to die. Liu Qianjiao worriedly asked, "Is he really dead?" At this time, Lianzu truly erupted with anger. She gritted her teeth and roared, "I want you all to die." Seeing Lianzu's expression, Fei Xie realized that something was wrong and called out, "Senior sisters Wuqiu. Don't." In his heart, he thought, "Senior sister has already suppressed her realm to enter the secret realm. Now she is using a secret technique to recover her realm. It will definitely create a massive backlash to her body." Lianzu erupted with power and charged towards the pair of scoundrels. At this time, under the blood lake, Jian Qiu was slowly sinking deeper. Suddenly, he woke up. His eyes widened, as red as blood. Jian Qiu's eyes were wide as he stared straight ahead. His body seemed to be reacting. He thought, "The Chaos Supreme bloodline within my body can actually devour the bloodshed qi." Jian Qiu clenched his fist. He gritted his teeth, preparing to break through. At this time, above, Liu Qianjiao looked down at the lake and startled. On the surface of the lake, bubbles began to appear. Liu Qianjiao immediately cried out a warning, "This is bad. The bloodshed qi is disappearing." Seeing this, Ouyang Yuan worriedly thought, "The bloodshed qi is the foundation for the trial of refining the bloodshed dark demon essence and the bloodshed scarlet Li pearl. At this rate of disappearance, the trial mission will have to be abandoned." Thus, he ordered his disciples behind him, "Don't dawdle anymore. Quickly take care of those people." Thus, the group of disciples charged forward to surround Lianzu. Lianzu was still holding her sword, bracing herself. Her body erupted with power. Fei Xie, from behind, worriedly said, "This is bad. The effects of forcefully recovering her realm have already begun to show. If this continues, senior sisters Wuqiu will definitely die." At this time, Ningxin had managed to laboriously get up. She replied, "What are you afraid of? I am still here. How dare they harm my man?" Her eyes shone with anger as she continued, "Today, I'll show you what it means to be sent to the point of no return." Thus, Ningxin used her strength and speed to quickly kill the disciples who were surrounding Lianzu. Seeing her power, Tai Lian thought, "Is this the strength of the sea transformation realm? Entering the secret realm under pressure. If you're not careful, you'll become a cripple." Fei Xie hugged his head in despair, thinking, "This is bad. At this rate, even junior sister will be forced to use a secret technique to recover her realm. One secret realm and we'll lose 3 direct disciples. How will I explain this to the sect master when we return?" Suddenly, Ma Jingjiao startled when he looked at the sky. He saw a red beam of light flashing. He cried out a warning, "Everyone be careful. It's the blood net demoness." The blood net demoness had bound Lianzu and Ningxin tightly. That Yimeng landed and smugly said, "I can't find that Sujian Qiu. It's good enough if I use his women to vent my anger." Ouyang Yuan, seeing her, was happy. Senior Sister Lu came at just the right time. That Sujian Qiu fell into the bloodshed reflection. He probably died a miserable death by now. Hearing this, Yimeng smiled, "Is that so?" She then looked at the two women in front of her and threatened, "Then, I, the benevolent one, will allow you two to go down there with him." Suddenly, she was startled when she saw a stream of blood shoot up into the air from under the lake. Jian Qiu suddenly appeared, thrusting his sword through that Yimeng's chest. That Yimeng, not having enough time to react, was stunned and turned around. "Sujian Qiu. You're still alive?" Even Lianzu and Ningxin were stunned when they saw Jian Qiu. Both of them, being released from their binds, immediately ran over and hugged Jian Qiu. Ningxin cried, "Hiccup. You mixed up, kid. You scared me to death." Jian Qiu smiled reassuringly, "You two senior sisters can relax. Due to my unique bloodline, the bloodshed qi in the pool has been refined into my true qi. Not only was I not injured, but it also helped me break through to the 5th level of the qi transformation realm." Lianzu smiled, "Your life is truly blessed." After saying this, both of them fainted. Jian Qiu worriedly called out, "Senior sisters. Both of you." He thought, these two senior sisters had already suppressed their realm to enter here. Looking at their condition, they forced themselves to recover their realm. They must have seriously injured their foundation. He clenched his teeth, angrily thinking, "What these two senior sisters lost, I will return to them twofold." Looking at Jian Qiu, that Yimeng thought, "This person is extremely difficult to deal with before he breaks through. If I face him in this condition, it would be no different than seeking death." Thus, she immediately ordered her two remaining followers, "Run." After that, she teleported away. Ouyang Yuan, grinding his teeth in anger, threatened, "Sujian Qiu. They are afraid of you." "I'm not afraid." Liu Qianjiao then leaned over and whispered, "I advise you not to be provoked. In the end, we still have an important mission to do. If you ruin the grand plan, the old ancestor will not forgive you." Realizing that he still had something to do, Ouyang Yuan then glared hatefully at Jian Qiu. Observing him, he said to himself, "If I were to unleash the execution jade slip, I would surely be able to kill Sujian Qiu." He gritted his teeth and thought, but the execution jade slip can only be used once. Moreover, it must be used in the final mission. Helpless, he had no choice but to run away with Liu Qianjiao. After those two had run away, Jian Qiu sat down and took the pulse of his two senior sisters. He took the pulses of both of them and realized, the damage to these two's bodies is more serious than I imagined. Especially Lianzu. She directly injured her foundation of life. He took out 2 pills and said, "You two senior sisters. This is the 9 revolutions rejuvenating pill." Giving the 2 pills to them to swallow, Jian Qiu instructed, "Although it cannot completely heal your injuries, it can at least ease them somewhat." At this time, Fei Xie finally approached and greeted Jian Qiu, "I am Shen Tu Fei Xie. While doing a mission, I came across Senior Sisters Wuqiu and Senior Sister Tang. May I ask how I should address this junior brother?" Jian Qiu respectfully returned the greeting, "I am a direct disciple of the 4th peak, Sujian Qiu. It's an honor to meet senior brother." Knowing Jian Qiu's identity, Fei Xie smiled and replied, "So you are indeed a direct disciple." In his heart, he was thinking, only a direct disciple can reach the 5th level of the qi transformation realm. And with just one move, he heavily injured the blood net demoness of the bloodshed sect. This level of talent is truly admirable. Then Fei Xie continued to ask, "Senior brother Su, what are your plans next?" Jian Qiu then replied, we have already obtained the heavenly mystery dragon herb. Right now, we must go back to detoxify Master. Hearing this, Fei Xie was startled. Go back? Senior Brother Su, aren't you going to stop the bloodshed sect's actions? Jian Qiu smiled and replied, this time I entered the secret realm to find a way to detoxify my master. Other matters are not important to me. Hearing this, Fei Xie pondered, if Su Jianqiu retreats, then the Zhuangjian sect will lose an enormous combat force. He then turned to ask the two others, what about Senior Sisters Wuqiu and Senior Sister Tang? Are you also the same as Senior Brother Su? He asked this hoping that if these two stayed, then Jian Qiu would also stay. Tang Ningxin then replied, what about me? Of course I'll follow my man. Fei Xie was immediately startled, thinking, how beastly. She is still so young, but he has already taken her. Jian Qiu then bonked Ningxin on the head and scolded, I've told you many times. You are not allowed to speak like that. Fei Xie had no choice but to turn to Lianzu and ask, what about Senior Sisters Wuqiu? Are you also the same as Senior Brother Su? You are the biological daughter of the sect master. Are you also willing to abandon the Zhuangjian sect? Lianzu then calmly replied, Master was poisoned by the bloodshed's clear Ming poison. Aside from the fourth peak and the seventh peak, do you see any direct disciples from the other peaks enter the secret realm to find an antidote? Fei Xie was confused, I've never heard of that before. Lianzu then retorted, if that is the case, then with what qualifications can you say that the people of the fourth peak are abandoning the Zhuangjian sect? She then scolded loudly, isn't Master a member of the Zhuangjian sect? The ones who are cold-blooded and heartless are clearly them. At this time, Tilian spoke up, actually, Senior Brother Su has already severely injured the blood net demoness. The remaining ones won't be able to cause any major waves. Ma Jingjia also agreed, that's right. Let the fellow disciples of the fourth peak go back first. To detoxify Master is the most important thing. At this time, helpless, Fei Xie had no choice but to kneel down and beg, Senior Sister. Senior Brother. The Bloodshed Sect's ultimate goal in this trip is the demon Blood-fiend pearl. Their plan is huge, not as simple as their current actions. He earnestly begged, even if the sect has wronged the fourth peak, we must still prioritize the sect's greater good. Hearing these words, Lianzu seemed to be hesitating. Jian Qiu turned to look at her and pondered, Junior Senior Sister has always hated evil as much as she hated enemies, and she is also the daughter of the sect master. Asking her to choose between her loved ones and the sect's greater good, it really puts her in a difficult position. Thinking this, Jian Qiu grabbed Lianzu's hand. He smiled reassuringly, it's okay, Senior Sister. There is still a lot of time before the exit of the secret realm opens. As long as we successfully stop the Bloodshed Sect's plan, then there won't be any more loopholes. Lianzu showed her worry for Jian Qiu, but you've only been here for a short time, and you've already encountered dangers multiple times. If something were to happen to you, how would I explain it to Master when we return? Jian Qiu then smiled reassuringly, didn't Senior Sister say that already? I have a blessed life, so I won't die so easily. After settling their goal, Jian Qiu turned to tell Fei Xie, Senior Brother, get up. We will accompany you. Fei Xie joyfully thanked him, thank you, Senior Brother, Senior Sister. A moment later, Tilian and Ma Jingjia were bandaging their wounds, treating Fei Xie. Ningxin was eating roasted fish. Not seeing Jian Qiu, Lianzu was curious, Ningxin. Where did Senior Brother Su go? Ningxin then replied, he's sitting outside. I don't know what he's doing. Jian Qiu was at this time alone, sitting on a rocky outcrop. He sat in contemplation, closed his eyes, and said to himself, the secret realm is dangerous. The Bloodshed Sect is treacherous. If I want to protect everyone, I must rely on this thing. Inside Jian Qiu's body, the myriad blade talisman formation was still continuously refining talismans. Jian Xiu said to himself, there are two types of formations in the Myriad Blade Origin Talisman. Formation. One is the magic formation that uses mysterious runes to inscribe and arrange. One is a battle formation formed by many martial artists. A battle formation has an enormous power. It can even allow the same number of people to explode with combat power that is dozens of times greater. The Myriad Blade Talisman formation, at this time suddenly lit up. Jian Xiu opened his eyes. A talisman then flew into Jian Xiu's hand. On the talisman, the words Azure Cloth Heavenly Long Sword Formation were inscribed. After receiving the talisman, Jian Xiu continued to sit in contemplation on the rocky outcrop. Then, he noticed movement and slowly opened his eyes. In front of him, Ningxin was asking, "So Jian Xiu, how can you sleep so well?" Jian Xiu then asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Ningxin then explained, 3 days. You've been sleeping for 3 days now. Lianzu and I have been watching over you for 3 days. Hearing this, Jian Xiu was stunned, because I was trying to comprehend the Azure Cloth Heavenly Long Sword Formation. I actually spent 3 days. It seems that the level of power of this sword formation is more than I expected. At this time, Fei Xie approached and called, "Senior brother. Senior sister." Senior brother Tra from the inner court sent an urgent report. Fei Xie then reported the information he received. According to their personal investigation, they discovered that the Bloodshed Sect's ultimate goal was not the Bloodshed Dark Demon Essence and the Bloodshed Scarlet Lee Pearl, but the Demon Blood-fiend Pearl hidden under the Crimson Bark Lake. Right now, the people of the Bloodshed Sect have gathered at the Crimson Bark Lake and are preparing to take the next step. Jian Xiu asked curiously, "The Demon Blood-fiend Pearl. How is this item different from the Bloodshed Dark Demon Essence and the Bloodshed Scarlet Lee Pearl?" Fei Xie replied, "The Bloodshed Dark Demon Essence and the Bloodshed Scarlet Lee Pearl, just some materials used to create the Demon Blood-fiend Beast. While the Demon Blood-fiend Pearl is a treasure that constantly creates Demon Blood-fiend Beasts." Hearing this, both Lianzu and Ningxin were startled. Jian Xiu hurriedly asked, "How many people from the Bloodshed Sect are at the Crimson Bark Lake right now? What is their strength?" Fei Xie then replied, "They are all experts at the 9th level of the Qi transformation realm. Not only that, the Bloodshed Sect sent Feiyu himself to take command. Among the experts at the 5th level of the Qi transformation realm, he is called the Peak of Combat Strength." Hearing this, Jian Xiu worriedly thought, "I originally thought that the blood net demoness of the Bloodshed Sect was already a monster. I didn't expect that there would be even more monstrous existences than her." Jian Xiu then continued to ask, "Then what are your plans to stop the Bloodshed Sect's actions? Who is going to deal with Han Feiyu?" Fei Xie replied worriedly, "We can only take things one step at a time. Senior brother Tra told us to go to the Crimson Bark Lake first and then plan from there." Hearing Fei Xie say this, Jian Xiu was even more worried. If there's no strategy and no ultimate moves, then isn't that the same as wanting us to go and give them our heads? Fei Xie then asked, "Senior brother Su, when do we set off?" Jian Xiu then replied, "Not in a hurry. Before that, I need you all to cooperate with me to cultivate an ultimate move." He took out the Azure Cloth Heavenly Long Sword Formation Talisman. Seeing it, everyone was surprised. A sword formation. A short time later, near the Crimson Bark Lake, the Zhuangjian Sect's inner court disciple, Tra Xinghe, was rushing towards the Crimson Bark Lake with 2 other people. Suddenly, one person cried out, "Senior brother Tra, there are people ahead." Cha Jinghe immediately drew his sword and threatened, "You traitorous murderer, take a taste of my sword." But before him stood Jian Xiu, who said softly, "Senior brother Cha, wait. It's us, the juniors." Fei Xie began to introduce, "Senior brother Cha, this is junior brother Suo from the 4th peak. And there's also..." Before he could finish, Cha Jinghe roared, "Tell them to bring the person here now." "Why did it take so long to arrive?" Our losses are severe. Can you bear the responsibility? Jian Qiu stepped forward and replied, even if we had arrived sooner, senior brother Cha, were you confident of victory? In a situation without any advantage. A head-on confrontation is no different from seeking death. Cha Jinghe angrily shouted, who do you think you are? Do you have any right to speak here? Fei Sie, standing behind, pondered, if even Suo Jian Qiu has no right to speak, then who does? Senior brother Cha has always been arrogant. He's finally met his match. Lian Zhu folded her arms and retorted with a smile, it's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to us from the fourth peak like that. You are the first. Ningxin also spoke loudly, you look down on my man, which means you don't take me, Ningxin, seriously. Seeing the two of them, Cha Jinghe was startled, junior sisters were Qiu. Junior sister Tang. He wondered, could this useless person be the gigolo that these two junior sisters have taken a liking to? Cha Jinghe immediately changed his attitude, bowing his head in apology, junior brother, I misspoke just now. Please don't take offense. In his heart, he thought. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. If this gigolo has such a big background, I'll tolerate him for now. Jian Qiu coldly replied, all right, stop dawdling. The most important task right now is to quickly reach Lake Chiba and stop the blood-killing sect. Let's go. And so everyone quickly flew towards Lake Chiba. At Lake Chiba, Jian Qiu's group arrived. They observed the situation from a distance. Suddenly, there was movement on the lake's surface. Seeing this, Jian Qiu immediately rushed forward and ordered, attack. A member of the Zhuangjian sect, seeing Jian Qiu rush forward, asked, senior brother, what should we do? Cha Jinghe replied, the outer sect has already moved. What else can we do? He then rushed forward and shouted, fight with all your strength. If we lose to the outer sect, don't bother coming back. All the Zhuangjian sect disciples followed Jian Qiu and rushed forward. The disciple couldn't keep up with Jian Qiu's speed and said breathlessly, senior brother, I can't keep up with them at all. Cha Jinghe, seeing that Jian Qiu's movement was unusual, wondered, just what is the background of the kid leading the way? How can his movement be so fast? Looking at Jian Qiu running ahead, he continued to wonder, moreover, this guy isn't even using his full strength. He's deliberately slowing down to wait for the disciples behind. The group of Zhuangjian sect disciples, led by Jian Qiu, flew like the wind towards the light that had just shot up from Lake Chiba. On the shore of the lake, the blood-killing sect disciples were pouring something into the lake while urging each other, hurry up. Pour in the blood-killing profound devil liquid and the blood-killing Scarlet Li pearls. The light in the middle of the lake was getting stronger and stronger. At this point, Jian Qiu paused and watched their actions. Zilian exclaimed in alarm, we are done for. Seeing that the seal was about to be opened, Jian Qiu urgently ordered, there isn't much time left. Don't let them undo the restrictions. At this moment, behind them, Lian Zhu and Ningxin were surrounded by a group of blood-killing sect disciples. One of them said smugly, so many useless people from the Zhuangjian sect are here. His spiritual energy was very strong. He laughed smugly, came to die again, huh? Jian Qiu sensed his aura and recognized him, it's Han Feiyu. Fei Sie, Ma Jingdeng, and Zilian rushed towards him together. Han Feiyu remained arrogant, you have no idea what you are getting into. Both Zilian and Ma Jingdeng unleashed their palm strikes towards Han Feiyu. Taking this opportunity, Fei Sie rushed forward, swinging his sword at him. This Han Feiyu was indeed quite strong. He used his force to knock the other two away. He stood there calmly, watching Fei Sie rush towards him. Fei Sie jumped up, swinging his sword down. Han Feiyu used his spear to block his attack. A earth-shattering explosion occurred. The explosion pushed Fei Sie back a distance. However, even Han Feiyu was pushed back. He expressed surprise, when did this disciple Fei Sie get so strong? He looked at Fei Sie and wondered, he seems even stronger than Cha Jinghe. Could the rumors be wrong? Could it be that this disciple Fei Sie is the Zhuangjian Sect's strongman who entered the Xinzi secret realm? As for Fei Sie, he looked at the talisman on his hand and thought, this power-enhancing talisman that Suo Jian Qiu gave me is really powerful. One strike was able to make it hard for Han Feiyu to withstand. Lost in thought, he didn't notice that he was being attacked. Zilian and Ma Jingdeng hastily yelled a warning, be careful. Fei Sie regained his senses and saw Han Feiyu rushing towards him with his spear. Fortunately, Jian Qiu appeared and blocked his attack. Feiyu was quite surprised by Jian Qiu's strength. However, he was even more surprised when he saw his movement. Jian Qiu had disappeared right before his eyes. Jian Qiu quickly teleported behind him. Feiyu was startled, turned around, and was shocked by Jian Qiu's speed. He could only raise his spear to block Jian Qiu's sword without being able to dodge. Taking a direct hit, Han Feiyu fell to the ground. His body trembled from the injury. He wondered, how could he possibly injure me? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He struggled to his feet, looking at the enemy before him. Jian Qiu's overwhelming spiritual energy caused Han Feiyu to fear and wonder, when did the Zhuangjian Sect produce such a powerful expert? He kept wondering who the enemy in front of him was. Observing Jian Qiu, Han Feiyu realized that this was the hidden card that the Zhuangjian Sect was using to deal with him. Jian Qiu continued to charge forward coldly. Han Feiyu struggled to block Jian Qiu's sword and thought, this guy is much stronger than Cha Jinghe. The two engaged in fierce combat. Han Feiyu was still shocked by Jian Qiu's strength. His one sword can penetrate my third-grade low-grade magical artifact. His magical artifact must be at least third grade. Observing from the outside, Cha Jinghe was also stunned. Suo Jian Qiu can actually force Han Feiyu to this extent. Inside the battle, Han Feiyu struggled to defend while planning, it's not a solution to be on the defensive like this. With that thought, he looked for an opportunity to stab his spear toward Jian Qiu. Jian Qiu also thrust his sword towards him. He realized that Han Feiyu was planning to sacrifice himself for a strike. So he used a technique to create a shield. Han Feiyu was not to be outdone. He attacked to break Jian Qiu's defense. A loud explosion rang out. The explosion pushed Jian Qiu back. Jian Qiu realized that Han Feiyu was willing to be hit by his sword to injure him. Han Feiyu was surrounded by Jian Qiu and the other Zhuangjian Sect disciples. Jian Qiu was sure that he had a plan. This guy is determined to drag some of us down with him even if it means his death. Han Feiyu, injured, clutched his stomach. He laughed, I didn't expect you guys could push me to this extent. At first, I thought some powerful master had taken action. He looked at Jian Qiu's surging aura and provoked, your shield couldn't even withstand one of my attacks. Judging from your aura, you're just a useless cultivator at the 5th level of true qi. Han Feiyu, despite being pressured, still showed disdain. My master always reminded me that the Zhuangjian Sect might send an expert, so I was always on guard. It seems I was too worried and misjudged your strength. After provoking them, he threatened loudly, you dare to injure me to this extent. You're going to pay the price. He immediately disappeared. Then, he teleported right in front of Jian Qiu and tried to stab him with his spear. However, Jian Qiu quickly dodged. This time, Jian Qiu was on the defensive. While struggling to dodge, he thought, the wind-riding boots and the swift movement talisman increase movement speed. The teleportation talisman allows instant teleportation. The power-boosting talisman increases strength. The gold shield talisman increases defense. He had already used all available means, and he had only managed to injure him. Jian Qiu struggled desperately to dodge Han Feiyu's continuous attacks. He thought to himself, if I could advance to the 6th level of true qi, it wouldn't be like this. Outside, the other disciples of the Zhuangjian sect were unable to intervene because of the speed. Ningxin and Lian Zhu were extremely worried about Jian Qiu. At this moment, within the battle, Jian Qiu unleashed the moonlit night across the sky, the third form of the azure stream illumination sword art. Seeing this, Zilian signaled, "At this rate, it's still unclear who will win or lose. We should take action too." Ma Jingdeng agreed, "Yeah. Let's go." And so the two surrounded Han Feiyu. Seeing him surrounded, the other blood-killing sect members yelled, "Senior brother Han is surrounded. Let's go." But before they could move, they were stopped by other Zhuangjian sect disciples. Led by Cha Jinghe, he said, "Your opponents are us. Don't even think about interfering there." So on this side, a group of Zhuangjian sect disciples prepared to engage the blood-killing sect disciples. Han Feiyu looked back and said smugly, "With the same number of disciples, we have never lost to the Zhuangjian sect. Even if you restrain me, those Zhuangjian sect disciples can't break through the blood-killing sect's lines." But contrary to his thoughts, these Zhuangjian sect disciples were overwhelming and killing countless blood-killing sect members. Han Feiyu was stunned. "That's not right. Why are we losing? What's going on?" He observed for a while and started to vaguely realize, it's the battle formation. Looking at the Zhuangjian sect disciples in their battle formation, he thought, heaven and earth. Li and Khan. Each position has a disciple. They form a formation. Knowing that his side was being overpowered, he wondered in shock, "I was careless. Who exactly is commanding these disciples?" At the same time, Lian Zhu and Ningxin also joined the battle. Lian Zhu reminded, "Strike with one breath. Break through their defenses." The two girls quickly took down the blood-killing sect disciples blocking their way. Lian Zhu then flew towards the lake and shouted, "Quickly get to the lake. Take down the blood-killing sect disciples using secret techniques." As for Cha Jinghe, he laughed smugly, "Ha ha. We don't even need to participate in the azure cloth sky wall sword formation to kill the enemy." He rushed forward and killed a blood-killing sect disciple. After taking down one, he said to Han Feiyu smugly, "Han Feiyu, so you dared to attack me earlier. Now, see how powerful I am." Seeing Cha Jinghe's attitude, Jian Qiu sighed, "As expected, it was within my expectations. This Cha Jinghe only dares to hide behind others and bully the weak. Fortunately, I didn't include him in the plan. Otherwise, we would be ruined by him." Fei Sie also turned around and exclaimed, "What is Cha Jinghe doing? Didn't we agree before the attack that 5 of us would restrain Han Feiyu?" Zilian also complained, "We are fighting to the death on this side, while he's over there trying to take credit from Lian Zhu." Fei Sie turned to look at Jian Qiu and thought, it's fortunate that Suo Jian Qiu severely injured Han Feiyu from the start. Otherwise, we really wouldn't be a match for him. Lost in thought, Fei Sie let his guard down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Feiyu jumped and stabbed him with his sword, saying smugly, "What are you spacing out for?" Hit, Fei Sie fell down. He struggled to get up, clutching his wound, and thought, "No, he's too strong. Even with the power-boosting talisman, I can't beat him." At this moment, only Zilian and Ma Jingdeng were still fighting with Han Feiyu. Observing the battle, Fei Sie determined, "We are no match for him in a head-on fight." Seeing Jian Qiu rushing forward, Fei Sie thought, only he can truly deal with Feiyu. Jian Qiu's strike from above landed powerfully, creating a huge explosion right in front of Han Feiyu. Although he was not seriously injured, his third-grade low-grade magical artifact was destroyed. Seeing the sword in Jian Qiu's hand, Han Feiyu wondered, is the Zhuangjian sect so rich now? A mere 5th-level true Qi martial artist can use a third-grade middle-grade magical artifact. Looking at himself, he thought angrily, I almost spent my entire fortune to get a third-grade low-grade magical artifact. He regained his composure and shouted, "So what if you have a high-grade magical artifact? My strength is still above yours." Jian Qiu was also injured. He thought, I've almost used all my means, and I'm still no match for him. Feeling that his recovery was not as good as before, Jianqiu thought, I've consumed too much qi and blood. The recovery of my wounds is getting slower and slower. Even using the third-grade middle-grade magical artifact and the third form of the Azure Stream Illumination sword art consumed Jianqiu's true qi. Once his true qi was exhausted, Jianqiu would be in a precarious situation. At this moment, near the lake, Lianzu, Ningxin, and a few other disciples of the Zhuangjian sect had broken through the encirclement and approached the lake. The leader of the blood-killing sect disciples here was Ouyang Yuan. He ordered, retreat. Ouyang Yuan unleashed a blood technique towards Lianzu's group and thought, the profound devil blood essence was originally for dealing with the profound devil blood pearls. But now, I can't pay attention to so much. His profound devil blood essence technique was heading straight for Lianzu. Sensing the danger, Lianzu immediately prepared to unleash a counterattack. The other disciples of the Zhuangjian sect also channeled their spiritual energy into Lianzu's attack. Her sword burst forth with power, emitting a golden light. Lianzu unleashed a sphere of golden spiritual energy, blocking Ouyang Yuan's profound devil blood essence technique. At the same time, on the other side, the Zhuangjian sect disciples were gradually being knocked away. The azure cloth sky wall sword formation had been broken. Several Zhuangjian sect disciples panicked. The azure cloth sky wall sword formation is broken. We are done for. With just one full-powered attack, Han Feiyu had broken the azure cloth sky wall sword formation. Seeing this, Cha Jinghe was frightened. One attack to break the formation. How can the blood-killing sect have such a weapon of mass destruction? Seeing his fellow disciples seriously injured, the cowardly Cha Jinghe worried, we absolutely can't win. Staying here will surely result in death. And so he turned around and ran away, abandoning his fellow disciples. Seeing this, Ouyang Yuan said smugly, as expected, he's a mouse. So he ran away. Lianzu also showed disdain, deserting in battle. Shameless. Ouyang Yuan then turned to look at the Zhuangjian sect disciples and threatened, a bunch of fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He took out another one of his magical artifacts, a blood-red string, and threatened, are you ready to die yet? At that moment, he was suddenly startled when he saw a sword slash coming from nowhere. Ouyang Yuan quickly dodged to the side. He knew who had attacked, so he shouted angrily, Jianqiu. It's you again. Seeing that Jianqiu was also injured, Ouyang Yuan shouted loudly, you always ruin my good plans. Today, one of us must die here. Unfortunately, that can only be you. Jianqiu was exhausted. He wiped the blood from his mouth and thought, the true qi in my body has consumed almost 70%. Otherwise, that sword strike just now, even if it couldn't kill Ouyang Yuan, could have seriously injured him. Knowing he was the last resort, Jianqiu was determined, I have to use all my strength this time. Ouyang Yuan rushed forward and laughed smugly, you can barely protect yourself, yet you want to protect others. How laughable. Jianqiu swung his sword, cutting Ouyang Yuan's chain. Then, he took that opportunity to rush towards him, planning to end him. Jianqiu swung his sword, stabbing Ouyang Yuan in the shoulder. However, Ouyang Yuan dodged it. The two continued to exchange blows fiercely. Outside, Lianzu was extremely worried about her junior brother. In the battle, Ouyang Yuan quickly sent his chain out behind Jianqiu. Jianqiu immediately realized that something was wrong this time. The chain had tightly bound Jianqiu's body, preventing him from moving. Ouyang Yuan said smugly, Jianqiu, you have finally fallen into my hands. But this time, I won't let you die so easily. Seeing Jianqiu struggling, Ouyang Yuan continued, give up. No one has ever escaped the profound devil blood essence. He was extremely smug with his magical artifact. Any living being bound by the profound devil blood essence will quickly be refined into fresh blood, turning into nutrients for it. Ouyang Yuan thought he had the upper hand. He shouted with a smug look, Suo Jianxiu, didn't you awaken your celestial grade bloodline again? This is for you to experience the taste of a bloodline being refined. But to his surprise, Jianxiu was unaffected. His body gradually emitted a brilliant golden light. His true qi gradually transformed into the shape of a deity. Realizing something was wrong, Ouyang Yuan was confused. That's not right. Why is the bloodline power flowing in reverse? Around Jianxiu's body, the wind began to rise. Seeing that something was amiss, Ouyang Yuan quickly retrieved his profound devil blood essence. However, the chain remained still, not responding. He was shocked and confused. Why did I lose control? He cried out helplessly, Suo Jianxiu. What exactly did you do? Jianxiu's true qi was gradually breaking through. His body was draining the spiritual energy of the profound devil blood essence chain and breaking through. Ouyang Yuan was stunned, breaking through in the midst of battle. The profound devil blood essence had been drained of its spiritual power and fell off of Jianxiu. He slowly picked it up. Ouyang Yuan quickly retrieved it before Jianxiu could pick it up. Looking at the magical artifact in his hand, Ouyang Yuan sighed. That was close. If I lost the profound devil blood essence, the sect would definitely not let me live. At this time, Fei Sie, Zilian, and Ma Jingdeng had also been defeated by Han Feiyu and fell behind Jianxiu. Han Feiyu then teleported behind Ouyang Yuan and said, I didn't expect that dealing with these three would take so much time. Looking at Jianxiu, Han Feiyu wondered, I didn't expect this Jianxiu to actually break through in the midst of battle. Jianxiu turned and instructed his three senior brothers, you guys heal first. Leave the rest to me. Fei Sie was extremely curious, what kind of monster is this guy? Not only is he unkillable, but he can also break through under those circumstances. Ma Jingdeng also breathed a sigh of relief. The situation just now was extremely dangerous. Luckily, Suo Jianxiu broke through. It seems we don't need to die today. Han Feiyu turned and blamed Ouyang Yuan. Originally, the advantage was on our side. Now, you helped him break through. Well done. Ouyang Yuan replied angrily. Do you need to talk so much? Are you not responsible for the current situation? Looking at the magical artifact in his hand, Ouyang Yuan wondered, the power of the profound devil blood essence has decreased by half. What means did Suo Jianxiu use to absorb its power? Seeing Ouyang Yuan lost in thought, Han Feiyu shouted at him, still spacing out. Han Feiyu ordered Ouyang Yuan, his wounds have fully recovered now. We have to join forces. I'll hold him down, and you seize the opportunity. However, before they could finish planning, Jianxiu said coldly, there's no need to plot. Just come at me together. As soon as he finished speaking, Jianxiu unleashed a sword strike with terrifying speed. Han Feiyu was terrified when he saw this speed. He quickly used his spear to block the strike. Although he managed to block it, he was still pushed back. Han Feiyu thought worriedly, among the martial artists at the same level, no one could injure me. But today, I couldn't even block a single strike from a martial artist 3 levels below me. He turned to order Ouyang Yuan, what are you waiting for? Attack together. Ouyang Yuan replied, I don't allow you to order me around. And so, Han Feiyu rushed forward, swinging his spear at Jianxiu. Ouyang Yuan followed, slashing a horizontal blow at him. However, both of them were dodged by Jianxiu. The three powerhouses engaged in fierce combat. Although it was 2 against 1, Jianxiu still had the upper hand. Watching from the outside, Liu Qinjia thought, why did I give up on Suo Jianxiu for Ouyang Yuan back then? I could have soared with him, but now I've ended up with a broken home. Lian Zhu was also surprised by her junior brother's strength. He single-handedly turned the tide. Is this really Suo Jianxiu? The other disciples of the blood-killing sect did not dare to join the battle. They asked each other, what should we do now? Another replied, if the enemy doesn't move, neither will we. Why risk our lives for some small profit? The battle was extremely intense at this point. Both Ouyang Yuan and Han Feiyu were quite badly injured. But Jian Xiu remained completely unscathed. At this moment, Yiming appeared and ordered, "All disciples, don't let Suo Jian Xiu step 1 foot into Lake Chiba." Jian Xiu was a little worried when he saw her. Did Yiming come to help too? He turned to look behind him and wondered, the seal on Lake Chiba has been broken. Indeed, at this moment, the seal on the surface of Lake Chiba was about to be released. Seeing that the situation was not good, Jian Xiu thought, it seems I have to finish this quickly. Otherwise, once the thing beneath Lake Chiba escapes the seal, it will be extremely troublesome. With that in mind, Jian Xiu immediately swung his sword towards Ouyang Yuan and Han Feiyu. Seeing this, Han Feiyu ordered, "All disciples who don't attack will be killed. Don't let this brat ruin the ritual." So, the blood-killing sect disciples had no choice but to rush forward together. With just one sword strike, Jian Xiu killed countless enemies. However, their numbers were too great. He thought, damn it. There are too many. I can't kill them all. At this moment, a loud explosion shook the sky in the middle of Lake Chiba. Jian Xiu knew that it was too late. This time we are done for. The seal in the middle of the lake had been broken. A large red sphere slowly rose into the air. Seeing it, Han Feiyu laughed. The profound devil blood orb has appeared. Today is the day the Zhuangjian sect dies. The pressure from the profound devil blood orb was indeed overwhelming. Lian Zhu was also frightened by the immense pressure. Some of the Zhuangjian sect members, unable to withstand it, knelt down and lamented, "We are done for. This time we are done for. No matter how strong Suo Jianqiu is, he can't be a match for this power." Ouyang Yuan laughed smugly, "Suo Jianqiu, no matter how much effort you put in, it will all be in vain." Jianqiu's body also felt the pressure. Ouyang Yuan continued to laugh smugly, "Now you can obediently wait for your death." The red profound devil blood orb gradually grew larger. It began to open, and inside, an eye slowly opened. It stared at Jian Xiu and said, "Disgusting smell." The blood-killing sect disciples laughed. Rumor has it that the first person the profound devil blood orb sees will die. Suo Jian Xiu is done for. From the profound devil blood orb, a beam of light shot out. It was aimed directly at Jian Xiu. He stood still, unable to move, and thought, with this kind of pressure, I can't move at all. If I'm hit by this blood-colored light, even with the Chaos Supreme bloodline, I will be turned to ashes. Jian Xiu was terrified at this moment. He wondered, am I going to die here? Just then, inside the Chaos Supreme Tower, the Azure Dragon Abyss sword suddenly reacted. It flew out of Jian Xiu's body and shot into the air, piercing through the beam of light from the profound devil blood orb. Jian Xiu wondered in surprise, the Dragon Abyss sword. The light emitted from the Dragon Abyss sword blinded all the blood-killing sect disciples. They asked each other, what is that? Whose sword chi is that? The Dragon Abyss sword not only blocked the light from the profound devil blood orb, but also pierced through it, shattering the profound devil blood orb. In a short moment, the profound devil blood orb shattered into pieces. The blood-killing sect members were shocked by this scene. They said to each other, we prepared for 2 months. And we were destroyed by one sword. Ouyang Yuan screamed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. On the Zhuangjian sect side, Fei Sie said, it's Suo Jianqiu again. He's saved us again. Lian Zhu also wondered in surprise, Jianqiu, how many more secrets do you have? Not only the outsiders, even Jianqiu didn't expect that a rusty sword would have such power. After defeating the profound devil blood orb, the Dragon Abyss sword flew back into Jianqiu's body. The blood-killing sect members lost all their fighting spirit. They ran away, shouting, the profound devil blood orb is destroyed. Let's run. Let's go back and report to the master. Fei Sie exclaimed, those scumbags sure ran fast. Otherwise, I would have cut them all down. He then turned to ask Jianqiu, Jianqiu, are you all right? Suddenly, Jian Qiu collapsed from exhaustion. Ningxin quickly ran over to support him. Jian Qiu rested, his head on Ningxin's lap. Lian Zhu checked him over and reassured, I've checked him. He's just exhausted. He's just temporarily unconscious. Suddenly, someone appeared, causing Lian Zhu to shout, who is it? It turned out to be Cha Jinghe. He quickly explained, don't panic, it's me. Seeing him, the others cried out, Cha Jinghe. You still have the face to come back. That's right. You traitor. You deserted during battle and dare to come back. You traitor. We will definitely report to the sect, have your cultivation ruined, and expel you from the mountain. Cha Jinghe was still shameless. He laughed, a traitor? I'm the greatest contributor, who ruined the blood-killing sect's actions. This supreme honor belongs to me. How can I be a traitor? Ningxin glared at him and said, a person who deserted in battle dares to say such things. You're really shameless. Cha Jinghe still argued, deserted in battle. Who can prove it? Fei Sie shouted, all of us have eyes. Do you think we are blind? The others also chimed in, that's right. All of us can testify. Cha Jinghe laughed, oh, all of you can testify. The Zhuangjian sect disciples confirmed, so what? At this moment, Cha Jinghe revealed his cunning side. He said, then as long as all of you die, no one will know about this. After speaking, he swung his sword, cutting the throat of a Zhuangjian sect disciple. Lian Zhu realized that he was a traitor and warned, everyone, form a formation. However, Cha Jinghe's bloodlust had increased his speed. He laughed while killing several of his fellow disciples, form a formation. It's too late. Cha Jinghe rushed at Fei Sie, yelling, history is written by the victors. And I am the only one who can survive and leave Lake Chiba today. Fei Sie blocked his sword while retorting, you are truly shameless to the extreme. But because he was exhausted and injured, Fei Sie was disarmed by Cha Jinghe. He said smugly, shameless is stronger than the doomed. He became increasingly sinister, shouting, I am the proud son of the Zhuangjian sect. Do you useless people know how much I have paid? Want to expel me from the sect? Then the only way is for all of you to die together. Lian Zhu, watching the battle, said, everyone is seriously injured now. I'm afraid we won't be able to stop this traitor. Ningxin wondered, what should we do now? Lian Zhu gave Ningxin some pills and instructed, I have some pills here. You try to get them to Suo Jian Qiu. If he can recover, we might be able to survive. After giving the instructions, Lian Zhu rushed into the fight, saying, Suo Jian Qiu is up to you. I will stall for time. Ningxin looked angry. She thought, we've overcome so many difficulties. Are we going to die at the hands of this guy now? So, she tried to pry open Jian Qiu's mouth to feed him the pills. Ningxin pleaded, Suo Jian Qiu, please wake up. She tried to force the pill into his mouth while pleading, eat it. You have to eat it. Lian Zhu rushed forward and ordered the others, all disciples, listen to my order. From now on, do not let that traitor take a step forward. As for Cha Jinghe, he was still extremely bloodthirsty. While killing his fellow disciples, he yelled, without Suo Jian Qiu, you are just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. While stabbing his sword towards Lian Zhu, he yelled, if you obediently surrender, I might let you die a little more easily. Although Lian Zhu managed to block the attack, she was injured in the hand. While fighting him, she yelled, Lian Khan, heaven and earth. Disciples of the Four Peaks, listen to my order. Attack the right flank. The disciples of the Four Peaks rushed towards the direction that Lian Zhu had ordered. Cha Jinghe laughed, ha ha ha. He attacked Lian Zhu with his sword in one hand and used his palm strike to attack her from another direction, threatening, do you think you can kill me just with your swords? Lian Zhu realized that something was wrong. Suddenly, A sword strike carrying golden spiritual power slashed over, startling Cha Jinghe. He immediately recognized that the person who attacked was Suo Jianqiu. No, it turned out to be Tang Ningxin. Seeing her, Cha Jinghe angrily shouted, "So it was you, you bitch." Lianzu quickly asked, "How are you? How is Suo Jianqiu?" Ningxin turned around, looking distressed, and answered, "I'm very sorry. He won't swallow the pills no matter what I try. I'm afraid it's over." Hearing this, Lianzu looked worried. It seems we can't avoid this calamity today. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from behind, "Not necessarily." Everyone was startled and turned to look. It was Jianqiu. He had woken up and used his sword to prop himself up. After standing up straight, Jianqiu looked directly at Cha Jinghe and said, "It's not certain who will live or die." Cha Jinghe cried out in fear, "Suo Jianqiu." The remaining Zhuangjian sect disciples cheered excitedly, "Suo Jianqiu. Kill this wolf in sheep's clothing. You must avenge everyone." Jianqiu nodded, "Okay." Cha Jinghe, although very scared, still carefully observed Jianqiu. He realized that Jianqiu wasn't moving. So he understood. He said smugly to him, "Why aren't you moving? Unless you used too much true qi earlier and can't move now." He continued to carefully observe Jianqiu and said, "Could it be that I accidentally guessed correctly? Let me guess." Turning to look at Ningxin, he said, "Tang Ningxin didn't participate in the battle just now to take care of you. She wanted to heal you to recover some true qi." Looking at the pills on the ground, he continued, "I didn't expect you to be so comatose that you couldn't even swallow the pills." Certain that he had guessed correctly, Cha Jinghe held his sword tightly and said smugly, "Now you're seriously injured and can't even wield your sword, yet they still see you as their hope." After speaking, he swung his sword and stabbed, shouting, "Then today, I will cut off their only hope." Jianqiu stood still without moving or saying anything. His eyes were sharp, watching him as if waiting for something. Then, when Cha Jinghe approached, Jianqiu swung his sword and slashed. After that slash, both of them remained in the posture of wielding their swords. Everyone was worried, wondering who would be defeated. Then, Cha Jinghe slowly fell down. His body had been cut in half by Jianqiu's slash. In his last moments, he wondered in shock, how could this be? Jianqiu spoke at this time, "You guessed everything, but you were wrong in the end." Jianqiu slowly fell to his knees, but he still managed to say to him, "I can still use my sword." Seeing that Jianqiu had won, everyone cheered with joy. After defeating the traitor, Jianqiu lay back down to rest on Ningxin's lap. Lianzu was very puzzled. Luckily, he was exhausted and fainted. But what happened just now? Didn't he not take the medicine? Ningxin immediately answered, "Actually, I couldn't get Suo Jianqiu to take the medicine. But Suo Jianqiu had already woken up. He told me that the true qi in his body could only be used for one last strike. He wanted me to cooperate in a play, to lure Cha Jinghe into a trap. Although it was not certain, it was the only chance we had." Ningxin remembered the look of confidence and determination in Jianqiu's eyes at that time. She looked down at Jianqiu and smiled lovingly, "Luckily, I trusted him." Suddenly, Lianzu hugged Jianqiu into her arms, saying, "All right, he's been resting on your lap for so long. You must be tired too, right? Let him rest alone. That's how he'll recover faster, understand?" Ningxin said jealously, "Then let him lie there until the secret realm opens." Lianzu immediately agreed, "I'm willing." 3 days later, the exit of the secret realm activated. Outside, the sect leaders of the Zhuangjian sect were anxiously waiting. Sect leaders Wiqiu Wen stroked his beard, looking at each disciple coming out, and worried. "That's the 1865th disciple already." He anxiously looked at the gate and waited, "Why haven't I seen Lianzu's group yet? Did something happen?" At this moment, Lianzu's figure appeared. She said tiredly, "Phew. Finally, I'm out." Seeing her, sect leaders Wicho angrily scolded, "You are utterly useless. Forcing your cultivation to enter the Shin's secret realm. You really disappointed me too much." Lian Zhu immediately lowered her head and apologized, "I'm sorry, father." He didn't want to scold her further, so he lowered his voice, "All right. It's good that you're okay." After that, Ningxin also came out. She was happy to see her master, Qin Yaoyang. Ningxin immediately ran to hug her master and said, "Master, I'm back." Qin Yaoyang smiled kindly and greeted, "It's good that you're back. Let's go home with your master." Ningxin smiled mischievously, "No way. I still have to wait for my man." Hearing this, Qin Yaoyang asked curiously, "Who is your man?" At this moment, Jian Xiu walked out of the gate. Ningxin immediately pointed at him and replied, "My man is naturally Suo Jian Xiu." Hearing this, Jian Xiu was startled. His face turned pale, and he thought, "Damn it. Should I resist? If these words spread, what will I do in the future?" Jian Xiu nervously approached and greeted Qin Yaoyang, explaining, "Senior Uncle Qin, please don't listen to Junior Sister Tang's nonsense. It's not what you think." Qin Yaoyang said sternly, "You better explain this to me clearly." Being misunderstood, Jian Xiu turned to glare at Ningxin. She teased him playfully, "La la la. Master already knows about it. You can't avoid it, no matter how hard you try." A moment later, at the sect's main hall, all the Zhuanjian sect disciples returned. After understanding the situation briefly, a disciple reporting to the sect leader, it was truly not easy for the disciples to survive and return this time. The sect leader smiled kindly, "It seems that many things happened this time." He then asked this disciple, "You mentioned that after the blood devil orb appeared, what exactly happened?" The disciple replied, reporting to the sect leader, "It was Suo Jian Xiu. He just stopped the orb with one sword strike and saved all the disciples." Hearing this, the people around them exclaimed, "One sword strike to break the profound blood devil orb. Heavens! What kind of monster is that?" The sect leader pondered, "Defeating a 9th level true Qi martial artist while crossing levels is already monstrous enough, but I didn't expect Suo Jian Xiu to have such a rapid improvement. Far exceeding everyone's expectations." He then asked Ningxin, "Where is Suo Jian Xiu? Where did he go?" Ningxin replied, "Suo Jian Xiu went to visit his master as soon as he returned to the sect. I hope the sect leader won't punish him." The sect leader announced, "Jian Xiu has made a great contribution to the sect this time. The sect will definitely reward him greatly." But then he pondered, "But I'm afraid that Kui Yayan's condition is not optimistic. If there is no celestial dragon herb." Knowing that the sect leader was worried, Ningxin took out a bag of items and reported, "Sect leader, are you thinking about Suo Jian Xiu's master? We have already harvested the celestial dragon herb." Holding the celestial dragon herb in her hand, Ningxin continued, "Suo Jian Xiu picked a kind of spiritual herb. He asked me to bring it back and give it to his master." The others exclaimed upon hearing this, "I didn't expect them to actually harvest the celestial dragon herb. It is a spiritual herb that is hard to find in the 4 realms. It seems heaven is helping our sect." Sect leaders Wicho Wen also looked happy. He thought, with the celestial dragon herb, there is a 50% chance to save Kui Yayan. Qin Yaoyang said to Ningxin, "Why didn't you take it out sooner? Quickly give it to me. I am going to refine the elixir." The other masters also breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Peak Lord Kui will be saved. That's great. However, one person was not happy at all. He was Li Yuanqing, the sect leader of the 2nd peak. At this moment, at the 4th peak hall, Kui Yayan was lying unconscious. Lian Zhu asked worriedly, "Junior brother, what do we do? Master looks like this." Jian Xiu turned to reassure, "Senior sister, don't worry. Master will definitely get better. Didn't we harvest the celestial dragon herb?" Lian Zhu was somewhat comforted, but she was still worried. She thought, my mother passed away early. My master is like a mother to me. Tears welled up in her eyes. She thought, now that she needs me the most, I am powerless to do anything. Thinking this, Lian Zhu ran into Jian Qiu's arms and burst into tears. Seeing Lian Zhu's pitiful look, Jian Qiu thought sadly, Master, please don't let anything happen. It was getting late. Seeing that Lian Zhu was tired, Jian Qiu suggested, Senior sister, you should go back and rest first. I can take care of Master here. Lian Zhu nodded in agreement. After Lian Zhu left, Jian Qiu went to the bedside and observed Kui Yayan's complexion. He thought, it has been more than a month since entering the secret realm. I am afraid the poison in Master's body has spread. With the current situation, even if Qin Yaoyang can refine the yang restoring poison dissolving pill, she may not be able to save Master. Jian Qiu fell into deep thought, is there any other way to detoxify the poison? He remembered that in the secret realm, the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art could absorb the blood-killing aura and the power of the profound devil blood essence. Thinking that it might also be able to absorb toxins, Jian Qiu reached out to his master. When his hand was close to Kui Yayan's body, the toxins in her body were immediately drawn towards Jian Qiu. His face brightened. Knowing that it was working, Jian Qiu grabbed Kui Yayan's hand and said, as expected, it can control the blood-killing clear spirit poison. While holding Kui Yayan's hand and absorbing the toxins, Jian Qiu murmured, Master, you are saved. At the same time, an explosion occurred at the 7th Peak Hall. Smoke filled the entire room. In the smoke and dust, Qin Yaoyang covered her mouth and exclaimed, this is the second time I've tried to refine it. She worriedly thought, the celestial dragon herb can only be refined into 3 portions. I've already failed twice. Looking at the last petal in her hand, Qin Yaoyang thought sadly, this is my last chance. The yang restoring poison dissolving pill was a 4th grade high-grade elixir, and it was also the most difficult type of high-grade elixir to refine. Refining a 4th grade middle-grade elixir was no longer as easy as it used to be. Thinking about the disciples in the sect who could refine elixirs, Qin Yaoyang was worried, now, I am the only 4th grade elixir refiner in the entire sect. The others are even less capable. Sitting in front of the refining cauldron, Qin Yaoyang pondered, if I fail this last time, then Kui Yayan's life will be over in my hands. Ningxin, hearing the loud noise, ran over to ask, what happened, Master? She looked inside and saw that her master was trembling in fear. At this moment, at the 4th Peak Hall, the light from Jian Qiu's body illuminated the entire room. Jian Qiu sighed, it seems that the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art can both absorb poison and refine it to increase cultivation. Looking at his unconscious master Kui Yayan, Jian Qiu wanted to save her, but he couldn't. He thought, although I can absorb all the poison from her body at once now, if this poison is removed for no reason, it will definitely increase the danger of the Chaos Heavenly Emperor art being exposed. He suddenly had an idea, that's right. I'll absorb a little bit each day. That will maintain Master's life. Once Senior Uncle Qin refines the yang restoring poison dissolving pill. With the yang restoring poison dissolving pill as a cover, no one will suspect me. But then he worried and hoped that the refining of the yang restoring poison dissolving pill would go smoothly. A few days later, Jian Qiu went to find Ningxin. Ningxin asked curiously, you asked me to come outside, but you're hesitating to speak. What do you want? Seeing that Ningxin's complexion wasn't good, Jian Qiu asked curiously, you weren't beaten up, were you? Ningxin flared up, tapping Jian Qiu and blaming him, you're the one who was beaten up. Who do you think Tang Ningxin is? Who can beat me? Jian Qiu asked, then what is it? Ningxin stopped and fell silent. After a moment, she spoke, actually, Master cried until she was choked up. She grabbed Jian Qiu's hand and sobbed, I've never seen Master so sad before. She then pleaded, Suo Jian Qiu, you're so smart, can you help me think of a way to comfort Master? Jian Qiu was extremely curious. He wondered, Qin Yaoyang is a strong cultivator at the origin core realm. What could make her so distraught? Unless it's the refining of the yang restoring poison dissolving pill. With that thought, Jian Xiu asked, is it possible that something happened during your master's elixir refining? Ningxin was surprised. How did you know? Unless you're a god. No one but me and senior sister know about this. Confirming that it was true, Jian Xiu became restless. What I was worried about has come true. Jian Xiu immediately suggested that Ningxin take him there to see what was going on. At the 7th Peak Hall, Qin Yaoyang was preparing for her last elixir refinement. She slammed her hand on the table to remind herself, if I fail again. However, before she could finish, Ningxin appeared and called out, Master. Look who I brought. Jian Xiu respectfully greeted, Greetings, Senior Uncle Qin. Qin Yaoyang asked curiously, What are you doing here? Jian Xiu replied, I heard that Senior Uncle Qin is having trouble refining the elixir, so I came to see. Qin Yaoyang looked displeased. I'm having trouble refining the elixir. What do you want to do? Jian Xiu calmly suggested, I hope Senior Uncle Qin can explain the prescription for the yang restoring poison dissolving pill to me so I can see if there's anything I can do to help. Hearing this, Qin Yaoyang became even more displeased. She thought, this kid is just a beginner. He wants to teach me. How ridiculous. Seeing that Jian Xiu seemed determined, she continued to think, but this matter is related to his master's life and death, he probably wouldn't lie. Unless he really knows something. With that thought, Qin Yaoyang said to Jian Xiu, the notes I wrote are on the table. Take a look yourself. Jian Xiu went over to look at the notes. Qin Yaoyang continued to talk beside him, the detailed explanations are all here. It won't do you any good even if you look. Jian Xiu carefully read the notes, return the seed to the furnace. Illuminate with your eyes. Protect with your mind. Seal it at a critical time. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had discovered something. Qin Yaoyang asked in surprise, Are you saying that there is a problem with my accuracy in controlling the temperature? Jian Xiu pointed to a page of notes and said, Senior Uncle Qin, the humidity control must be within 1%. Only by changing the temperature 3 times can the medicinal power of the different elixirs be unified. Otherwise, under this temperature difference, the chemical forces will repel each other, easily causing the furnace to explode. Qin Yaoyang wondered in surprise, after just one look, he knows why I failed twice. While listening to Jian Xiu's explanation, Qin Yaoyang thought in amazement, could he really be a genius? Beside him, Ningxin also couldn't help but show her admiration. Looking at Jian Xiu and Ningxin teasing each other, Qin Yaoyang smiled, Suo Jian Xiu, although he achieved an A grade in the elixir refining class, there are hundreds of disciples with this achievement in the sect. But just one sentence from him can explain the secret of elixir refining. It's absolutely unique. After a moment of thought, Qin Yaoyang spoke, that's easier said than done. Is it easy to change the humidity continuously 3 times within a 1% range? Jian Xiu pondered and answered, Senior Uncle Qin is right. I'm also thinking of a solution. He closed his eyes and thought, extremely high fire control skills, extremely precise regulation of true qi, and extremely high elixir refining techniques. It's indeed not easy for a 4th grade elixir refiner. What on earth should I do? Then, he was startled as he figured out a way to deal with it. Without saying a word, Jian Xiu suddenly ran off somewhere. Ningxin and Qin Yaoyang felt extremely confused. A moment later, Jian Xiu had returned, carrying a bag of spirit stones. He rummaged through it, taking out the spirit stones. Qin Yaoyang asked curiously, What are you trying to do? Jian Xiu replied, Setting up a formation. Qin Yaoyang, not understanding, angrily shouted, Setting up a formation. What formation? You're messing up my elixir room. I can punish you, you know. While working, Jian Xiu explained, to solve the problem just now, the most important thing is the changes in the regulation of true qi and the control of fire. Both of them stood there in a daze, watching Jian Qiu work and listening to him say, "I will set up a fire-controlling formation and a true qi micro-origin formation. It will definitely help solve the problem." After setting up the formation, Jian Qiu raised his head and said, "Shishu Qin, you can try controlling the fire now." Qin Yaoyang had no choice but to obey and tried to control the fire. She wondered, can this kid really increase fire control by 100 times with these two formations? Indeed, it worked. The fire controlled by Qin Yaoyang had turned blue. She exclaimed in surprise, "Only a level 5 alchemist can control azure flames." Finding it magical, Qin Yaoyang turned to look at Jian Qiu and thought, just by relying on two formations, he can increase the fire control for alchemy by 10 times. With azure flames, not to mention the Yuanyang Huasha Dan, even the 4-realm supreme grade pills can be refined. Feeling strange, Qin Yaoyang turned to ask, "Chu Jian Qiu, where did you get these two types of formations?" Jian Qiu was extremely flustered and didn't know how to explain. Ningxin was also curious. "Tell us, I'm very curious too." Jian Qiu thought helplessly, "Can you still ask? No wonder you're master and disciple, you both have no brains." Seeing that Jian Qiu didn't want to answer, Qin Yaoyang didn't press him further. She said, "If you don't want to say, I won't force you. You two can go down. I need to focus on refining pills now." A few days later, at the 4th peak, looking at Kui Yuan who was still unconscious, Lianzu asked worriedly, "Shidi, almost half a month has passed. Why is there no news from Shishu Qin?" Jian Qiu reassured her, "Shijie, don't worry. Shishu Qin will definitely succeed." Lianzu was somewhat comforted, but still felt worried. Fortunately, Shifu's condition hasn't worsened. "But we don't have the Yuanyang Huasha Dan yet." "Shifu," Jian Qiu interrupted, "but speaking of which, the Yuanyang Huasha Dan should be about to be refined." Suddenly, they both heard a loud explosion. They went outside to look and saw a purple beam of light shooting into the sky from the 7th peak hall. Jian Qiu said happily, "Shishu Qin has succeeded in refining the pill and is coming out of seclusion." The door opened. Qin Yaoyang came out and saw that the sect leader and other hall masters had also rushed to the 7th peak hall after receiving the news. They asked happily, "7th Shimai, has the pill been successfully refined?" Qin Yaoyang smiled, took out a box and said, "It's a success." Sect leaders Wuqiu Wen said happily, "Thank heavens. 4th Shimai can finally be saved. We can't delay any longer. Let's quickly go give the medicine to 4th Shimai." So everyone went to the 4th peak hall together. Wuqiu Wen urged, "Shimai has been unconscious for so long. She's finally going to be saved." The elders who followed looked at Kui Yuan's condition and worried, this poison from the Blood-fiend sect is truly tyrannical to the extreme. It can actually poison a Yuan Dan realm expert to this extent. Qin Yaoyang thought while observing Kui Yuan, "Last time, when I visited Shijie, the poison had already infiltrated every organ. Why is it better now?" Feeling something was strange, she glanced at Jian Qiu behind her, who was smiling. Wuqiu Wen urged, "All right, 7th Shimai, if you've refined the pill, quickly give it to 4th Shimai." So after that, Qin Yaoyang slowly opened the box. Inside, a beautiful multicolored light shone. The others exclaimed, "This is a 4-realm top-grade pill. It's truly magical." Only the sect leader of the 2nd peak was not very happy. He silently observed and heard the others say, "With this pill, Hall Master Kui can be saved." Qin Yaoyang then put the pill into Kui Yuan's mouth and instructed, "Shijie, the medicinal properties are very strong, please bear with it." Suddenly, as soon as she swallowed the pill, black poisonous gas emitted from Kui Yuan's entire body, which was extremely terrifying. The others exclaimed in shock, "The poison is spreading." The poisonous substances then spread out. They rushed towards everyone there, starting with Lian Zhu, with the intention of attacking. Seeing his daughter in danger, elders Wuqiu quickly rushed out, determined to stop the danger. He warned loudly, "Everyone, quickly leave this place." He shouted in panic, "Don't inhale the poisonous gas, quickly leave the room." Everyone quickly rushed out of Kui Yion's room. At this time, the poisonous gas had covered the entire space inside. Elders Wuqiu immediately shouted, "Blood-fiend Sect demonic energy, don't act recklessly." He slammed his hand hard on the floor. Immediately, a profound iron seal appeared, enveloping the entire room and the poisonous gas inside. The third peak master looked at the poisonous gas, his heart filled with worry. Shimai was hit by such a strong poison, and can still hold on until now, truly admirable. Sect leaders Wuqiu also pondered, "This kind of poison, I'm afraid even I would find it difficult to withstand for 3 months." Lian Zhu asked her father worriedly, "Is Shifu inside in danger?" Sect leaders Wuqiu smiled to reassure her, "Don't worry. These poisons can't cause harm when they are still inside your Shifu's body. Besides, they've been forced out." However, he had no idea that the poisonous gas was breaking through the profound iron seal and escaping. When he realized the situation, sect leaders Wuqiu exclaimed in panic, "What?" He hurriedly warned, "It's over. If this gas spreads everywhere, the Zhuanjian sect is finished." At this moment, from Kui Yion's room, a dazzling purple light, along with a shadow, shot straight into the sky. Lian Zhu and the others curiously observed, not taking their eyes off to see what it was. Then, she was moved to tears of joy when she clearly recognized what it was. It was Kui Yion, who had recovered and was now trying to stop the flow of poisonous gas. Kui Yion looked down, giving Lian Zhu a gentle smile. Then, she immediately became serious, changing her attitude to deal with the poisonous gas. She carefully looked at the poisonous gas in her body spreading around. Then, Wei Yun raised her hand, creating a brilliant purple light, shooting straight down. She performed the move Qing Liu Jiao Kong sword, creating countless purple swords that descended from the sky. With just one move, Kui Yion eliminated all of the poisonous gas. Jian Qiu marveled, "One sword to eliminate everything." Lian Zhu added, "Shifu is going back inside the room." After a while, Kui Yion slowly walked out. The third peak master happily congratulated fourth Shimai for comprehending the 14th level of the Qing Liu Jiao Kong sword. The fifth peak master also spoke up to thank her, "Fourth Shijie, if it weren't for saving me, you wouldn't have had to bear such a great responsibility." Kui Yion smiled and replied, "I have completely recovered, you don't need to feel guilty anymore." The fifth peak master still wondered, "But perhaps the poison on your body has caused you to endure a lot of suffering, right?" He said this because there were still traces of the poisonous gas on his body. Kui Yion immediately cast a spell, dispelling the remaining poison on the fifth peak master's body. The poison was then absorbed into a bottle she was holding. After being detoxified, the fifth peak master cried gratefully. Kui Yion reassured him, "All right, we are all adults, don't be like a child." The third peak master thought to himself, "The poison on Gong Hao's body, even Zhuqiu Wen and Zhongsun Yuanbai were powerless to remove, yet it was dispelled by Kui Yion with just one palm. It seems that Kui Yion's strength has increased much more than imagined." Kui Yion seemed to understand everyone's thoughts, and said, "Everyone, don't look at me like that anymore. My strength isn't as high as you think. It's just that I've been fighting with that thing these past few days, so I've grasped some techniques." She also expressed her gratitude. "This time, my Shixiang and Shimai had to work hard because of me." The third peak master pointed to the side and said, "It's all thanks to your 2 excellent disciples, who didn't hesitate to risk their lives." Zhuqiu pushed Jian Qiu forward and added, "If they hadn't brought back the Qianji Zhuanlong grass, we really wouldn't know how to detoxify you. Especially Jian Qiu. He has made great contributions to our Zhuanjian sect." He continued, "Not only did he successfully obtain the Zhuanlong grass, but he also stopped the Blood-fiend Sect's attempt to seize the Xuanmo blood pearl. Hearing this, Kuiyon thought, "It seems that this time, Jian Xiu and Zua have suffered a lot for me." Observing Jian Xiu, she thought to herself, "In just a few days, Jian Xiu's true energy has reached the peak of the 6th level. How could he cultivate at such a fast speed?" Ziqiu Wen turned to Jian Xiu and said, "Last time, when your Shifu was still poisoned, you didn't have the mind to receive a reward. This time, you're ready, right?" Jian Xiu happily replied, "Yes, I will follow the sect leader's instructions." Ziqiu Wen then took out 3 books and asked, "Which of the 3 great methods of our Zhuangjian sect do you find most suitable?" Ziqiu Wen introduced, "These are the 3 most quintessential cultivation techniques of the Zhuangjian sect. Jian Xiu, you choose one." Jian Xiu carefully looked at the 3 books, pondering, in terms of quality and power, the most powerful book is the Zhuangqian Sword Manual. The Zhuangqian Sword Manual is the only martial art that has reached the intermediate earth grade level. It is said that if one cultivates to the peak, one can shatter mountains and move seas. He picked up the book and pondered, "Currently, I'm in a stage of excess combat power, but lack of defense. The Zhuangqian Sword Manual and the Casting Sword 7 Secrets are just icing on the cake for me." Thinking this, he decided to choose the secret manual, 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art. Seeing Jian Xiu choose it, the 3rd sect master whispered to the 5th sect master, "This 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art, if cultivated to great success, can be comparable to a magic treasure with incredible defensive power." The 5th sect master nodded in agreement, "Indeed. Once it's mastered, as long as you don't want to die, no matter how the opponent plots, they can't kill you." The 3rd sect master stroked his beard and continued, "This technique requires a huge amount of natural treasures for cultivation, far exceeding the resources of the entire sect combined. Even so, this technique is still difficult to achieve great success. This kid has chosen a technique that can't be perfected, it's a pity." Sect leader Zhuqiu stroked his beard, pondering, "Although he hasn't cultivated it to great success, this kid's current strength is strong, but his defense is not enough. Choosing the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Art is probably the best choice." Looking at Lian Zhu happily beside Jian Xiu, he pondered, "With such a mind, she would be very suitable to become the future sect leader of our sect." Then, sect leaders Zhuqiu announced loudly, "This time, Jian Xiu had to go through many difficulties to defeat the Blood-fiend sect and protect the lives of the disciples in the sect. I have decided to reward him with a brocade gold silk vest and 2 million contribution points." Hearing this news, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He instructed someone to bring 2 million contribution points and continued, "This time, our sect's disciples had a total of more than 2,000 people entering the secret realm. One person saving 100 people, 2 million contribution points, are still too little for Jian Xiu." Jian Xiu happily accepted the reward and thanked the sect leader. Behind him, the 3rd sect master was showing signs of jealousy. "You call this a reward for a disciple? I think you're picking a son-in-law instead." After everyone left, Kuiyon sternly scolded Lian Zhu. She reminded her, "You've now been reduced to the true Qi realm, do you know how many years it will take to recover?" Lian Zhu hid behind Jian Xiu, trembling as she replied, "Shifu, it's because I was worried about you." Kuiyon lowered her voice, "All right, I'll consider your actions at the 4th peak. Within 3 years, you will not be allowed to leave the mountain." Lian Zhu wailed, "Shifu." Jian Xiu pleaded, "Shifu, Shijie also disobeyed orders out of concern for you and entered the Xinjia secret realm. Is a 3-year confinement too harsh?" Lian Zhu still timidly hid behind Jian Xiu, her eyes blurred with tears. Kuiyon looked at the 2 disciples in front of her and sighed softly. She then turned and said softly, "All right, change it to 1 year. Within this 1 year, you stay at the 4th peak hall and cultivate well." Lian Zhu happily hugged Jian Xiu, "Thank you, Shifu." After that, Kuiyon instructed, "You follow me to the back mountain. Quickly restore your cultivation. Lian Zhu happily replied loudly, yes. Then, she turned her head, her eyes directed towards Jian Qiu. Lian Zhu smiled and thanked Jian Qiu for speaking up for her. Jian Qiu smiled back. Watching them leave, Jian Qiu said to himself, 2 million contribution points, I should go exchange for some stuff. That night at the contribution hall, Jian Qiu's appearance made the place extremely bustling. From inside came an urgent voice announcing, Chu Jian Qiu, 200,000 points for a detailed pill formula. Explanation and a refining essential guide, one of each. The announcer continued loudly, and also, he has 300,000 points, exchanging for a mid-grade level 3 alchemy furnace. Jian Qiu added, and another 300,000 point alchemy furnace. By that time, send it to the 4th peak for me. The Zhuangjian Sect disciples looked at Jian Qiu with eyes full of admiration. He then returned to the hall of the 4th peak. When he reached the door, Jian Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, finally finished transferring. Now I can rest. Suddenly, he discovered that the door to his room was open, with the lights brightly lit. He pushed the door open and wondered, why are the lights in the room still on? Did I forget to turn them off when I went out? His eyes suddenly showed a look of astonishment and surprise. In front of him was an incomparably beautiful woman. Moreover, she was bathing, without a stitch of clothing on. The magnificent natural scenery unfolded vividly before Jian Qiu's eyes. Seeing a man appear, the beauty was immediately ashamed and hurriedly covered her body. She blushed, her eyes glaring at the intruder before her. A burst of fiery red true energy erupted from her body, powerful and terrifying, causing a violent explosion. The explosion startled even Lian Zhu, who was practicing sword techniques far away. The smoke from the explosion then slowly dissipated. Jian Qiu, while shielding his face, said to himself, a nascent soul realm expert. This aura is countless times stronger than the nascent soul great demon I encountered in the Xinjia secret realm on Zhuanlong Mountain. He stood there, wondering in surprise, why would someone like this appear at the 4th peak? At this moment, the beauty slowly approached. Just at this moment, Lian Zhu appeared and stopped her. Shijie, please show mercy. Hearing this, Jian Qiu immediately showed a surprised expression. Huh, really? He looked at the beauty in front of him and exclaimed, Shijie. After Lian Zhu's senior sister finished putting on her clothes, the three of them entered the room. At this time, Lian Zhu introduced to her senior sister, this is Chu Jian Qiu, a disciple that Shifu just accepted, our little Shidi. And this is our senior sister, Luo Zhiyun. Luo Zhiyun turned to ask Jian Qiu, little Shidi, why would you run into my room for no reason? Jian Qiu frowned in response. I haven't even asked you yet. Why did you run into my room to take a bath? Luo Zhiyun angrily scolded, you bold lecher. You still dare to make excuses. This has always been my room, when did it become yours? Jian Qiu sat down and pondered for a long time. Indeed, it's impossible for someone to suddenly come into my room to take a bath. It's truly unreasonable. Unless someone. Realizing where the problem lay, they both turned to look at Lian Zhu with suspicion. Lian Zhu immediately ran away, stammering, Shidi, I have something to do, I'll go first. But Luo Zhiyun was quick to grab her. She grabbed Lian Zhu by the collar and dragged her out of the room, before turning back to warn Jian Qiu, I need to talk to my Shimai. I'll settle the score with you later. Jian Qiu stayed behind, thinking, it's really like getting caught in a crossfire, being targeted by a madwoman who can't distinguish right from wrong. It's hard to avoid a beating. Thinking this, Jian Qiu immediately ran out of the room and said to himself, no, I must quickly pack up my things and leave here immediately. At the same time, Luo Zhiyun had taken Lian Zhu to report her to Shifu. Kui Yon asked, you're saying your Shimai did it intentionally? Luo Zhiyun nodded and continued. Shifu, I don't want to pursue this matter with my little Shimai, but I don't understand why Shifu would accept a man. Luo Zhiyun frowned and said angrily, before, Shifu hated male disciples entering the fourth peak the most. Why would you accept someone like him now? Kui Yion waved her hand, calmly replying, it was just a misunderstanding. Your shitty didn't do it intentionally. Let it go. She continued, your shitty has extraordinary talent, unlike other men. Luo Zhiyun muttered quietly, TSK, aren't they all lustful? Kui Yion asked loudly, what did you just say? Luo Zhiyun awkwardly denied, nothing at all. She said in confusion, Shifu must have misheard. In her heart, she wondered, Chu Jianqiu, right? I want to see what Shifu sees in you. The next morning at the seventh peak, Qin Yaoyang asked curiously, Chu Jianqiu, why did you run over here? Seeing Qin Yaoyang's displeased expression, Jianqiu became even more annoyed. Judging from this tone, does she not want me to come? I gave her 2 formations anyway. Why is she changing her attitude so quickly, not acknowledging me anymore? So Jianqiu pointed to the 2 formations behind him and said, I almost forgot, there are still 2 formations in Shishu Qin's alchemy room. Hearing this, Qin Yaoyang raised her hand to stop him, asking suspiciously, that's not right, what do you plan on doing? Jianqiu replied in surprise, what else can I do? Of course, I'm going to break those 2 formations and move them back to our 4th peak. He added, those 2 formations have cost me a lot of contribution points. Qin Yaoyang shouted angrily, you can't take them. Jianqiu felt confused and asked, I was the one who set up those 2 formations, on what basis am I not allowed to take them? Qin Yaoyang retorted, Chu Jianqiu. I refined the Yuanyang Huasha Dan for your Shifu, is this your way of crossing the river after removing the bridge? Jianqiu immediately refuted, she's not just my Shifu, but also your Shijie. Qin Yaoyang was speechless, unable to say anything more. Then she began to lower her voice and fawn, nephew, let's discuss things slowly. If you need Shishu's help, just tell me. Jianqiu laughed secretly when he saw her change her attitude. That's right, wouldn't it have been better to act like this sooner? So he leisurely sat down, poured tea, and said, it's nothing much. He poured tea as he spoke. I want to stay at Shishu Qin's place for a few days, and also borrow Shishu's alchemy room to use. Qin Yaoyang was forced to agree. Use it as you please. In her heart, she was extremely annoyed. I have to put up with this because of the formation. Jianqiu smiled as he drank his tea and said, that's good then. Shishu Qin, I want to refine pills now. Help me close the door and leave, okay? Hearing these words, Qin Yaoyang was furious, but she still had to endure it. She said, you okay, I agree. So she had to reluctantly close the door for him, and then quietly left. Out of the room, Qin Yaoyang suppressed her anger, and punched a tree trunk hard. Her eyes gleamed with hatred. She said to herself, Chu Jianqiu, I have remembered this well. In the future, I will retaliate at all costs. At this time, Luo Zhiyun suddenly appeared. Luo Zhiyun greeted respectfully. Disciple Luo Zhiyun greets Shishu Qin. Seeing Luo Zhiyun, Qin Yaoyang lowered her voice and asked, Yana, when did you come out of seclusion? Your cultivation has improved significantly, truly worthy of being one of the 10 outstanding talents of the Zhuangjian sect. Luo Zhiyun nodded slightly and asked, Shishu, have you seen my Shidichu? Qin Yaoyang wondered, have you guys not met your Shidi yet? Hearing this question, Luo Zhiyun's face suddenly flushed red. She hesitated and replied, I've met him. Qin Yaoyang glanced at her room, pondering whether or not she should reveal Jianqiu's location. Seeing Qin Yaoyang's confusion, Luo Zhiyun asked, does Shishu know where he went? Qin Yaoyang had no choice but to reply, I haven't met him either. I haven't seen that kid for a long time. I don't know where he went. After hearing this, Luo Zhiyun bowed, then I won't bother Shishu anymore, I'll go find him somewhere else. Qin Yaoyang nodded, okay, go ahead. She watched Luo Jian's figure gradually fade into the distance. Her face became worried, thinking, looking at this, Chu Jianqiu has offended the person he shouldn't have offended the most. At this time, in the room, Jianqiu was carefully reading Qin Yaoyan's pill refining instructions. To refine this level 3 pill, you must use over 10,000 medicinal materials. Nourish your body with medicine. After reading a series of instruction books, Jianqiu said to himself, an ordinary disciple would need many years to find these medicinal materials, not to mention refining them into pills. He closed the book and sighed. So many medicinal materials are needed, no wonder alchemists are so rare. He then poured out the sack he had brought with him, inside which were countless shimmering spirit stones. Looking at the spirit stone in front of him, Jianqiu was excited. Just in time, I need this. He cheered with joy, his cheerful voice echoing outside. Jianqiu did not know that from the distant tree, Luo Jian was secretly watching. She was extremely indignant, daring to collude with Shi Shuqin to deceive me. The girl frowned and said angrily, Chu Jianqiu, I will settle this score for sure. The next morning, inside the room, Jianqiu was still diligently refining pills. This was the final test of a level 3 alchemist. After a while of hard work, Jianqiu finally succeeded in refining the level 3 pill, the Ningyuan pill. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I've become a level 3 alchemist. Sitting on the chair beside him, Qin Yaoyang leisurely enjoyed her tea. She turned to speak to Jianqiu, just a level 3 kid, you're still far behind me. Ignoring her words, Jianqiu's heart was still full of joy because he had successfully refined the Ningyuan pill for the first time, and the result was not bad. Holding the pill in his hand, he said to himself, there are still a few impurities. After I've become more proficient, I can sell them to make money. There will be more ways. Over here, Qin Yaoyang was still sneering. What is there to be proud of for refining a level 3 pill? Moreover, this pill still has a lot of impurities. Luckily, you still dare to bring it out to show off. Hearing these words, Jianqiu thought, this girl seems to have a lot of prejudice against me, doesn't she? She keeps nagging me every day. Is she hoping that I'll leave soon? Thinking this, Jianqiu said, Shi Shuqin, I've bothered you a lot these past few days. I think it's time to return to my peak. When Qin Yaoyang heard this, she immediately showed enthusiasm. You want to leave? Good, good, I won't keep you. Seeing her change in attitude, Jianqiu became even more certain that she wanted him to leave early, fearing that he would take back the formations. So Jianqiu slung his bag over his shoulder and walked away. Left alone, Qin Yaoyang sat in the room, her hand holding the teacup trembling. As it turned out, although Jianqiu's tone was somewhat sarcastic, in her heart, she was shocked and wondering. A level 3 alchemist in the 6th level of the True Qi realm. What's going on? How can he go from the 6th level of the True Qi realm to level 3? As for Jianqiu, after returning to the 4th peak, he slowly entered his room and said to himself, I've been refining pills non-stop for several days. That female demon should be done with her anger. By now, right? He fearfully peeked inside. She shouldn't be in my room, right? But immediately, a voice came from behind, causing his face to turn pale. Little Shitty, where are you planning to go? He trembled as he turned around, stammering a greeting. What a coincidence, Senior Sister Luo is here too. Luo Jian gave a cold smile. Where has little Shitty been these past few days, leaving your senior sister to search for you for so long? Jianqiu asked worriedly, Senior sister, what do you want from me? Luo Jian immediately pointed her sword at him, her voice full of threat. You still don't know why I'm looking for you. Jianqiu hurriedly explained, Senior Sister Luo, what happened that day really can't be blamed on me. You already know who the culprit is. You should settle the score with her. Luo Jian replied coldly, look at you. I can let you off the hook, unless you agree to one thing with me. Jianqiu immediately nodded repeatedly, I agree. Even if it's 100 things. I agree. Luo Zhiyun coldly suggested, "All right then. I want you to become my man." Before Jian Xiu could understand clearly, he nodded repeatedly, "I agree." After nodding in agreement, he suddenly realized what the suggestion was. Immediately, Jian Xiu roared, "Senior sister, are you joking? How can such a thing be easily agreed to?" Luo Zhiyun smiled and replied, "I don't care, you've already agreed anyway." Then she pushed him into the room and ordered, "For the next few days, you're staying in the room, you're not allowed to leave anywhere, wait for me to come back." After that, she stepped outside, sealed the door, and said, "This room has been restricted by my spell. Wait for me to return, I will open the door for you." Jian Xiu shouted in the room. "No, senior sister. What do you want to do? Are you kidding me? Let me out." Knowing that the woman would not easily let him go, Jian Xiu said dejectedly, "I don't know what that female demon wants to do with me. I can only be cautious with every step." So in the following days, Jian Xiu diligently sat in the room refining weapons, making countless precious magic treasures. Those magic treasures were all level 3 magical artifacts, which greatly increased Jian Xiu's combat power. After a few days, he looked out the door and wondered, the female demon Luo Zhiyun hasn't been seen for the past few days. She wouldn't have forgotten that I'm here, would she? Suddenly, there was a knock on the door outside. Then, the door suddenly burst open. A voice came from outside, "Senior Sister Luo is really joking. Senior Sister has just come out of seclusion, where would a Dao companion come from? Moreover, why is there a male disciple at the 4th peak?" The one who spoke was a man brought back by Luo Zhiyun. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Xiu appeared. As soon as she saw Jian Xiu appear, Luo Zhiyun immediately stepped forward and introduced him. "Chu Jian Xiu, you've arrived at just the right time. Quickly explain to senior brother Ji Yuliang the relationship between us." Jian Xiu's face turned pale, and he thought, "Damn it, is it necessary to lie to this extent?" I knew Luo Zhiyun didn't have good intentions. It turns out she's using this old man as a shield. And this guy's cultivation is even higher than that of the female demon. His aura is really too strong. The man standing in front of him was Ji Yuliang, a person with an extremely terrifying cultivation. Jian Xiu hurriedly explained, "Aren't we just Shijie and Shidi? What other relationship is there?" Luo Zhiyun replied angrily, "Has little Shidi forgotten what you did to me in the room the other day? Do you want me to find Shabua to confront you?" Jian Xiu said loudly, "Senior sister, don't slander my innocence." Over here, Ji Yuliang frowned and glared at Jian Xiu. "This Shidichu, senior sister Luo says you're her Dao companion." His power was extremely terrifying. Although he didn't raise his voice, he asked sternly, "Is this true or not?" Jian Xiu then realized that this aura wanted to take his life. But then, regaining his composure, he smiled slightly and thought, "Is that all there is to this power? Don't expect to make me submit. Ha ha. I didn't want to get involved in this mess. But you want me to admit defeat? I can't do that." Thinking this, he embraced Luo Zhiyun tightly and confirmed, "Even senior sister Luo's most precious thing has been given to me. Tell me, are we Dao companions or not?" An unexpected development happened. Luo Zhiyun's face turned red. Ji Yuliang was surprised, thinking, "Under my power, he can still move." His eyes gradually widened, his heart full of curiosity about this person, finding it truly interesting. He clapped his hands in praise and said, "Good, very good. If that's the case, I have nothing more to say." He then turned and left, not forgetting to say, "I will remember today's events. If we have fate, we will meet again." Jian Xiu and Luo Ni were still hugging each other, their eyes following the figure of their senior brother Ji Yuliang as he walked away. After he left, Luo Zhiyun blushed with embarrassment and glanced at Jian Xiu. She hurriedly pushed him away and shouted loudly, "How long are you going to keep hugging me?" Jian Xiu replied calmly, it was clearly Senior Sister who threw herself over here. Then he began to ask, Senior Sister, who was that person? Luo Jian silently pondered, unable to speak. A moment later, she slowly replied, that person is the direct disciple of the head of the Zhuangjian sect, Jiu Liang Huang. In the Zhuangjian sect, apart from the Grand Elders and the Seven Peak Masters, no one could compare to him. She recalled what Jiu Liang Huang had said when he left. I will remember today's matter. If fate allows, we will meet again. Luo Jian said in a flustered manner, perhaps I shouldn't have dragged junior brother into this mess. Seeing his senior sister's worry, Jian Xiu asked, even though Liang Jiu Huang is a disciple of the head, since he is from the Zhuangjian sect, he wouldn't dare do anything. Right? Luo Jian nodded, for the sake of Master's reputation, he wouldn't dare do anything in front of us. But I'm afraid he will trip us up behind our backs. She turned and walked into her room, not forgetting to instruct, in any case, these days, don't run around. Be careful. Jian Qiu gritted his teeth, angrily cursing inwardly. Isn't it all because of her? Luo Jian continued to advise, don't leave the sect, and don't go to secluded places. Don't go near First Peak or Third Peak either. Oh right, especially the treasure pavilion. As she said that, she suddenly felt a silence descend behind her. Turning her head to look, she could no longer see Jian Qiu's shadow. Jian Qiu had already arrived at the treasure pavilion. This place was quite lively and noisy. Jian Qiu stared intently at this place and said to himself, if even this place is off limits, then you might as well just kill me. Do you expect me to stay at Fourth Peak with you guys every day? Looking around, Jian Qiu thought to himself, I must go to the treasure pavilion to buy some magical artifacts, and also exchange some materials. At this moment, a voice rang out inside, Fu Ling Xue, Ling Xiaogongzi has taken a liking to you. This is a blessing from heaven for you, don't be ungrateful. Inside, Wan Xiuying, who had already reached the 7th level of the Zhenqi realm, was protecting Ling Xue from the lecherous Zhao Gaoqi. Don't cause trouble. Junior sister Fu is junior brother Su Jian Qiu's person. You should know the consequences of going against him. When Zhao Gaoqi heard the name Jian Qiu, he immediately looked scared. Jian Qiu's person. Why have I never heard of it? It would be troublesome if I offended Su Jian Qiu. Behind him, a cloaked figure sneered, looking down contemptuously, what is Su Jian Qiu? How can he compare to our society leader? Jian Qiu looked at him and thought to himself, who is this person? So arrogant. He could sense that this person's aura had reached the Huahai realm. Another female disciple, Tan Yusin, replied, Wu Xingxiu, if junior sister Fu doesn't agree, what right do you have to force her? Senior brother Feng already has many maidens. Why should he pay attention to someone like junior sister Fu? Wu Xingxiu sneered, what do you know about men? Men don't care much, they only care about whether they want it or not. Tan Yusin angrily shouted, Wu Xingxiu, you are shameless. Wu Xingxiu then threatened, Tan Yusin, if it weren't for the fact that you are the face of the Baifeng society, I would have taken you away as well. After speaking, he loudly ordered, men. Take Fu Ling Xue away. Cornered, Ling Xue immediately drew her sword. She put the sword to her neck and warned, if I have to suffer such humiliation, I would rather die. At this moment, a warm hand gently placed itself on her shoulder. Ling Xue slowly turned around. Recognizing Jian Qiu, her eyes welled up with tears. Jian Qiu smiled gently and said, if there is something troubling you, I'm here. Wu Xingxiu had not recognized Jian Qiu yet. He shouted, where did this useless trash come from, daring to interfere in the affairs of our Lingxiao society? Cripple him for me. Jian Qiu used his inner power to respond, you're just a bunch of weaklings who dare to be so arrogant. A loud explosion reverberated throughout the treasure pavilion. Wu Xingxiu gnashed his teeth in anger. He looked at the person who had just defeated his junior brothers and yelled, just who exactly are you? Jian Qiu slowly took off his hat and said, go back and tell Feng Lingxiao, I will not forget this debt. He continued, when I am in a good mood, we will go and meet him. Wu Xingxiu immediately recognized Su Jianqiu. Jianqiu angrily yelled, get lost. You are not qualified to talk to me. Wu Xingxiu, who had been so arrogant before, was now silent and speechless. Zhao Gaoqi hastily reminded him, don't get angry. Su Jianqiu is a famous figure now, you can't touch him. Wu Xingxiu clicked his tongue. Then he ordered his junior brothers to leave, although his heart was full of anger. After they left, Jianqiu turned to ask Ling Xue, are you all right? Ling Xue nodded slightly. He asked, why did they suddenly take an interest in you? Ling Xue said sadly, this afternoon, those people suddenly made their move, wanting to force me to be their maid. Her face turned somber as she continued, they call it being a maid, but in reality, they just want to use me as their plaything. I don't want to be forced into such a situation. Jianqiu pondered and then said, I don't think they will let this go easily. Do you want to follow me back to Fourth Peak? But then he thought again, that's not right. Apart from direct disciples, only their servants can enter the Fourth Peak. Ling Xue then stepped forward and pleaded, if young master doesn't mind, I am willing to be your maid. Jianqiu looked at Ling Xue, unsure of how to respond. Finally, to ensure her safety, Jianqiu reluctantly agreed, it seems there is no better way. Then you shall be my maid. Ling Xue was overjoyed, thank you, young master. After that, Jianqiu turned to speak to Tan Yusin and Wan Xiuying, today, you two have helped senior sister Fu. I will remember this favor. In the future, if you two encounter any difficulties, you can come to Fourth Peak to find me at any time. He took out a bag of magical artifacts, gave it to both of them, and said, consider these magical artifacts as a small token of my gratitude to you two. Wan Xiuying and Tan Yusin waved their hands. That's too polite. The two girls opened the bag of magical artifacts, and a dazzling light shone out, revealing countless precious treasures inside. Both of them were stunned to see that they were all second-grade magical artifacts. Watching Su Jianqiu and Ling Xue leave, the two thought to themselves, once he makes a move, he immediately takes out a large bag of second-grade magical artifacts. Su Jianqiu is even more generous than the rumors. Meanwhile, Su Jianqiu was instructing Ling Xue, oh right, before we go, I must tell you a few rules of the Fourth Peak. After returning to the Fourth Peak, Jianqiu said, I have told you all the rules of the Fourth Peak. He gently reminded her, the most important thing is to pay attention to my senior sisters. Don't offend them under any circumstances. Ling Xue smiled and nodded, young master, I remember. Speaking of the devil, Lianzu stepped forward to block their path and sternly questioned, junior brother, what is the meaning of this? Lianzu's face was stern, and she asked loudly, why did you bring someone back to the mountain without permission? Jianqiu replied, she is my maid. Lianzu asked again. A maid? You just went down the mountain, and suddenly you have a maid. She pinched Jianqiu's cheek and scolded, humph, I think you're just looking for an excuse to bring women back. As your senior sister, I don't agree. Jianqiu quickly explained. Senior sister, that's the truth. He gently explained, if we don't let her return to Fourth Peak, she might die outside. Lianzu had no choice but to believe him and agree, if you say so, then I have no other choice. Lianzu also instructed, but she cannot stay in your room. I see that there is still a small room behind yours. Let her stay there. Jianqiu agreed, I'll follow senior sister's arrangements. At this moment, hearing the noise, Luo Jiyun appeared and asked, what are you guys making a commotion about? Lianzu replied, big senior sister has arrived just in time. Lianzu pointed at Jianqiu and said, this guy already has us sisters, but he's still not satisfied. He even goes out to pick flowers and chase after butterflies. And he even dared to bring someone back to our Fourth Peak. Hearing this, Luo Jiyun emitted a terrifying killing intent. She said, I once thought you were different from others, but I didn't expect you to be the same kind after all. Not giving Jian Qiu a chance to explain, Luo Jian angrily turned away and said, "Out of sight, out of mind." After speaking, she immediately returned to her room. Lian Zhu also huffily left. "I'm going back to my room too." Frustrated, Jian Qiu smiled gently and said to Ling Xue, "Let them be. I'll take you to your room." Ling Xue nodded in agreement, "Okay." At the same time, at the Lingxiao Society's base in the Zhuangjian sect, the guys from before had returned to report to Feng Lingxiao, "Big brother, everything is exactly like that." Su Jianqiu suddenly appeared and saved Feng Lingxue. Feng Lingxiao, who was sitting in his room, surrounded by countless women attending to him, suddenly heard the voice, "What did you just say?" "That young lady is related to Su Jianqiu." The junior brothers immediately confirmed, "Yes." After hearing that, he thought to himself, "No wonder not long ago, Jiu Liang Huang told me that there was a peerless beauty named Fu Lingxue in the sect. So there was another motive." He chuckled smugly, "Jiu Liang Huang is indeed a schemer. He wants me and Su Jianqiu to become mortal enemies. Does he think I'm so easily manipulated?" Feng Lingxiao then got out of bed and said, "From now on, don't provoke the Baifeng Society and Su Jianqiu anymore. Also, report this to Jiu Liang Huang. He owes my Feng Lingxiao a debt. Tell him that if he knows what's good for him, he should find a beauty to come and accompany me. Otherwise, this matter won't end well." The junior brothers immediately complied. That night at the fourth peak, the image of a maid, as if stepping out of a painting, suddenly appeared in Jianqiu's mind. "Young master, I have already tidied up all your clothes in the room." The image of Ruhua smiling kindly, "If there is nothing else, I will go and tidy up my room." Jianqiu slowly opened his eyes, waking up from his daze as he heard the call, "Young master, young master." The scene before his eyes gradually became clearer. He was startled awake, and before him was Lian Zhu, calling, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" Jianqiu replied, "I suddenly remembered someone. I wonder how she is doing now. When I left Qianshui City, I promised Ruhua that if my life became stable, I would go and find her." Thinking this, Jianqiu then said to Ling Xue, "Junior sister, I will be going out in a few days. Would you like to come with me?" Ling Xue immediately asked, "Is it back to Qianshui City?" Jianqiu nodded, "That's right, we will go to Qianshui City together." Hearing this, Ling Xue was excited, "To young master's home. Okay, I will go and make the arrangements now." More than 10 days later, the two returned to Qianshui City. Looking at the scenery around them, Jianqiu said, "It's been a long time since I've been back to Qianshui City. I wonder how the Su family is doing now." Ling Xue smiled and replied, "Young master, rest assured, heaven will bless the Su family." Suddenly, an event occurred that attracted Jianqiu's attention. Several people surrounded a girl and threatened, "Su Qiaoyu, today is the deadline." The leader pointed his fan at Su Qiaoyu's neck and said coldly, "If you don't quickly hand over the spirit stones as compensation to this young master, then obediently follow me. Don't force me to use harsh methods." Su Qiaoyu angrily threw his hand away and shouted, "Your jade pendant is just an ordinary treasure. If it really was a second-grade magical artifact, how could it have been broken so easily?" The other person replied, "So you don't have the money." He smugly ordered his servants, "If she doesn't have money, then use her as payment. Men, take her away." The servants immediately extended their hands, intending to grab the girl. A hand suddenly appeared, tightly grabbing the servant's hand. Seeing that someone was interfering, the servant immediately threatened, "How dare you? Who are you to interfere in the affairs of our city lord's mansion?" Su Qiaoyu immediately recognized Jianqiu. She cried out, "Young master." Jianqiu immediately asked, "What happened? Why do these people dare to bully someone from my Su family?" Su Qiaoyu then pointed at that person and said coldly, "That person is the son of the district lord Zhu Angxiong, Zhu Anling, who just arrived. He falsely accused me of breaking his second-grade magical artifact and is demanding compensation of 10,000 spirit stones. But that second-grade magical artifact was not broken by me. Looking at that arrogant young master, Su Qiaoyu said coldly, he is relying on the power of his father, the city lord, and his identity as a disciple of the Fenglei mountain villa, to harass me. In the city, there are already many young ladies that have been violated by his despicable acts. The young master said smugly, now that you've finished, obediently follow me. Otherwise, not only will you bring disaster upon yourself, but you will also bring disaster upon your entire Su family. Then, he pointed at Su Jianqiu, his tone contemptuous, don't think that just because you are a disciple of the Zhuangjian sect, I won't dare to touch you. Someone like you, I only need one strike to finish you off. Before he could act arrogantly, he immediately received a kick to the face. The young master was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth like rain. The servants immediately shouted, who did this? The one who had made the move was Ling Xue. She frowned, angrily shouting, how dare you be so rude to our young master? Die! 2 servants hurriedly ran over to help the young master up, yelling, young master, you can't have anything happen to you. Seeing that the young master's teeth were broken, the 2 servants shouted, well done, Su family. You dare to attack our city lord's young master. Just wait and see how your clan will be exterminated. Seeing them leave in a group, Ling Xue asked, young master, do we need to chase after them? Jianqiu shook his head, no need, let them come to us. Behind them, Su Qiaoyu thought to herself in surprise, Su Jianqiu hasn't been gone from Qianshui city for long, but even the maid beside him already has such strength. Suddenly, a deep voice of an old man came from behind, young master, you have returned. Jianqiu turned his head and bowed, 3rd elder. The 3rd elder looked around and asked, what happened just now? Jianqiu replied, the city lord's son wanted to bully Qiaoyu, so I taught him a lesson. The 3rd elder was surprised. The city lord's son. He said worriedly, then our Su family is in trouble. Zhu Angxiong is a disciple of the Fenglei mountain villa, a Huahai realm 1st level expert. You injured his son, he will definitely not let this go. Jianqiu frowned, so what if he is a disciple of the Fenglei mountain villa? Our Su family is not someone that anyone can bully. The 3rd elder lowered his voice and said, if young master doesn't see any problems, then we don't need to ask anymore. He then led Jianqiu and Ling Xue into the family, announcing, tell everyone in the clan to gather to welcome the young master's return. The 3rd elder bowed his head and respectfully said to Jianqiu, young master, we did not know that you would be returning today, so we have not made adequate preparations. Everyone is already out here to welcome you. Jianqiu smiled, 3rd elder, you have put in a lot of effort. Seeing that few people had come, Jianqiu frowned and thought, those people of the Grand Elder indeed did not show up. It seems that they are still not convinced by me. At this time, Jianqiu remembered something and asked the 3rd elder, oh right, 3rd elder, where has Ruhua gone? The 3rd elder lowered his voice, please, Ruhua from half a year ago. Hearing the 3rd elder's trembling voice, Jianqiu grabbed his collar and roared, what did you say? Ruhua is dead. Before I left, didn't I ask you to take care of her? Tell me quickly, who did it? Who did it? The 3rd elder answered in fear, Ruhua is not dead, she was just taken away. Hearing this, Jianqiu lowered his voice and asked, who took her away? The 3rd elder then recounted, half a year ago, a mysterious woman suddenly descended from the sky into our Su family, saying that Ruhua had awakened the heavenly phoenix bloodline and wanted to take her as a disciple. However, at that time, Ruhua said that she wanted to wait for young master to return, so she didn't want to go, but in the end, she was still forcibly taken away by her. He also added, that woman was very powerful, someone I had never met before. At that time, I was in a nearby monastery, trying to go over, but it was like I was frozen, unable to move. Hearing this, Jian Qiu frowned and thought, it seems that Ruhua was taken away by an expert. That can be considered a rare opportunity for her. But in the future, it will be very difficult to meet her again. Jian Qiu, after realizing this, immediately bowed his head in apology. Third Elder, I am very sorry, I was rude just now. Please forgive me. The third elder waved his hand. It's all right, I couldn't protect Ruhua, it's good enough that young master doesn't blame me. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above, Sugatuo. Quickly hand over the person who hit my son. I will spare your Su family. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being merciful. Hearing the tone, the third elder was frightened, looking up at the sky and exclaimed, Zhu Angxiong has arrived. The city lord, Zhu Angxiong, continued to shout loudly. Sugatuo. If you don't show yourself, I will exterminate your Su family. At this time, the Grand Elder appeared and said, City Lord, please calm down. Could it be that we are misunderstanding something? In our Su family, no one would dare to attack Zhu Gongzi. Moreover, with Zhu Gongzi's strength and cultivation, who could injure him? The servant who had previously carried Zhu Gongzi back pointed at Jian Qiu and said, Family head, it was the person that I am pointing at who injured the young master. Hearing this, the Grand Elder shouted, Jian Qiu, if you really injured Zhu Gongzi, then quickly apologize to the city lord. Zhu Angxiong, standing high above, glared at Jian Qiu and said, Do you think just apologizing will let you get away with it? I'll give you conditions, kneel down and kowtow 3 times. And cripple your own cultivation, then I can spare your Su family. Otherwise, today will be the day your Su family is exterminated. The Grand Elder continued to shout loudly, Why aren't you following the city lord's words? Or do you want to become a criminal of the Su family? Jian Qiu coldly replied, You are not qualified to manage the Su family. He then began to explain, When a disciple of the Su family encounters trouble, you still indulge them and don't care at all. The 100-year foundation of the Su family in your hands has not only failed to develop, but has also declined. Thirdly, you have broken the unity of our family, spreading dissension everywhere. With these 3 crimes, as the Grand Elder, you are already deserving of death. The Grand Elder shouted, You little beast. Whether I'm qualified to be the family head or not, what right do you have to criticize me? Then he rushed over, his voice full of threat. I must punish a lowly person like you. A beast that only knows how to bring disaster upon the family. Seeing him rush over, the third elder quickly shouted a warning, Young master, be careful. Jian Qiu still maintained a cold expression, only calmly observing the old man's actions. Waiting for him to get closer, he lightly raised his hand. With just one palm, the powerful Fury Ling 7 folds. He sent the wicked old man flying backward by a whole meter. The Grand Elder coughed, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. He roared, You dare to cripple me. The third elder and second elder, seeing this, were both shocked, wondering, how could a Zhenqi realm 6th level expert cripple a half-Huahai realm expert? Jian Qiu coldly said to the Grand Elder, Leaving you with your life is already giving you face, as a fellow clan member. After dealing with the evil old man, Jian Qiu raised his head to look up. He pointed at Zhu Angxiong, who was still acting arrogantly. Jian Qiu sternly warned, Next, it's your turn. Zhu Angxiong laughed upon hearing Jian Qiu's tone, My turn. A mere Zhenqi realm 6th level expert dares to speak so arrogantly. How ridiculous. He looked at the Su family's Grand Elder with disdain. I don't know if you're brave or just stupidly arrogant. You think that just because you defeated a piece of trash, you have the right to provoke me. After speaking, he unleashed the Fenglei Divine Palm technique, shouting, Let me show you what a true Huahai realm expert really is. Jian Qiu calmly raised one hand, unleashing the Fury Ling 7 folds palm technique, responding powerfully. The collision of the 2 powerful techniques made the third elder scream in fear, protect the clan members. The 2 fought evenly, with no clear victor. But then Zhu Angxiong began to show signs of weakness. He was pushed back and thought in surprise, What? A person who is only in the Jinchi 6th level realm can actually make me retreat. Knowing that he couldn't play around with Jian Xiu, the old Zhu Angxiong drew his sword and said, "It seems I have underestimated you, kid." He swung his sword, which emitted a purple stream of Jinchi, and said, "Prepare to become a ghost under my blade." The third elder panicked the moment he saw his blade and shouted, "This is the Fenglei Ghost Blade, a treasure bestowed by the Fenglei Mountain Villa. This is a top grade, low level, third grade blade." Looking at the terrifying blade, the third elder said, "It is said that once the blade is drawn, there will definitely be blood shed. The young master is in danger." The old Zhu Angxiong swung his blade toward Jian Xiu, roaring, "You Su family brat, die." Jian Xiu also swung his sword, revealing a powerful low-level, third-grade level. How comical. Xiu's sword went straight into Zhu Angxiong's blade. The two weapons collided, producing a resounding crash. The Jinchi emitted from both of them caused everyone below to panic, and they all hurriedly ran away. Below, both Su Qiaoyu and Ling Xue were extremely worried about Jian Xiu. The two looked at each other with eyes full of killing intent. Then, the two charged at each other, unleashing fatal strikes for 300 rounds. Jian Xiu, with the special ability of the main character, quickly made his move and struck Zhu Angxiong's shoulder, causing him to panic at the incredible speed. Zhu Angxiong had fallen down. He wondered, "Why is my speed not comparable to this kid, who is only in the Jinchi 6th level realm?" He stared intently at Jian Xiu, wondering, what kind of monster is he? On the other side, Jian Xiu channeled his Jinchi into his sword and said, "I'm a bit tired, so let's end this." Seeing the aura emanating from the sword, Zhu Angxiong was terrified. Could this be a top-grade, third-grade magic artifact? He was completely panicked, wondering, wait, how could a low-level disciple of the Zhuangjian sect have such a magic artifact? Impossible, this is impossible. Thinking that he couldn't defeat Jian Xiu, the old Zhu Angxiong took out a pill and thought to himself, "I can't continue like this. If I keep fighting like this, I will definitely lose. Damn it, I'll just risk it all." On the other hand, Jian Xiu was surprised to hear Zhu Angxiong say, "Kid, so what if you have a magic artifact?" He swallowed the pill, his power exploded, and he said, "Under the effect of the Fenglei Mountain Villa's secret medicine, you can't be my opponent." Jian Xiu was shocked, the secret medicine of the Lei Feng Mountain Villa. The moment that thought appeared, Zhu Angxiong disappeared. He instantly teleported behind Jian Xiu, swinging his blade down with great force, "I've won." But as he swung his sword down, he suddenly flinched in surprise. Jian Xiu had disappeared from where he was, without anyone noticing. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly appeared right behind the old man. Then, Jian Xiu swung his hand, unleashing a powerful Fury-Ling seven-folds palm strike into Zhu Angxiong's back. He had no time to dodge, and was hit by a fatal blow, falling to the ground. He fell to the ground like a cannonball. The people of the Su family were all stunned by this scene. At this time, Zhu Angxiong was still alive. He couldn't understand why Jian Xiu was able to defeat him. He looked up at Jian Xiu's sharp sword pointing straight at him. Jian Xiu coldly threatened, "I'm sorry, do you think you can hurt me with a secret medicine? You are still not qualified." He coldly asked the old man, "Do you want to live or die?" The old Zhu Angxiong still said stubbornly, "You can't kill me. I am a disciple of the Fenglei Mountain Villa." Jian Xiu laughed, "So what if you are from the Fenglei Mountain Villa? Is my Zhuangjian sect afraid of you?" He took out a red pill and ordered, "Swallow it now." The old Zhu Angxiong stared blankly at the glittering pill. Jian Xiu said to him, "From now on, come to fourth peak of the Zhuangjian sect once a year to get the antidote." He also reminded him, "If you still have any intention of opposing the Su family, and I find out that you dare to interfere, then be prepared to become a pool of blood." He also didn't forget to instruct, "From now on, in Qianshui City, the Su family will have a powerful voice." A short time later, Jian Xiu said to the third elder, "The Grand Elder has been deposed by me. The other elders who followed him to suppress the clan members have also been removed from their important positions. From now on, you will be the family head of the Su family, no one can object. The third elder nodded, all right. This old man will definitely do my best to make our family the #1 family, protecting the Qianshui district. He got on his horse, handed the third elder a bag of treasures, and said, this time, after leaving, I don't know when I will return. I have left behind some cultivation resources for the Su family. Consider it as contributing some of my strength to the Su family. In the future, I hope that the third elder will take good care of Ling Shue's family. The third elder nodded in agreement, that is of course. Jian Xiu and Ling Xue rode away on their horses, not forgetting to greet the elders. Then, I will bid you farewell here. The third elder bowed respectfully, we bid the young master farewell. May the young master have a safe journey. A while later, they arrived in front of a small inn. Jian Xiu and Ling Xue pushed the door open, their elegant yet powerful aura emanating a compelling charm. Inside, a nimble waiter quickly came out to greet them warmly. Do you two want to have a meal or stay for the night? Jian Xiu smiled and replied, I want to eat and need a place to stay. He looked at the waiter, thinking to himself, not bad, just a small waiter in a restaurant. Yet he's already a 5th-level Qi condensation martial artist. The waiter smiled and said, esteemed guest, please have a seat. If you're staying overnight, the superior room costs 10 second-grade spirit stones, while the inferior room is 5 second-grade spirit stones. He handed over a menu and said, if you would like a meal, here is the menu. Jian Xiu looked at the menu, his face turned pale, and said, waiter, is this robbery? 10 second-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 1,000 first-grade spirit stones. The waiter continued to smile, and replied, oh, I won't hide it from you. This place is near Huangfeng Mountain, where many fierce beasts gather. To defend against them, a large sum of money must be spent to hire formation masters to set up defensive formations. This makes prices at the small inexpensive, but it's definitely worth the money. Jian Xiu pondered for a moment and then said, all right, then we'll choose 2 premium dishes and 2 side dishes. Suddenly, Jian Xiu sensed that something was strange. He glanced at the next table, and saw a person wearing a closed cloak. Jian Xiu sensed that this person had a half-step Sea transformation realm cultivation. He signaled Ling Zhu, that person seems unusual, be careful. A moment later, the sound of rapid horse hooves echoed. On horseback was a person with countless deep scars on his face. This person shouted in panic for help. But before he could finish his sentence, he was struck in the neck by a slash. The one who acted was another cloaked figure, who decapitated the person with a sharp and decisive strike. Jian Xiu immediately recognized that something was amiss. He hurried outside to observe the situation. Examining the corpse, he thought, Dark Knight sword style. This is the ultimate sword technique of the Dark Shadow Tower, an extremely mysterious assassin organization in Nanju. How could they appear in Dakian? Suddenly, Jian Xiu noticed something else strange. He recognized that the victim's clothing was that of someone from the Flying Fish Hall. Thinking something was wrong, Jian Xiu instructed Ling Zhu, stay inside the inn, don't go out. I'll go check things out and be right back. Immediately, Jian Xiu stuck a talisman on himself. As he flew away, he thought, the Flying Fish Hall is a sect dependent on the mysterious sword sect. Just a small flying fish hall, not worthy of a large force like the Dark Shadow Tower to take action. The Dark Shadow Tower killing people from the Flying Fish Hall is very likely hiding a conspiracy against the mysterious sword sect. That evening, Jian Xiu followed the assassin's trail to a house. Seeing the light, he knew he had arrived at the right place. So Jian Xiu attached another talisman to himself. He leaped onto a treetop. From the top of the tall tree, Jian Xiu carefully observed the house below. Seeing the people inside, Jian Xiu thought, their aura is too strong. These martial artists, the lowest cultivation, must be half-step Sea transformation realm. He worriedly thought, the energy gathering inside is enough to destroy a medium-sized sect of the Dacian dynasty. Inside, someone spoke, Yao Jingshan. Yao Jingshan turned his head and asked, "Is the mission completed?" The other nodded, "Completed. The person who ran out of the flying fish hall has been completely eliminated. No information was leaked." Yao Jingshan smiled slyly upon hearing the report, "Very good. The flying fish hall is already in our hands. Go and rest. When Ding Qiu returns, we will take action against Qingshan County." Hearing this news outside, Jian Qiu was shocked. The flying fish hall is surrounded and has fallen into the hands of the Dark Shadow Tower. He stood up, looked up at the sky, and thought, why hasn't there been any news from the mysterious sword sect? I need to quickly inform my senior sisters. Just then, the branch beneath Jian Qiu's feet suddenly cracked. He exclaimed in panic, "Oh no." Hearing the commotion, Yao Jingshan immediately launched a palm strike towards the source of the sound. His palm force formed a gigantic hand, full of power. It quickly destroyed the entire upper part of the tree. When Yao Jingshan stepped out, no one was there anymore. He wondered in surprise, "Did I hear wrong?" Jian Qiu quickly hid under a wall, breathing a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect that even after trying to conceal my aura, I was still discovered by that black-cloaked martial artist. His strength is truly terrifying." He held a talisman in his hand and said to himself, "It seems that I need to practice stealth more in the future." A moment later, Jian Qiu returned to the inn. He worriedly wondered, "I went out on business. I wonder how Ling Zhu is." He slowly walked into the inn. Suddenly, someone was unexpectedly knocked out. Jian Qiu looked surprised. What happened? It turned out that the person who had just attacked was the inn's proprietress. She said, "If you stay in this old lady's inn, you must follow the rules. Such despicable behavior is ruining my reputation." Seeing Jian Qiu, she warned, "Young man, you left your woman behind and ran off. Luckily, you're in my inn. Otherwise, you would have paid a price." Hearing this, Jian Qiu was extremely worried. Oh no. Could it be? He loudly called out, "Ling Zhu, are you all right?" Luckily, she was unharmed. Ling Zhu ran out, exclaiming happily, "Young master, you're back." Jian Qiu was slightly surprised. But immediately afterward, he felt relieved that she was all right. "I was busy and couldn't take care of you properly. Luckily, you're safe." Ling Zhu was happy to see Jian Qiu worrying about her. She smiled radiantly, captivatingly. However, one person was not happy, the proprietress of the inn. She frowned, her eyes full of displeasure, as she watched the two happy together. At this moment, Jian Qiu suddenly remembered something. He pulled a green spirit stone out of his pocket. He gave it to the proprietress. The proprietress immediately snatched the spirit stone. Her face relaxed, looking much happier. Jian Qiu bowed and thanked her. "Well then, I must thank you, proprietress. How should I address you?" The proprietress held the spirit stone, smiling, "Young brother, no need for formalities. My surname is Zhu, you can just call me Auntie Zhu." Seeing her happy with the spirit stone, Jian Qiu thought, "This woman looks only about 27 or 28 years old, yet she asks others to call her auntie. That's strange. But it's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Generally, the higher the cultivation level of the strong, the slower the aging process." Jian Qiu bowed and asked, "I have some matters to trouble Auntie Zhu tomorrow." Auntie Zhu waved her hand, saying, "Speak. It's already late. I won't bother you two anymore." Jian Qiu observed her tone and thought, at first glance, this woman seems ordinary, but in reality, her abilities are unpredictable. Perhaps she is even more difficult to deal with than those from the Dark Shadow Tower. But luckily, she doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. Jian Qiu then turned to Ling Zhu. "I need to go out tomorrow. If I take you with me, it could be dangerous. Can you stay obediently at the inn and wait for me?" Ling Zhu bowed her head and replied, "Everything is decided by the young master." The next morning, a paper crane flew out from the inn. The crane flew away, heading towards the house of those people who had been haunting him. It quickly landed on the roof, listening to the situation. This startled Yao Jingshan slightly, but he didn't notice anything unusual. Seeing this, a subordinate asked, "What's the matter, Yao Jingshan?" Yao Jingshan frowned, carefully observed his surroundings and replied, "It's nothing. I just feel like someone is secretly watching nearby." The subordinate smiled reassuringly, "Yao Jingshan is too cautious. Who dares to spy on us? Even if someone wanted to, unless their cultivation is higher than ours, we would definitely notice. But looking across Qingshan City, there is no one like that." Yao Jingshan nodded, "That's true. But to avoid any trouble, tell everyone to prepare. Let's act immediately." The paper crane was still perched on the roof. It carefully watched and observed his every action and word. At the same time, at a tea house in the city, Jian Xiu felt genuinely threatened. He thought, "Luckily, I used a spirit talisman to create the crane to extend my eyes and ears. Otherwise, I would have been discovered." Yao Jingshan is very careful and meticulous. Truly a difficult opponent. Jian Xiu was extremely worried. He said to himself, Qingshan County is a large county of Qiannanju, and Qingshan City is also extremely prosperous. The forces inside are comparable to Qianshui City. Apart from the city lord's mansion, Qingshan City also has 5 major families and 3 major sects. These 5 major families and 3 major sects all have sea transformation realm experts in charge, showing their formidable power. Jian Xiu frowned, wondering, what exactly is the goal of the people from the Dark Shadow Tower? What are they plotting? He frowned, pondering, currently, the information I have is still too little. If I act recklessly, it will be alarming and make things more complicated. Afterward, a deeper investigation will become extremely difficult. Thinking this, he sighed, "Yesterday, I sent a report to my master about the situation here. Before reinforcements arrive, we shouldn't act rashly. First, let's take advantage of the paper cranes to gather as much information as possible." At this moment, someone suddenly entered. This person with a fierce face came in. He was Yao Jingshan. He shouted loudly, "Waiter, bring me a pot of good tea." The waiter greeted him enthusiastically, "Esteemed guest, please come inside." Looking at this person, Jian Xiu thought, it seems they have started their actions. But with only a dozen or so assassins from the Dark Shadow Tower, wanting to control all of Qingshan City is not easy. A moment later, as Yao Jingshan was sitting and enjoying tea, a black-cloaked subordinate rushed over, bowing and reporting, "Yao Jingshan, the matter has been resolved." Yao Jingshan smiled, "Good, you go and assist Zemo. If there are any issues, remember to report back to me." Seeing them acting in broad daylight like this, Jian Xiu thought, so blatant. It seems, they completely don't care about me. Suddenly, a paper crane carrying an unexpected signal returned. Jian Xiu immediately recognized that the paper crane in Qingshan City had unusual signs. His eyes widened, and he asked in surprise, how could this be? Some forces that had grudges in Qingshan City suddenly began to engage in fierce battles. Moreover, this conflict was no longer on a small scale as before, but a fierce confrontation between peak combat forces, launching powerful attacks. The reason was that the young master of the Shangguan family had raped the daughter of the Saifeng family. This matter was witnessed by the elder of the Saifeng family, causing them to be furious and determined to hunt down the young master of the Shangguan family. The remaining major forces in Qingshan City also began fighting each other inexplicably for unimaginable reasons. The assassins directly attacked the city lord's mansion. They blocked the way and killed anyone who intended to escape. After grasping this information, Jian Xiu was extremely worried, the long-standing obsession with today's plans. He didn't know how long they had been secretly preparing before. Perhaps they had long discovered the internal situation. just waiting for them to kill each other so that they could reap the benefits. Thinking of the person who was killed at the beginning, Jian Qiu worried, the sects and forces that discovered anything unusual, when they wanted to go out to report, were all killed. Just like the disciple of the flying fish hall who ran to the inn for help, but couldn't escape that fate. He glanced at Yao Jingshan of the Dark Shadow Tower, thinking, the methods of those in the Dark Shadow Tower are truly cruel and vicious, even more so than the Blood-fiend sect. To deal with them, one must be extremely cautious. Yao Jingshan was still leisurely enjoying his tea. Jian Qiu slowly approached from behind and said softly, "Brother, I have something to discuss." With his consent, Jian Qiu sat down. He smiled and said, "Brother just now led a group of people to loot the city lord's mansion. Surely you gained quite a lot." Yao Jingshan smiled and replied, "Indeed, the gains are considerable. But do you know what that means?" Jian Qiu then said with a smile, "Everyone who sees it gets a share, give me half. Otherwise, I will go to the Dacian imperial family to accuse you." Yao Jingshan laughed loudly, "Ha ha. Do you know who you are facing? Who gave you such guts?" He changed his expression, looking disdainful, "Not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, let me send you down there, and you will have a chance to learn from your ancestors." But suddenly, Yao Jingshan's face turned pale. He was completely immobile. The true qi in his body was blocked, unable to circulate. Jian Qiu smiled and said, "If you continue to circulate your true qi, the spread of the powerful poison will be faster. By then, even if I have an antidote, I won't be able to save you." Yao Jingshan shouted, "You dare to poison me? When did you poison me?" Jian Qiu smiled and replied, "Before you stepped into this tavern, I secretly poisoned the chair you sat on, the table next to it, and even the teacup you drank from." Yao Jingshan sat motionless, powerless. He thought, he's just a 6th-level qi condensation martial artist, yet he has a 3rd-grade potent poison in his hands. It seems that this person is not as simple as he appears. Jian Qiu on the opposite side still had a friendly smile, "Brother, don't struggle anymore. Obediently take out your loot and share a bit." Yao Jingshan was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He threw a bag of spirit stones down in front of him and said coldly, "Take it and get lost." Jian Qiu frowned and asked, "The treasury of the city lord's mansion can't hide only this much, right?" Yao Jingshan replied, "I only have this much in my hands. My subordinates are holding the rest. If young brother doesn't mind, please wait a little longer." Jian Qiu smiled and replied, "Those subordinates also have high realms and strong power. Do I have to wait for them to come and kill me? I'm not that stupid." He rummaged through the bag of spirit stones he gave him, thinking, "This is full of treasures, indeed, not few good things." Jian Qiu only took a little and said, "Everyone who sees it gets a share, half each. These things are returned to you. I still have this bit of integrity." Picking up some spirit stones and intending to leave the tavern, Yao Jingshan suddenly stood up and called out, "Young brother, wait." Jian Qiu stopped, frowning, "What is it now?" Yao Jingshan frowned and asked, "Are you not going to kill me?" Jian Qiu gave him a sharp glance. Then he said, "No one is paying me to do that, why should I kill you? I only need money, not lives. Or do you not want to live anymore and need my help?" Yao Jingshan smiled friendly and said, "Brother, don't misunderstand, so what if there's poison in my body? Surely young brother won't plan to not give me an antidote." Jian Qiu sighed in bewilderment, "Your cultivation realm is so high, if I help you detoxify, what if you come back and kill me?" He smiled and reminded, "Just relax. As long as you don't use your true qi within 3 hours, the poison will naturally dissolve." With that, Jian Qiu quietly turned his head and walked away. Yao Jingshan called out loudly, "Wait." Jian Qiu angrily turned his head, shouting, "What now?" Yao Jingshan frowned, softly asking, "Is it true that as long as someone pays you, you will do anything?" Jian Qiu frowned in thought. Then he said, "That depends on how much you're offering. So, is there any new business?" Yao Jingshan immediately replied, "A big order, the price is guaranteed to be satisfactory. You wait for me at the abandoned temple outside the city, I will come find you then." Jian Xiu nodded, said it, done it. The right price makes it easy to talk. After that, he quietly walked out of the tavern. A smile flashed on Jian Xiu's lips, just as planned. Once outside, Jian Xiu walked along while thinking, just as I predicted, he actually hired me. If I want to find out the reason why the Dark Shadow Tower appeared in the territory of the Dacian dynasty, infiltrating their ranks is the best way. A few hours later, Jian Xiu had arrived at the meeting place and was waiting for him. He pondered, according to the current situation, the Flying Fish Hall and Qingshan City have fallen into the hands of the Dark Shadow Tower. The whereabouts of the other sects are still unknown. Given the speed at which the Dark Shadow Tower occupied Qingshan in just one morning, it is likely their strength will grow stronger in their hands. The Dark Shadow Tower is the top assassin organization of Nanju, specializing in recruiting exiles and talented eccentrics. Regardless of identity, as long as they are valuable, they are all accepted into the organization. Jian Xiu smiled, thinking, if I want Yao Jingshan to trust me, I must show my outstanding abilities. A moment later, some footsteps could be heard approaching. Some of the names that had been haunting him had now appeared at the meeting point. Jian Xiu carefully observed them. Suddenly, one of them unexpectedly rushed forward. He lunged forward, attacking Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu coldly reached out to counter, his eyes as cold as ice. Seeing this, the man looked disdainful. A small 6th-level chi condensation realm dares to fight us. He really doesn't know his own limitations. Bang! A sudden explosion sounded. Yao Jingshan and his henchmen watched from a distance. Some henchmen spoke up, not knowing his own limits, daring to take on senior brother Huan's attack. This time, there's definitely a good show to watch. Inside the fight, both were pushed back. The man named Huan gritted his teeth in anger, wondering, my cultivation is half-step C transformation. How can I be evenly matched with a waste who only reached the 6th level of the chi condensation realm? The henchmen behind them were now confused. How could they be tied? Senior brother Huan has the top ability among us, yet he can't win against him. Then wouldn't we be? Yao Jingshan observed, thinking, this kid not only has sinister methods, but is also very intelligent. Now it seems his strength is not weak either. If I can recruit him, he will definitely become a powerful assistant. The man named Huan was still unwilling to give up. He prepared to attack. Then he rushed forward, shouting, do it again. I haven't used all my strength yet. Jian Xiu frowned and continued to receive the attack. He reached out, countering, did you think I used all my strength just now? With just one palm strike, Jian Xiu sent the man named Huan flying backward. He fell at Yao Jingshan's feet. Seeing Jian Xiu's move, Yao Jingshan exclaimed in shock, Blood Shadow Palm. Are you a member of the Blood-fiend sect? Jian Xiu coldly asked, what do you mean? Is this the business you mentioned? Yao Jingshan smiled and replied, business doesn't need to rush. Just now, I just wanted to inquire a little about young brother's talent, nothing else. Young brother. You're from the Blood-fiend sect, right? Jian Xiu nodded, that's right. I am Oyu Yang Yuan, from the Blood-fiend sect. In his heart, he laughed, you have harmed me so many times before, is it too much to use your name a little now? Upon hearing this, Yao Jingshan laughed, if that's the case, then we can be considered half of a family. Jian Xiu was stunned by this. He looked puzzled, I don't understand what you're talking about. Yao Jingshan immediately explained, it's normal that you don't know. Other things, I am not at liberty to reveal, but as for us, I can say a little. Our Blood Shadow sect and the Blood-fiend sect both belong to the Blood Shadow Alliance. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Jian Xiu's mind. He asked, Blood Shadow Alliance, it sounds a little familiar. Yao Jingshan immediately asked, You also know about the existence of the Blood-Shadow Alliance. A hint of suspicion rose in his heart, logically speaking, even if you are a disciple of the Blood-fiend Sect, with such a low cultivation realm, perhaps no one would tell you about this. Seeing Yao Jingshan's suspicion, Jian Xiu was startled and worried. Oh no, I answered too quickly and made him suspicious. But then Yao Jingshan said, Brother Oyu Yang Yuan is exceptionally talented, receiving special attention from the elders of the Blood-fiend Sect is also not strange. No wonder you know about the Blood-Shadow Alliance. Jian Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I was able to cover it up. He said, it was just a coincidence, I heard of it before, but I don't understand much. Could brother explain in more detail? So Yao Jingshan explained, the Blood-Shadow Alliance is a mysterious and powerful organization of Nanju, formed by the combination of the Blood Division and the Shadow Division. The Dark Shadow Tower belongs to the Shadow Division, while the Blood-fiend Sect is a small branch of the Blood Division. Hearing this information, Jian Xiu was stunned. What? The Blood-fiend Sect is just a small branch. How big have they become? Yao Jingshan continued, most of Nanju is already in our hands. At present, only a small dynasty of Dagan remains. The Blood-fiend Sect's actions are too slow, which displeased the elders, so they sent us here. After explaining, Yao Jingshan suggested, Brother Oyu Yang Yuan, you should join our Dark Shadow Tower. What is the Blood-fiend Sect? Following me is the road to success. Jian Xiu pondered for a moment and said, that might not be right. In the Blood-fiend Sect, we deal with traitors very severely. In his heart, he was secretly happy, so Yao Jingshan said so much just to recruit me. Yao Jingshan then replied, switching organizations within the Blood-Shadow Alliance is not considered betrayal. You come here, the Blood-fiend Sect absolutely will not dare to say anything. Jian Xiu then changed the topic, let's discuss the business first, we'll talk about changing organizations later. Yao Jingshan thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement, all right. Then, let Brother Oyu Yang Yuan think about it for a while. Let's continue to discuss things first. He started to get straight to the point. 3 days later, when the disciples of the Fenglei Mountain Villa return from their trial, we will kill them all and blame it on the mysterious sword sect. Hearing this, Jian Xiu was certain, they really wanted to deal with the Zhuangjian sect. He asked, after it's done, how much will I get? Yao Jingshan immediately replied, when the mission is successful, I will give Brother Ouyang 200 third-grade spirit stones. The subordinates behind were astonished, 200 third-grade spirit stones. That's a lot. Jian Xiu immediately agreed, okay, it's decided then. 5 days later, we'll gather here. After Jian Xiu left, one person said to Yao Jingshan, Big brother, can this guy really be trusted? Yao Jingshan secretly ordered, it's hard to tell the truth from the false right now. You secretly follow him and pay attention to every detail. If anything seems wrong, kill him immediately. After a while, after walking for a distance, Jian Xiu suddenly turned around and said, come out, stop hiding. The follower then revealed himself and said, I didn't expect you to discover me. It seems that a kid like you has some skill. Knowing that he was ordered to follow him, Jian Xiu thought, it seems this old fox still doesn't completely trust me. He is really difficult to deal with. He asked, did Yao Jingshan send you? The man then shouted, you just got lucky beating Huan Zimo. Are you so arrogant that you forgot who you are? You even dare to call the master of the altar by his first name, how presumptuous. Jian Xiu frowned, his voice threatening, if you dared to come back, are you ready to die? The man took out his spear and coldly said, I'm not as weak as Huan Zimo. He said smugly, I am much stronger than him. He rushed toward Jian Xiu and shouted menacingly, the leader told me to keep a low profile, but I can't hold back when I see you. Today, I must take your life. Jian Xiu immediately summoned his black sword. The man was immediately shocked when he saw the weapon in Jian Xiu's hand. He used his sword to block the tip of the spear. The man was pushed back a step. He asked in surprise, "Where did this sword come from? Is it a spatial magic item?" He frowned and shouted, "A master of a family doesn't have a spatial magic item, but you do." Jian Qiu sensed the power of the enemy in front of him. He said to himself, "Although both of us are first-level C transformation realm martial artists, this guy is much stronger than Zemo. If I don't use spirit talismans, I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat him." After regaining his composure, the man shouted triumphantly, "What a waste of resources. Now I will kill you." He rushed forward, thrusting his spear with great force, laughing loudly, "Ha ha. This spatial magic item will be mine." A shocking explosion echoed through the forest. The two sides engaged in fierce combat. The stalker seemed to be at a disadvantage. He gritted his teeth and wondered, why has this kid's strength suddenly increased threefold or fourfold? Thinking that he couldn't deal with Jian Qiu by normal means, he used the 100 Ghosts Divine Spear technique. A series of combo attacks came at lightning speed. However, Jian Qiu still calmly dodged all of them. Seeing that Jian Qiu was still unharmed, he thought, "Why is this guy so troublesome?" He rushed forward with the intention of attacking as quickly as possible. While swinging his spear, he said, "Kid. A mere 6th level Qi cultivation realm, and you have skills." Getting closer, he used his other hand to unleash a secret technique and said, "I'll let you have the honor of seeing this move." Recognizing the terrifying pressure from this move, Jian Qiu was suddenly startled. A critical situation. On the other side, the stalker had long since used his killing move, the Flame Dragon Spear. He created a huge fireball from the tip of his spear. Jian Qiu was stunned and thought, "This is true Qi materialization. Only experts of the C transformation realm can do it. There is no way to avoid it." Unable to dodge, Jian Qiu had to face the attack. He swung his sword, using the clear flow reflecting sky sword technique to counter the incoming flame dragon spear. An explosion that shook the sky resounded. After that, Jian Qiu was thrown backward, seriously injured. The stalker thought that Jian Qiu was dead. His single spear strike had consumed a third of the true qi in his body. But when the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, his eyes widened in shock. He saw that Jian Qiu was still alive, only slightly injured. Jian Qiu leaned on his sword to stand up, coldly saying, "This is the gap between a C transformation realm expert and a Qi cultivation realm martial artist." He held his chest and said, "I was careless. It seems I can only be serious this time." Seeing that Jian Qiu was only injured, the man shouted, "How is that possible? Even 10 experts would die from this move, yet you are still alive." Looking at the wounds on Jian Qiu's body that were gradually healing, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Why are your wounds healing so fast?" Thinking back to the technique that Jian Qiu had just used, he immediately realized something was wrong. "That's not right, you are not a disciple of the Blood-fiend sect. Just now, you used the clear flow reflecting sky sword technique." He was stunned. "You are a disciple of the Zhuangjian sect." Jian Qiu nodded, coldly replying, "It's too late to know that now." He became even more smug. "HMPH, too late. Can you kill me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Qiu instantly teleported behind him. The man exclaimed in shock, "You? Since when?" He quickly raised his spear, blocking Jian Qiu's slash. Although he blocked it, he was still injured badly. His body was pushed backward. He exclaimed, "What kind of body technique is this? How can it be so fast?" Before he could recover, Jian Qiu had already flashed behind him like lightning. He was as fast as lightning, swinging his spear, the sharp tip aimed directly at its target. Jian Qiu also unleashed another sharp sword strike. The power of the slash from Jian Qiu was much greater than his. He was pushed backward. He had a wound on his chest. He gasped and exclaimed, "Damn it." Although he temporarily escaped death, he still couldn't avoid getting injured. Watching Jian Qiu land on the ground, he said to himself, "Why is this kid suddenly so strong? I really underestimated him. His hand trembled as he held his spear, thinking, just one spear strike consumed a third of my true chi. If I have to use another move, I'm afraid I'll die here. Thus, of the 36 strategies, he chose to flee. While quickly escaping, he thought, I must quickly inform the leader. Moreover, he turned his head and muttered to himself, even if you have many tricks, you're still just at the chi cultivation realm. How could a waste like you know how to fly? I want to see how you chase me. Unexpectedly, a bright golden light rushed from behind. Along with it was a loud sound. The stalker wondered, what sound is that? He turned his head to check. His eyes were filled with panic as an arrow grazed his face. And then, an explosion resounded. His entire body was incinerated by the arrow's true chi. Down below, Jian Qiu frowned and asked, want to run? My piercing cloud arrow is indeed very powerful. His entire body evaporated, disappearing into nothingness. Jian Qiu was surprised, there's nothing left. Having defeated the stalker, Jian Qiu fell down exhausted. To defeat him, he not only used 10 major pure talismans, but also used a piercing cloud arrow and a thunderclap talisman. Looking up at the dark sky, Jian Qiu thought to himself, perhaps, to truly fight against experts in the sea transformation realm, I cannot do without spirit talismans and magic items. After all, I am still not their opponent. Struggling to get up, he said, first, we must go back. The battle has been long, and the pursuers are certainly about to arrive. It was true. After Jian Qiu left, Yao Jingshan and some of his subordinates came to check. He frowned as he looked at the traces of the battle and said, it seems that the successor of your uncle has encountered a master. Looking at the scorch marks on the ground, he continued, even the flame dragon spear was used. Then he ordered loudly, quickly investigate where this Ruibo is. After his underlings left, he looked at the slash marks on the tree and pondered, the sword aura is so sharp, it seems that the strength of that master is not inferior to Ruibo's. Yao Jingshan pondered, could it be Ouyang Yuan? Although this kid's strength is not weak, how could he be this strong? Moreover, his habit is to use palm techniques combined with poison. He has never been seen with a sword, not even any other weapons. He felt confused, who else could it be? Just at this time, his underlings had returned and reporting, Big Brother, we could not find any traces of Senior Brother Ji within 10 miles. Yao Jingshan said worriedly, I told him that if he couldn't fight the master, he had to immediately send a message. Now there is not a single message. I'm afraid it's more bad than good. Yao Jingshan gnashed his teeth, angrily wondering, who exactly is it? Let me find out who did this. I must kill him. At this time, Jian Qiu had returned to the inn. He burned the talisman in his hand and said, luckily, I had this talisman solution. Looking at the talisman that had been used up and burned to ashes, Jian Qiu was complacent. After use, the talisman can easily change into any shape. As long as I don't actively break it. It can exist for a long time. In everyone's eyes, I am always Ouyang Yuan. Even if Yao Jingshan suspects it this time, he won't find anything. Slowly walking to the door of the inn, he thought to himself, perhaps their masters have arrived already. But his eyes suddenly lit up with astonishment. He paled when he saw a familiar long blonde hair in front of him. Seeing Luo Jian, Jian Qiu exclaimed, why is it you? He asked in confusion, Senior Sister Luo, why are you here? Where is Master? Luo Jian frowned and replied, Master is busy with her own affairs. You're just a nobody, don't bother her. Jian Qiu was worried when he heard this. He thought, according to Master's explanation, the stalker has appeared since the Dacian dynasty, and also in the territory of the Zhuangjian sect. Something this important must be dealt with by her personally. She hasn't been around recently, it must be due to this matter. Jian Qiu unconsciously asked, then what if the Blood-fiend sect comes looking for us? Luo Jian replied unexpectedly, who told you? Did Master send you a message? Jian Qiu was surprised, Really? Luo Zhiyun frowned and replied, that's right. The Blood-fiend sect has already attacked, and they are specifically targeting the Zhuangjian sect. She gripped her sword, angrily exclaiming, this group of people has committed every evil imaginable. They are so hateful. Jian Qiu pondered, adding Yao Jingshan's words, it can be seen that the Blood-fiend sect is deliberately creating a stir to attract the attention of the forces in Dakian. It seems that they are obsessed with operating in the shadows for too long. The root cause is still from them. Jian Qiu gave a faint smile and suggested, Senior sister, can you help me take junior sister Fu back? Luo Zhiyun was surprised, you're not going back with us. Jian Qiu nodded, I still have things to do. You guys go first, I'll go later. Luo Zhiyun frowned and asked, what else do you have to do? Can't you tell me? Master has instructed me to take you back. If you don't go back, what am I supposed to do? Jian Qiu pondered, Master probably doesn't want to get involved with me, so she gave her the task. But with Luo Zhiyun's personality, even if he revealed his plan to her, she would definitely not be able to sit still. Although her cultivation is not ordinary. The long-term stalkers are also extremely dangerous. He had to think of a way to send her away. At this time, inside, the innkeeper, Zhu Denai, was carefully separating each melon seed. Jian Qiu noticed this and immediately had a creative idea. Jian Qiu quickly walked in. He loudly called, Innkeeper Zhu. Zhu Denai was startled and turned around, shouting, Kid. What is it? Jian Qiu then pointed and introduced her to Luo Zhiyun. This is the owner of the inn, Zhu Denai. He started to talk nonsense. I owe the innkeeper a favor, so I agreed to stay here for a month to repay the debt. Do you want to stay here and pay the debt with me? Zhu Denai looked confused. Is there such a thing? Why don't I remember? Jian Qiu leaned close to her face, speaking softly but powerfully, why not? Try to remember. His hand silently gave the innkeeper a spirit stone and said, even if you don't remember, I still have to repay this favor. Seeing the spirit stone, her eyes lit up immediately. She then chimed in, I remember now. You, kid, do you want to skip out on your debt? No way. Jian Qiu grinned, I'm just that kind of person. He pointed to Luo Zhiyun and said, it just so happens that I have a daughter-in-law here to help, so the work can be completed. The time from 1 month can be reduced to half a month, okay? Luo Zhiyun angrily shouted, who is your wife? Jian Qiu replied calmly, Senior sister, how can you be so forgetful? He said softly, you just said to let me be your man, so aren't you my wife? Luo Zhiyun snapped, I just said it casually, how could you take it as real? Zhu Denai interrupted the argument, if both of you come to help, then it's not impossible. Luo Zhiyun shouted, it's his debt, let him pay it himself. I don't want to stay here with him. Jian Qiu covered his face in sadness. Husband and wife are supposed to be a pair of birds on a branch. How can they fly away each on their own when disaster strikes? Zhu Denai looked at Jian Qiu's deception and sighed, how can this person be so shameless? Thus, Luo Zhiyun had no choice, but to take Ling Zhu back first. The Zhuangjian sect's boat slowly descended to the ground. Jian Qiu saw the two off and said, remember to be careful on the way. Ling Zhu worriedly suggested, young master, how about I stay and help you? Jian Qiu shook his head, I will return soon. You and senior sister Luo go back first and wait for me. Ling Zhu was still reluctant, but Luo Zhiyun gently comforted her from behind, come on, let's go. He's already so big, he knows how to take care of himself. She also turned her head and instructed Jian Qiu, hurry back, master is waiting for you. Jian Qiu nodded, yes, I know. Watching the Zhuangjian sect's boat gradually move away, Jian Qiu sighed in relief, phew, they are finally gone. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly grabbed Jian Qiu's shoulder from behind. Innkeeper Zhu Denai smiled menacingly, saying, don't even think about escaping. Go to work now. Jian Qiu asked fearfully, what am I going to do? Zhu Denai was still smiling, you said it yourself just now. Why do you forget so quickly? She said, you just said you would work here for a month to pay off that favor. But Jian Xiu replied in surprise, I already gave you a third-grade spirit stone. Zhu Denai took out the spirit stone and said, is just one spirit stone enough to evaluate me? Jian Xiu asked, then what do you want? Zhu Denai then threw a pile of unwashed clothes at Jian Xiu's face, saying calmly, it's simple. Just do what you said. Work at this inn for a month to pay off the debt. Jian Xiu cried out helplessly, this is really digging my own grave. Thus, Jian Xiu had no choice but to accept working for Zhu Denai. He sighed, now that I've agreed, I'll have to stay here and work for her for a whole month. Sitting on the bed after finishing work, Jian Xiu said, it's fortunate that Ling Zhu and everyone else have gone back. Then I'll just wait here for Yao Jingshan's group for about 5 days. He closed his eyes and thought, moreover, this place is quiet, and I don't have to worry about being disturbed by others, which is very convenient for cultivation. The night grew later. Looking at the meager spirit stones she had earned, Zhu Denai was melancholy, business at this inn is getting worse and worse. I have to find a way to make more money. She held Jian Xiu's spirit stone in her hand and said, otherwise, the spirit stones will decrease every day. After looking at it, Zhu Denai sighed and put it down in frustration. At this moment, a loud noise made her jump. Zhu Denai hurriedly left her inn, immediately recognizing a strong energy spreading from that place. She carefully observed the origin of this energy. Then she discovered that the energy emanated from Jian Xiu's room. She wondered, this kid, is this when he's breaking through? Her eyes widened, filled with surprise. How can a 7th-level Qi cultivation realm breakthrough have such power? This kid is not simple at all. Then she comforted herself, fortunately, everything in this inn is specially made. Even if I face danger, it's not a big deal. Moreover, this kid is still far behind me. But she didn't expect that Jian Xiu's energy, during his breakthrough, would erupt so fiercely that it destroyed everything around him. Zhu Denai was stunned and thought, how can this be? What is this kid doing? These things have all been sealed. Seeing her inn being destroyed, Zhu Denai angrily yelled, Su Jianxiu, pay me back immediately. But Jian Xiu heard nothing. He immediately turned around and flew in another direction. Seeing him run away, Zhu Denai shouted, you brat. Don't you ever come back. While flying away, Jian Xiu smiled to himself, finally, I've broken through to the 7th level of the Qi cultivation realm. He calmly stood in mid-air without falling. Jian Xiu thought triumphantly, only the Qi transformation realm can grasp the skill of standing in the void, yet I've already done it. If that's the case, then later on, no matter who I want to chase, there won't be any problems. Jian Xiu happily flew away and exclaimed, this is so refreshing. He flew around happily for a whole hour. Jian Xiu returned to the inn, his face pale, when he realized that his recent advancement had seemingly blown away all the things in his room. But perhaps Zhu Denai had gone to sleep already. He slowly opened the door. In front of him, Zhu Denai was sitting there with a terrifying murderous aura. She smiled menacingly and said, I thought you would never come back. She clenched her fists, smiling but still not hiding her anger, saying, kid, you dare to stay at my place and want to destroy my shop. Jian Xiu worriedly broke out in sweat, quickly saying, Innkeeper Zhu, please calm down. If these things are broken, I will pay double. Zhu Denai angrily said, do you think that with the few pennies in your hand, you can compensate for all the things in my house? Jian Xiu turned to leave and said, Innkeeper, I'm just selling my skills, not my body. Hearing this, Zhu Denai's expression immediately changed. She shouted, what are you thinking about? You've destroyed so much, you have to stay here and work for me for a whole month, not missing a single day. Hearing these words, Jian Xiu sighed in relief, phew, it turns out it's just work. Jian Xiu's face was calm, as if nothing had happened. Innkeeper Zhu Denai yelled, that's not right. You have to work for another month. A few days later, in the forest at the border of Qingshan County, A few disciples of the Fenglei mountain villa were on their way back after completing their trials. One disciple smiled and said, "This is the border, about 30 miles away from Qingshan County. Hopefully nothing else will happen." Another disciple agreed, "Try to stop our Fenglei mountain villa and see. Let me see who dares to live longer." An elder cautioned, "We shouldn't. It's best to still be careful." He frowned, looking around this place. This old man has an uneasy feeling. Meanwhile, at the Qinghe Inn, Zhu Dunai reminded Jian Qiu, "Do your work properly. I am going to rest for a bit. I need to rest first." Jian Qiu smiled, winking slightly, "Don't worry, innkeeper." After the innkeeper left, Jian Qiu gently took the towel from his shoulder and put it down. He took out a talisman and thought, "According to my calculations, that guy from the Fenglei mountain villa should be arriving soon." He burned the talisman, and its shape gradually changed. Jian Qiu smiled, "It's time to act, Ouyang Yuan. Once again, I have to borrow your face." Then, Jian Qiu immediately flew away like a sharp arrow. In the distance, a hand gently parted each leaf, followed by eyes closely watching Jian Qiu's every move. At the same time, at the border of Qingshan County, the disciples of Fenglei mountain villa were getting ready for battle. The elder warned, "Everyone, maintain formation." The leading disciple ordered, "Quickly pass through this forest." Suddenly, an arrow shot out unexpectedly from somewhere. The disciple quickly caught the arrow. A mysterious piece of cloth was attached to the end of the arrow. The disciple then shouted loudly, "Where is this rat who dares to trespass against our Fenglei mountain villa? Why don't you dare to show yourself? Who are you? Get out here. You rat, show yourself now." A disciple and the old elder exchanged meaningful glances. Then they quickly disappeared to search around. However, after a while, there was still no movement. The elder said to the leader, "That person moves very fast. They might be at the sea transformation realm. When we chased them here, we couldn't find them anymore." Another disciple also spoke, "I only saw this rat daring to shoot a few arrows. They still don't dare to face us directly." The leading disciple pulled out a piece of paper and said, "There is also a piece of paper on this arrow. What do you guys think?" The paper read, "There is an ambush at Wuxia Slope. Please change your direction." Another disciple sighed and said, "How theatrical. This person only dares to sneakily shoot arrows from behind. They probably only dare to resort to a few vile tricks like this. Just with one piece of paper, they want to scare us. That's really naive." The leader turned to ask the elder, "What do you think, elder?" The elder nodded and said, "I think this person has no intention of using this method to threaten us, because it does not benefit him at all." The leading disciple nodded in agreement, "That's right. This anonymous person just wants to attract our attention, and has no intention of using this method to threaten us. But if he really has set up an ambush at Wuxia Po, then we will be in big trouble. Moreover, this person even knows our route. This is indeed a very serious problem." The elder nodded slightly in agreement, "Yes, this matter is not small, but it is not big either. We need to think carefully." Another person wondered, "If that's the case, why did he tell us? Wouldn't it be better if he just laid an ambush at Wuxia Po? By telling us, we will be on guard, so what use is that to him? Or he is on the same side as us." Jian Qiu sat on the tree, listening to the entire conversation of the Fenglei Shanzhuang group, and smiled to himself. It seems their brains are not bad. With just one piece of paper, they can deduce so much. Below, the disciples were still discussing. "So what are we going to do next? Should we take a detour according to the instructions on this piece of paper?" Jian Qiu thought. Although that couple seemed stupid, there were really many smart people among the men in that group. He smiled when he heard some opinions about taking a different route, so, it wasn't useless for me to come here and deliver the message. But Jian Qiu's mood sank when he heard the leading disciple say, "A detour. How ridiculous. We are Fenglei Shanzhuang, what is there to fear? I want to see who dares to plot against our Shanzhuang. Disciples. Jian Qiu angrily looked at the leader and cursed inwardly. Does this guy have a problem in his head? Looking at this smug-looking guy, Jian Qiu thought, how arrogant. They don't even know what kind of terrible enemy they are facing, yet they still dare to recklessly rush into the ambush. Things have come to this point, so there is nothing left to do, but take it as it comes. Anyway, it's good that they are at least a little bit wary. He quickly disappeared and thought, maybe I should join that group of friends too. At the rendezvous point of persistent obsessions, Jian Qiu arrived and met a subordinate, who had been here for a long time. He asked, where did everyone go? The subordinate replied, the master has gone ahead to make preparations. He continued, he told me to wait here for you. After you arrive, I will take you directly to Wu Shipo. Jian Qiu smiled and nodded, then let's go. Let's go to Wu Shipo. In his heart, he thought, it seems that Yao Jingshan is still wary of me, not wanting me to clearly see how the traps are laid out. At the Wu Shipo training ground. When Jian Qiu arrived, he saw that Yao Jingshan and a few others were already there. He greeted, Ouyang brother has arrived. His eyes suddenly stopped, closely observing Jian Qiu. He was surprised, unexpectedly, your cultivation has improved so much in just a few days. Jian Qiu smiled, it's just thanks to good luck. Yao Jingshan put his hand on his shoulder and praised, very good. Your strength has increased another level. Our mission this time will be even more secure. Then he turned around and announced, everyone, get into position. A moment later, the figures of the Fenglei Shanzhuang disciples appeared. They walked straight into the trap of lingering obsessions. Seeing no movement, a disciple said, I thought there was some kind of powerful monster here. What a joke. As soon as she finished speaking, she was immediately caught in a trap. Bolts of lightning began to shoot out, engulfing them all. Many people avoided it, but there were also quite a few who were trapped in the formation. The trapped disciples looked up at the sky, astonished to see countless brilliant lights falling from above. It turned out to be arrows raining down. The arrows exploded upon impact, killing all the Fenglei Shanzhuang disciples within the formation. The corpses lay everywhere. Seeing this, Jian Qiu gritted his teeth and thought, these idiots, not even heaven can save you now. At this time, the obsessed people rushed out from deep in the forest. They roared, don't let anyone survive. They brutally attacked without hesitation, turning the Fenglei Shanzhuang people into tragic victims. Seeing this hopeless situation, the leader began to regret. He really regretted not listening to the advice on the paper and choosing a different route. So many brothers had to sacrifice themselves. And the loss was immense. Helplessly, he had no choice but to wield his sword and rush into a counterattack. He fought with Yao Jingshan and ordered his disciples, everyone, retreat immediately. The disciples behind, unable to escape the formation, cried out in panic, no. We can't get out. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciple was immediately killed. The people of the Dark Shadow Tower laughed loudly, full of smugness, want to run. How ridiculous. The Fenglei Shanzhuang disciples shouted, don't panic. Form a formation. Quickly form a formation. Jian Qiu, who had been observing for a while, thought, if I don't take action to save them, they will surely be in danger. Looking at these guys trapped by the formation, Jian Qiu thought, it's also death if I expose my identity by saving these idiots. But, the matter of Zhuangjian Sect. Helplessly, Jian Qiu had no choice but to draw his sword. He swung his sword, and the blade shone like a shooting star, striking down powerfully. Jian Qiu's attack directly targeted the top of the Dark Shadow Tower's formation, completely destroying it. Seeing the formation broken, the Fenglei Shanzhuang people shouted in panic, the formation is broken. Quick, run. Seeing the prey escape, one of the obsessed roared, who destroyed my formation? Immediately, a series of attacks from Jian Qiu were unleashed one after another. They rushed straight at the long-obsessed people, delivering fatal blows, annihilating countless enemies. Yao Jingshan was busy fighting the Fenglei Shanzhuang leader, and could not intervene. He had no idea who had taken action. Immediately, a sword chi from Jianqiu flew straight towards him. He roared, "Is it worthy to be a hero with such sneaking tactics?" Seeing this sword chi, Yao Jingshan couldn't help but falter. Danger, the sword chi is too fast. In the midst of this precarious situation, a black figure suddenly rushed over. It was Jianqiu, who had grabbed Yao Jingshan. Then he quickly pulled him away, escaping that sword chi. Jianqiu pretended to worry and asked, "Yao Lao Ji, are you okay?" Yao Jingshan, holding the wound on his shoulder, coldly replied, "HMPH, injured by the sword chi, lucky to be alive." Both of them looked at the long-obsessed people, now shattered by the sword chi. Yao Jingshan angrily said, "We were almost successful, but unexpectedly, this happened." He muttered and cursed, "So unlucky. Why would such a master appear in this desolate area?" Immediately, he shouted an order, "Retreat quickly." The subordinate was surprised and asked, "What? Retreat?" He looked at Yao Jingshan and asked, "Big brother, why do we have to retreat like this?" It turned out that this sword chi was not created by Jianqiu. He was also confused, wondering, "It's really heaven helping me. But this sword chi is a bit familiar." Seeing the dark shadow tower people running away, the Fenglei Shanzhuang disciples breathed a sigh of relief. "It's so good, we finally escaped the disaster." At this time, the leader of the Fenglei Shanzhuang group turned back to look. He thanked the person who had saved them. "Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. May I ask Senior to show yourself?" At this time, a familiar female figure appeared. She slowly bent down. It turned out to be Luo Zhiyun. The leader of Fenglei Shanzhuang thanked, "Thank you, miss, for saving us. I am Panning Wu of Fenglei Shanzhuang. May I ask for Mrs. name?" Luo Zhiyun replied, "Zhuanjian Sect, Luo Zhiyun." Panning Wu was surprised to hear the name. "So this is the leader among the 10 heroes of the Sword Sect. I have truly been disrespectful." Luo Zhiyun asked with a frown. "Who are those people after all? Why did they ambush everyone here?" Panning Wu replied, "We don't know the origins of this group of people. As for why they ambushed us, it is still unclear." Luo Zhiyun then left and said, "If that's the case, then everyone doesn't need to worry. Moreover, this matter is settled now. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave." Panning Wu called out, "Benefactor, please be careful." Luo Zhiyun flew away, while feeling puzzled in her heart. Su Jianqiu suddenly disappeared after leaving Qinghe Inn. What on earth does he want to do? That guy deliberately drove me away, there must be some reason for it. Luckily I paid attention. Thinking about when Su Jianqiu saved that tower master, Luo Zhiyun wondered, why did Su Jianqiu take him away? The only thing to do is return to Qinghe Inn and wait for him. There are still many strange things in this matter. I must ask him clearly. At this time, at the edge of the forest, Yao Jingshan said, "We've run, we've died, now it's just the two of us left." Jianqiu comforted, "Yao Lao Ji, don't think too much. How is the wound on your body?" Yao Jingshan replied, "I won't die. Fortunately, Ouyang brother helped, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to keep my life this time." After hearing this, Jianqiu intended to leave and waved goodbye. "If Yao Lao Ji is okay, then I have things to do and must leave first." Yao Jingshan asked curiously, "Ouyang brother, where are you planning to go?" Jianqiu coldly replied, "Where else can I go? Of course, I want to see what kind of work is available there, and earn some money to spend." He shook his head helplessly. "This time, cooperating with you is really a waste of effort. I haven't even recovered half of the spirit stones." Yao Jingshan hurriedly called out, "Ouyang brother, don't rush. Although this time we failed, you will not be short of spirit stones." He continued, As long as you follow me back to the Dark Shadow Tower, you will never have to worry about Spirit Stone resources again. Hearing this, Jian Qiu stopped. He showed a mysterious smile. Dark Shadow Tower. Finally, I managed to infiltrate it. Yao Jingshan continued to invite him. If you join the Dark Shadow Tower, your future will be bright and your reputation will be glorious. Money, beautiful women, magic weapons, elixirs, these things are never lacking. As long as you can complete the mission, they will all be yours. Jian Qiu smiled and replied, are spirit stones really that easy to get? If Yao Lao Ji is so enthusiastic, then I have no choice but to temporarily follow Yao Lao Ji. With Jian Qiu's agreement, Yao Jingshan excitedly hugged him, with tears in his eyes. Good brother, everything I have, you will have too. Although he said this, in his heart he was thinking, this operation lost so many people. I will inevitably be punished when I return. However, if I can recruit this monstrous genius to join, perhaps it will reduce the punishment a bit. Suddenly, at that moment, hurried footsteps sounded. It was a surviving member of the Dark Shadow Tower. He rushed in and shouted, Tower Master. He smiled and said, I'm back. Seeing that the person was still alive, Jian Qiu couldn't help but be shocked. Was I not going to kill him? How is he still alive? Yao Jingshan smiled and said, that's great. Brother, you're still alive, as long as you're still alive. Ding Qiu, upon seeing Jian Qiu, blurted out, damn it, why are you still alive? He immediately drew his sword. Then, he swung his sword at Jian Qiu and growled, have you not harmed our brothers enough? Jian Qiu raised his hand to block the attack and asked, are you out of your mind? You just came back and started biting people like crazy. A terrifying explosion occurred within the cave. Both were knocked back. Seeing this, Yao Jingshan thought to himself, Ding Qiu is a second-level sea transformation realm expert, while Ouyang brother is only at the 7th level of true qi. However, Ouyang was still able to withstand one of Ding Qiu's attacks without being at a disadvantage. Ding Qiu continued to challenge Jian Qiu and shouted, you dog bastard. Today, it's either you or me that will survive this fight. Jian Qiu frowned and asked, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You just came back and started biting other people. Ding Qiu swung his sword at Jian Qiu's neck and shouted, what am I doing? You've killed so many of our brothers, and you dare to ask me what I want to do. I want to kill you. Jian Qiu still coldly replied, you said I killed many of your brothers. I have no idea what you are talking about. Ding Qiu shouted, still trying to argue. We had so many brothers, and you were the only one who came. You are the most suspicious one. After speaking, he swung his sword straight down. Suddenly, Yao Jingshan unexpectedly grabbed his hand tightly. Yao Jingshan calmly reassured, let's talk about it slowly, there's no need to fight. Ding Qiu gritted his teeth angrily and shouted, Tower Master. Don't be deceived by this kid. Yao Jingshan was angry and asked sternly, what? Are my words worthless now? Ding Qiu fearfully knelt down and trembled, this subordinate dares not. He calmly said, Tower Master, this time our operation failed. There must be a spy within, otherwise, how could anyone know that we were ambushing at Wuxia Slope? Yao Jingshan sternly turned to look at Jian Qiu. Then he said, whether there is a spy or not, let's put that aside for now. But Ouyang brother is definitely not a spy, otherwise, I wouldn't have survived today. Ding Qiu now pondered, indeed, if Ouyang Yuan was a spy, he would not have risked his life to save his master. He thought, it's illogical to mobilize such a powerful master just to kill a few ordinary Dark Shadow Tower members, but let the leader go. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense. Thinking this, he was about to speak, but that's enough. Those brothers have been with us for so long, it's impossible for them to be spies. Jian Qiu frowned and asked, why can't the spy be you? Among all the brothers, you were the only one who escaped. He pointed directly at his face and said, moreover, when the big brother was injured, you were the first to abandon him to escape. being called out directly. He was about to shout, "You're slandering me." He gritted his teeth and said to Yao Jingshan, "Tower Master, you must not believe this guy, he wants to divide us." Yao Jingshan coldly replied, "I will take care of this matter myself. There's no need to say more." Ding Qiu trembled in fear when he heard Yao Jingshan's tone. Yao Jingshan then continued, "There's no need to talk anymore. As for who is a traitor, the Dark Shadow Tower will make its own decision." A few days later, on a certain mountain, Jian Qiu was quietly following those two, entering a place filled with shadows. All three stopped at the foot of the mountain, with no visible path ahead. Seeing the dead end, Jian Qiu wondered, "Yao Lao Ge, there's no road ahead, what are you planning to do?" Yao Jingshan turned his head back and said, "Ouyang brother, just follow me." Then he stepped into the mountain through a mysterious gate. Ding Qiu also followed behind. Jian Qiu showed an admiring expression, "This illusion formation is really powerful." Then he also stepped into the illusion. After stepping inside, Jian Qiu's eyes became extremely surprised and stunned. In front of him was a large city. Jian Qiu wondered, "Is this the Dark Shadow Tower?" The three slowly entered the Shadow City, which was so vast that it made people shudder. The base of the Dark Shadow Tower was truly magnificent and mysterious. Yao Jingshan turned back and reminded, "Ouyang brother, remember not to speak carelessly later. I have recommended you." Jian Qiu bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you for your trouble, Yao Lao Ge." So Ding Qiu was left to guard outside, while Yao Jingshan and Jian Qiu entered the main hall. The main hall was large and gloomy, truly terrifying, with countless members and many seats for the powerful figures above. Jian Qiu carefully observed everyone around him. In his heart, he sensed that among the warriors in this hall, even the lowest ranked had already reached the first level of the sea transformation realm. Jian Qiu's face showed a worried expression. Looking at the number, there must be at least 100 people. The Dark Shadow Tower is truly terrifying. At this time, Yao Jingshan respectfully said, "Your subordinate Yao Jingshan greets the new Deputy Hall Master and all the guardians." Sitting in the seat, there was only one big figure currently. He exuded an air of composure, yet was still extremely terrifying. He asked, "Has the mission been completed?" Yao Jingshan immediately reported, "The other missions have been completed, it's just that when carrying out the last mission, we encountered an obstacle, so we failed." The new Deputy Hall Master frowned and asked, "Who?" Yao Jingshan then reported, "My brother Ding Qiu, when fleeing, recognized that person. It was Luo Jian of the Zhuangjian sect." Hearing this news, Jian Qiu was shocked and thought, "Is it senior sister?" Yao Jingshan frowned and continued, "This person has ruined our Dark Shadow Tower's plans, we must capture her and turn her into a cauldron. Otherwise, who in Jianghu would still fear the Dark Shadow Tower?" Jian Qiu, with a worried look, thought to himself, "Damn it, senior sister has been caught in this." The new Deputy Hall Master gritted his teeth and ordered, "Quickly find her and bring her back here." But then he asked again, "Why would Luo Jian go to Wuxia Slope for no reason?" Yao Jingshan bowed his head and reported, "Your subordinate is not clear about this matter, but I guess it is possible that a spy within has leaked the information." The new Deputy Hall Master stroked his chin and asked, "Is there a spy?" Then his eyes became sharp and full of calculation. He looked down at the stranger standing below. Jian Qiu was so worried that sweat was pouring out. The new Deputy Hall Master asked, "So, who is this person?" Yao Jingshan immediately replied, "This is a new brother who has joined, his name is Ouyang Yuan." Hearing this, another warrior of the Dark Shadow Tower with a guardian's body spoke, "HMPH. A waste at the 7th level of the true Qi realm like you dares to step into the deliberation hall." Yao Jingshan, "Are you crazy?" Yao Jingshan immediately replied, "Guardian Kim, you don't know the whole story. Although Ouyang brother is only at the 7th level of the true Qi realm, his strength is even greater than a sea transformation realm expert." Hearing this, another person immediately stomped his foot on the ground. "Oh, really? He stood up, cracking his knuckles and said, "Just a kid who dares to claim to have the strength of a sea transformation realm." He smiled menacingly, "Little friend, if you kill me today, my position will be yours. If not, I will kill you." The people below cheered. It's fun to bully a child. Wu Chi, don't smash his head. I want to keep it as a chamber pot. As for his mouth, leave that to me. Wu Chi still shouted loudly, "Kid, if you're scared, lick my toes and I'll let you go." Before he could finish speaking, Jian Qiu had quickly disappeared. Wu Chi was stunned, turning his head, looking around and wondering, where's the person? Then his eyes widened, shining with horror. He slowly turned his head back, wondering, how can this be? Then slowly, he fell to his knees, revealing a deep wound on his back. Jian Qiu appeared from behind, his hands covered in blood. He stood there, coldly observing Wu Chi's body with a hole through his chest. Jian Qiu then looked up and asked, "New Deputy Hall Master, are Wu Chi's words still valid?" Guardian Kim was speechless at this time, unable to say a word. Not only him, but the others were also silent, not uttering a single word. The new Deputy Hall Master was also silent, not knowing what to say. Seeing that everyone was silent, Yao Jingshan spoke up, "My respects to the Guardians and the new Deputy Hall Master. These strong experts will change the direction of our Dark Shadow Tower." Moreover, Wu Chi has already mentioned this. At this time, the new Deputy Hall Master slowly spoke. He announced, "If Wu Chi said it, then you killed him, this position will be yours. The Dark Shadow Tower will not break its promise. That seat is yours." Jian Qiu smiled, "Thank you very much." He calmly sat down right next to Guardian Kim. Guardian Kim was very angry, but dared not do anything, quietly turning his head away. At this time, the new Deputy Hall Master announced loudly, "Let's welcome our new member, Ouyang Yuan, to join the Dark Shadow Tower." Jian Qiu sat majestically in the Guardian's seat. The crowd below whispered, that Ouyang Yuan is really strange, his true chi is so strong that he can sit in the Guardian's seat. Jian Qiu heard it but still ignored it, not caring what they wanted to say. They said that because even Ding Qiu was not qualified to enter. Ding Qiu outside was extremely frustrated. He thought, "It's all for nothing that I've climbed mountains of knives and descended into seas of fire for the Dark Shadow Tower for so many years." Inside the main hall, the new Deputy Hall Master took out a token. He handed Jian Qiu a black token and instructed, "This is the black iron token of the Dark Shadow Tower. From now on, you are officially a black iron level assassin of the Dark Shadow Tower. Anywhere there is the presence of the Dark Shadow Tower, you can use this token to mobilize assassins from the 3rd level of the Sea Transformation Realm and below." He continued, "You can use this token to establish your own branch." The crowd below became more and more noisy, discussing more vigorously. Unexpectedly, the new Deputy Hall Master would be so generous to this kid. Looking at Jian Qiu leisurely smiling while sitting next to Guardian Kim, the crowd discussed, "The Black Iron Token can only be owned by Sea Transformation Realm warriors at the 3rd level with outstanding strength. For a true Chi Realm warrior to obtain the Black Iron Token is unprecedented in the history of the Dark Shadow Tower." As soon as the new Deputy Hall Master finished speaking, he threw the Black Iron Token towards Jian Qiu. Jian Qiu smiled, took it and slightly bowed his head in thanks. The new Deputy Hall Master frowned and replied, "This is something you deserve." Then he turned to Yao Jingshan and asked, "That's right, you said that your mission failed this time, because of Luo Jian of the Zhuangjian Sect." Yao Jingshan nodded in agreement, "That's right." The new Deputy Hall Master frowned and asked, "Where is she now?" Yao Jingshan calmly replied, 300 miles outside Qishan City, at Qinghe Inn. Jian Qiu was startled and frightened. Throughout the journey with Yao Jingshan, she had not seen him contact anyone else. Yet, he was able to secretly investigate and know the exact location where her senior sister had stopped without causing any commotion. Listening to Yao Jingshan's report, the new Deputy Hall Master's face turned stern. He asked, "Who brought her here?" Immediately, the protector Jin Huafa stood up. He bowed his head and accepted the order. Your subordinate Jin Yuan is willing to volunteer. He revealed a sinister smile. It's said that Luo Zhiyun is a rare beauty in the world. I've long wanted to enjoy her 1,000 times. Jian Xiu frowned slightly, observing him attentively. After leaving the representative's place, Jian Xiu bowed her head and thanked him. Thank you, Yao Zhong, for recommending me. Yao Jingshan replied amiably, Ouyang Xiongdi. You're too polite. We will be on equal footing from now on. Furthermore, I must also thank you. He took out a Ninglu Dan and said, the new deputy hallmaster saw my recommendation was meritorious, so he rewarded me with this pill. It's all thanks to Ouyang Xiongdi. Jian Xiu then replied, you're too polite. But there's something, I don't know what to do. He asked, I feel that Jin Huafa has a great prejudice against me. Yao Jingshan replied, Jin Yuan. He's not targeting you. Yao Jingshan explained, in Jin Yuan's eyes, all men are enemies. He began to tell about Jin Yuan, a genius of the great sects. He killed whoever he met. Only women could arouse his interest. The number of beauties from the great sects he has enjoyed was at least in the thousands. Yao Jingshan also said, Luo Zhiyun does indeed have some strength, but compared to Jin Yuan, she is not worth mentioning. After explaining, Yao Jingshan said, all right, Xiongdi. I will go cultivate with the Ninglu Dan. You are free to wander around. I won't accompany you anymore. Jian Xiu nodded, Yao Zhong, take care. After Yao Jingshan left, Jian Xiu quickly walked out of the cave that had haunted her for a long time. As she walked, Jian Xiu took out a talisman, thinking to herself, I must bring senior sister back to the Zhuangjian sect before Jin Yuan reaches the Qinghe Inn. Attaching the talisman to herself, he worriedly thought, senior sister might be in danger. At the Qinghe Inn, the landlady, Zhu Danian, said to Luo Zhiyun, anyway, that kid Chu Jianxiu doesn't know where he's run off to. You can use this room for now. Luo Zhiyun closed the door, and bowed her head to thank the landlady. She entered Jian Xiu's room and sighed, perhaps Chu Jianxiu didn't leave any clues either. She looked around, thinking to herself, I can only wait here for him to return. Luo Zhiyun yawned, thinking to herself, first, I'll take a bath and freshen up. So she entered the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and let the water flow. While waiting for the tub to fill, Luo Zhiyun suddenly remembered the first time she met Jian Xiu. Thinking about it, the first time they met was also in his room. I wonder how he is doing now. Thus, the memory of when Luo Zhiyun's body was seen by Jian Xiu resurfaced in her mind. She recalled the moment when her face flushed red, quickly covering her body. Confusion was evident in Luo Zhiyun's mind. Suddenly, a sound came from outside the window. Luo Zhiyun was startled, unconsciously calling out, who's there? But outside the window, there was only a small bird chirping. Luo Zhiyun breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just a small bird. Perhaps I've been too tense recently. But suddenly, an axe came flying from somewhere, smashing through the room's window. The intruder slammed his weapon onto the floor. It was Jin Yuan. Unexpectedly, he had arrived so quickly. Jin Yuan licked his lips, his face full of debauchery, saying, Little beauty, did you know that CAGE was coming and specially prepared by taking a bath? Then let us have 700 rounds of battle. Luo Zhiyun quickly drew her sword, ready to respond. On the other side, Jin Yuan smiled sinisterly and asked, You are Luo Zhiyun of the Zhuangjian sect. Your figure and appearance are indeed worthy of the rumors in Jianghu. Luo Zhiyun frowned and asked, Who are you? Jin Yuan's hand tightened on his weapon. Then he rushed forward, shouting, Who I am is not important, but very soon, you will have to call me husband. Luo Zhiyun was also prepared. Then she also quickly rushed towards him, responding with arrogance. Luo Zhiyun skillfully dodged the thrust from his weapon. Jin Yuan also avoided the sword strike that Luo Zhiyun swung. The two passed each other as if nothing had happened. Then Luo Jian flew outside to find a more spacious place to fight. While observing him, Luo Jian thought to herself, this person's strength cannot be underestimated, I cannot face him directly. She was forced to fly away to create distance from him. From within the inn, Jin Yuan burst out with immense power. Then he rushed forward with great speed and laughed loudly, "Little beauty, don't drag out the foreplay too much. Dage here can't wait." Luo Jian turned back, worriedly thinking, his speed is too fast. Knowing that she could not extend the distance any further, Luo Jian resolutely swung her sword. She swung her move and shouted, "Shameless pervert. Today, I will make you a ghost under my sword." Her sword aimed directly at the tip of Jin Yuan's spear. An explosion lit up the sky when the two weapons collided. Jian Xiu had just returned from afar to the edge of the forest. Looking at the earth-shattering battle before him, he couldn't help but worry, I'm still one step too late. Jian Xiu frowned and said to himself, with this level of combat, entering would be no different from seeking death. But if Jian Xiu did not act, Luo Jian would have no way to face him. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Jian Xiu summoned his bow and arrows. He pulled out an arrow from within the Chaos Heavenly Emperor scripture. In addition, he also put on a yellow cloak. After dressing up, Jian Xiu thought to himself, Vientian gloves, Guanxi bow, and piercing cloud arrow, combined with the thunder talisman. I haven't had a chance to test their power before. Xiu drew his sword and raised his bow. His feet were a firm anchor. Attaching the thunder talisman to the arrow, Jian Xiu prayed softly, "Senior sister, please hold on a little longer." One of Jian Xiu's eyes closed to aim at the target. He had not yet acted, waiting for the right moment. At this moment, above, Jin Yuan unleashed a move that created countless golden snakes rushing forward, shouting, "Take this move, little beauty." Luo Jian also used the Qingliu Jiaokong technique in response. Her slash created a series of sharp crescent-shaped sword energies, powerful and forceful, responding to her opponent in an impressive manner. The sword energy gradually approached and collided with Jin Yuan's golden snakes. However, thanks to their agile movements, the snakes escaped Luo Jian's sword energy. Luo Jian's eyes widened, seemingly realizing this time wasn't good. She was hit directly by Jin Yuan's move. Severely injured, Luo Jian gradually fell into a daze. Her body quickly plunged to the ground. On the other side, Jin Yuan smiled smugly, "A stunning beauty, it's been a long time since I've seen one. This time, I am truly blessed." Suddenly, he was startled when he heard a sound from below. He looked down and unexpectedly discovered a bright red light flashing from deep within the forest. From the bright red light, a piercing cloud arrow carrying the power of thunder shot straight into the sky. The brilliant light from the piercing cloud arrow seemed to tear through space, with unparalleled power. Even the innkeeper Zhu Danian was startled when she felt it. She quickly assumed a defensive stance, ready to shield herself. While shielding, she wondered, who exactly was the expert who had acted? This move was probably powerful enough to split mountains and cut the sea. Suddenly, her eyes revealed a look of impressive surprise. Before Zhu Danian's eyes, the sky had changed. Deep in the forest, a large patch of blood was splattered on the ground. Jin Yuan collapsed, blood spraying from his mouth like rain, staining the ground red. Jian Xiu was able to catch Luo Jian in time. Luo Jian slowly opened her eyes, quietly observing everything around her. In her hazy state, she saw her junior brother Jian Xiu appear before her. Jian Xiu, while carrying her away, reassured, "We are safe now." He led her into a small cave. This place was quite secluded and peaceful, very suitable for treating Luo Jian. Jian Xiu gently laid Luo Jian down, then meticulously examined her injuries. He realized that her injuries were too severe. The 9 revolutions moistening elixir could only soothe her wounds. First, Jian Xiu needed to stop Luo Jian's bleeding. He slowly reached out towards Luo Jian. At this moment, Luo Jian suddenly coughed a few times. She slowly opened her eyes. Seeing Jian Xiu touching her, Luo Jian was startled and exclaimed, what are you doing? Jian Qiu quickly reminded her, don't move. If you keep moving, your wound will tear open, and I won't be able to save you. Luo Jian still firmly said, stop. My wound is not life-threatening, there's no need for you to treat me like this. Jian Qiu tried to explain, Luo senior sister, the commotion is so loud now, they are surely searching for us everywhere. If we don't quickly treat your injuries, I fear we will not survive. Upon hearing this, Luo Jian immediately remembered the image of the perverted Jin Yuan. She bit her lip, enduring the pain. Then her face flushed red with embarrassment. She reminded, but you must close your eyes, don't look around. Jian Qiu appeared confused, didn't I already see everything last time? Moreover, you even said we were Dao partners in front of Jiu Liang Huang. These kinds of things. As husband and wife, we will experience sooner or later. Why do you care if I see your body? Teased, Luo Jian angrily said, how dare you say more? Due to a moment of agitation, her wound worsened. She coughed a few times, then spat out a little fresh blood. Jian Qiu hurriedly reassured, senior sister, I was just joking, please don't move. Luo Jian wailed, junior brother. Jian Qiu quickly waved his hand in apology, senior sister, don't cry anymore. It was my fault just now. I will close my eyes and won't look around anymore. Upon hearing this, Luo Jian gently replied, okay, you promised me. So Jian Qiu began to treat Luo Jian. She had to remove all of her clothes for her junior brother to perform the treatment. Jian Qiu closed his eyes, focusing on treating the wound. Luo Jian also closed her eyes, quietly accepting it. After a while, Jian Qiu said, call me when you're done putting on your clothes. Luo Jian, after dressing, said, you can open your eyes. Jian Qiu slowly opened his eyes, listening to every sound around him. He opened one eye slightly to see what was going on. Luo Jian had donned her clothes neatly, and her complexion seemed to be brighter. Jian Qiu saw that his senior sister's cheeks had suddenly turned red. He turned away, not daring to meet her eyes. Luo Jian blushed and asked, junior brother, why do you keep staring at me? Jian Qiu scratched his head, confusedly saying, sorry, I just spaced out. Suddenly, Luo Jian's expression changed completely. She grabbed Jian Qiu's hand tightly. Seeing the wound on his hand, she anxiously asked, what happened to you? Jian Qiu smiled and replied, it's just a small wound, it's nothing. Recalling the explosion that had saved her earlier, Luo Jian wondered, could that explosion have been caused by junior brother giving it his all? Holding Jian Qiu's bleeding hand, Luo Jian thought with emotion, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice your arm for me. Was it worth it? Jian Qiu then reassured, senior sister, I'm fine, I'll be all right with a little time to heal. On the contrary, are you feeling better? Luo Jian immediately said, the wound has stopped worsening, but it won't be easy to fully recover. Right now, I can probably only exert 2 or 3 parts of my power. Hearing this, Jian Qiu pondered, this situation is better than I expected. At least, senior sister can still fight. With her strength, even if she only exerts 2 or 3 parts. It's enough to deal with the first or second stage of the transformation realm warrior. Luo Jian then curiously asked, who exactly are those people? Jian Qiu smiled and replied, senior sister, it's better for you not to know. The urgent matter now is to find a way to get you back to the Zhuangjian sect for treatment, leave other things to me. Luo Jian approached, grasped Jian Qiu's hand, and said, do you still want to carry everything by yourself? This time I came back, because I was afraid you would encounter something difficult to resolve. Jian Qiu seriously reminded, senior sister, their identities are beyond your capabilities. Luo Jian pouted and asked, is it possible that with the relationship between us, you still don't want to tell me? Looking at Luo Jian, it seemed she really wanted to know the truth. Jian Qiu sighed softly. Then he slowly emphasized each word, the enemy we are facing now is an obsession that has lasted a long time. Hearing this name, Luo Jian could not help but shudder in fear. She thought to herself, the Dark Shadow Tower. Are these people assassins from the Dark Shadow Tower? Luo Jiyun immediately recalled what she knew about the Dark Shadow Tower, a leading assassin organization in Nanju. Famous for accepting orders to kill, killing anyone who obstructed, and killing even if they were far away. All sects that touched the interests of the Dark Shadow Tower would be eliminated without exception. She exclaimed, a persistent obsession. How can there be such a persistent obsession? She turned to Jian Xiao and said, do you really want to face this long-standing obsession alone? She then took out a message talisman and said, you clearly know it's a long-standing obsession, and still intentionally provoke them. No, I must immediately report this to Master. Jian Xiao quickly grabbed his senior sister's hand. He said, there is no need to do extra things. I already reported this to Master a while ago. Hearing this, Luo Jiyun was a little annoyed. You have kept it from me, even from Master. Jian Xiao reassured, this is because we want what's best for you. We don't want you to be drawn into a dangerous vortex. We don't want you to face such powerful enemies. Luo Jiyun worriedly asked, what about you? Why do you have to face a powerful enemy like the Dark Shadow Tower? Jian Xiao pointed at himself and said, because I am the only man of the fourth peak. Hearing these heroic words, Luo Jiyun could not help but be flustered. Her face gradually turned red. She turned her face away, awkwardly saying, you. Before she could finish speaking, Jian Xiao quickly grabbed her hand. Luo Jiyun asked, junior brother, what is this? Jian Xiao signaled her to be quiet, then he whispered, someone just came in here. Indeed, at the entrance of the cave, some of the Dark Shadow Tower members had entered. They said, it's indeed a secret. They even set up formations outside. If it weren't for extreme luck, they would have escaped. Seeing 3 cave entrances in front of him, the leader ordered, the cave entrances are complex, divide into 3 groups, 3 people per group, and search the area thoroughly. I will guard here. Once you discover their whereabouts, immediately return and report. After giving the order, he signaled and everyone immediately started to move. So the long-standing haunting figures also divided up according to the order. 3 people entered the first entrance. 3 others went into the second entrance. The remaining 3 approached the last entrance. One of them spoke up, don't get too far apart. Pay attention to your surroundings. They stuck together, rushing straight inside. Suddenly, one of them signaled, stop. He looked around warily. He turned his head and asked, do you guys smell something? Looking down at the fresh bloodstains on the ground, he said in a low voice, there is still blood on the ground, that's right. They must have just left recently. He pointed towards the cave entrance and ordered, they must have gone in that direction. Chase after them immediately. Thus, both of them rushed toward the cave entrance. One person remained. On his head, a few drops of blood dripped down. It fell directly onto his shoulder. Startled, he immediately looked up. He had just opened his mouth, but before he could utter a word, Jian Xiao used his sword to chop off his head, not giving him a chance to make a sound. The other 2 turned around when they heard the sound, immediately startled and horrified. From within the cave, Luo Jiyun leisurely stepped out with her sword, her eyes resolute and full of spirit. The other 2 were immediately killed by her. She said, didn't anyone teach you to watch your back? After defeating these 3, Jian Xiao said, it seems that as I predicted, there are many small paths in this cave. They must have split up to search. The 3 dispatched this time haven't even reached the transformation realm yet. He pondered for a moment, then said, surely the strongest ones are guarding the cave entrance. What do you think will be their first impression when they enter the cave? Luo Jiyun was curious, could it be that that's what you want? Jian Xiao revealed a triumphant smile, yes, they will surely think we have run away. He pointed the tip of his sword forward, his eyes full of determination, we will do the opposite. He thought about the people who were frantically searching through all the caves. Jian Xiao affirmed, we will eliminate them all here. The 2 then continued to search and killed 3 more. After killing these 3, Jian Xiu released a paper crane to check. Both he and Luo Zhiyun were on high alert. After confirming that no one was nearby, Jian Xiu sat down to rest and said, "Senior sister, let's take this opportunity to recover. In just one day, my wound will heal." Luo Zhiyun nodded. "Millimeter, junior brother, you can rest and heal." Her heart was still filled with worry. Everything is going so smoothly, but why do I still feel uneasy? I just hope that no more assassins will come. At this time, at the exit of the cave, the leader looked extremely worried. So many hours have passed, why hasn't anyone returned? He looked at the deep cave in front of him and said to himself, this cave is so large and deep. It's very difficult to find the enemy alone. He did not dare leave his guarding position, fearing that Jian Xiu and Luo Zhiyun would escape from another exit of the cave. Reluctantly, he had to think of another plan. He thought to himself, I had initially planned to take all the credit for myself, but the enemies are too cunning. The only way is to use the Jade Talisman to notify others. However, from deep within the cave, footsteps echoed. He focused intently on the direction of the footsteps. And then, he suddenly saw Luo Zhiyun and Jian Xiu walking out. The gang leader, with an obsessive nature, grinned maliciously, I was looking for you, but you delivered yourselves here. He glanced at Luo Zhiyun, thinking, Luo Zhiyun's aura is unstable. It seems she suffered a serious injury. Looking at Jian Xiu, he thought, his accomplice is just a piece of trash, not even worthy of genuine qi. He showed disdain for Jian Xiu. A lowly ant like you, even if you stood still for me to chop, wouldn't make me hurt a bit. Thinking so, he loudly asked, why aren't you running away anymore? Jian Xiu smiled provocatively, you look so stupid and pathetic. That's the only reason I came out to meet you. Provoked, he immediately prepared to act. He lunged forward, determined to eliminate Jian Xiu. Jian Xiu was ready, light radiating brilliantly from his hands. He unleashed the furious Ripple 7 Palm Strike, a powerful and relentless assault straight towards him. The obsessive man was shocked. Unexpectedly this trash can transform into genuine qi. How careless. He took the full force of Jian Xiu's palm strike without being able to dodge or resist. His body was flung backward, crashing heavily into the cave wall. Jian Xiu also stepped back to observe more closely. The man was not dead, even coughing a few times. Then he stood up and shouted, boy, come out. As soon as he shouted that, he was startled and turned around, sensing murderous intent from behind. Jian Xiu had appeared behind him at some point and thrust a fatal sword strike into his shoulder. Ignoring the shoulder wound, he regained his composure and swung his sword in counterattack. However, he only slashed at the air as Jian Xiu had teleported away in time. He quickly moved behind him, wielding his sharp sword. The obsessive man was stunned before he could figure out what was happening. A fatal slash across his chest, blood splattering everywhere. He staggered, seemingly unable to stand any longer. Jian Xiu immediately retreated after striking to keep his distance. After taking so many blows, the man was only slightly stunned, and could still continue to fight. He was now beginning to fight seriously. His body radiated purple spiritual energy, and he shouted, trying to play the pig to eat the tiger. Purple spiritual energy covered the entire sword in his hand. He strained his voice and roared, this old man is getting serious. He swung his sword, creating a brilliant purple sword aura that slashed straight forward. The sword aura hurtled towards Jian Xiu. Luo Zhiyun felt the pressure from the move and immediately shouted a warning, junior brother, be careful. Jian Xiu remained calm. He lightly swung his sword, a shimmering light radiating with each sword gesture. A sword strike was unleashed, incredibly powerful. The smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated after the two moves collided. Jian Xiu advanced, pointing the tip of his sword straight at the face of the obsessive man, who had been pursuing him for so long. He coldly told him, you have lost. However, before he could finish him off, a large beam of light suddenly emitted from behind, startling everyone. Jian Xiu was startled and turned to look, his eyes shining with surprise and curiosity. It seemed like a big event had just occurred. At a strange gate in the distance, it seemed like something very big was happening. From within the gate, a circle of light radiated brightly. Its shockwaves echoed across the 4 directions. At the Zhuangjian sect, Grand Sect Masters Wen said pensively, "This thing has appeared. It seems our Qingshan County has signs of change." He then asked, "Are the 6 Peak Masters there?" All 6 Peak Masters said in unison, "Yes." Wen ordered, "You lead your disciples there immediately." Although inheritance is important, it's more important not to allow disciples from other sects to seize our Qingshan County territory. Peak Masters, heed the order and set out immediately. Wen was left alone. He stroked his beard, wondering, this matter will surely shake the entire Da Qian dynasty. Is it ultimately a blessing or a curse? At the same time, at the Blood-fiend sect, the Grand Peak Master of the Blood-fiend sect was also pensively looking towards the source of the light. At Fenglei Manor, Paningwu reported, "Grand Elder, everything is ready." The Grand Elder nodded and ordered, "Then, let's set off." At the beast-taming sect, Sect Master Fan Yuanzheng was also deep in thought. Then he ordered, "Set off." At the Silver Bank, the chief manager, Hu Xinhong, and some disciples also set off. At the Da Qian dynasty, a monarch looked towards the light, smiling. How interesting. He was Xie Jianzhong, the imperial uncle of the Da Qian emperor. He said, "It seems the great sects are all stirring. I should also go join in the fun." As for Jian Xiu, he was still in the cave, wondering, what exactly is this? Luo Jian was also surprised. "I've never seen anything like this before." Suddenly, he saw a scroll with a few lines of text that read, "Illusory and real." In the cave dwelling, the evening mist flies far, the human world wears people down. A cliff 10,000 feet high, a great mountain welcomes the blue sky. Roots burrow deep into the earth, mountains soar to the heavens. He thought for a moment and finally realized something. Jian Qiu shouted, "Heavenly abode inheritance." To explain further, heavenly abode inheritances are places created by peerless martial artists, who possessed unparalleled strength. This place of inheritance not only contains all the knowledge of the peerless martial artist's life, but may also hide all the precious treasures that the martial artist possessed in his lifetime, such as elixirs, magical artifacts, and spirit talismans. Any martial artist who can create a heavenly abode inheritance possesses strength that has surpassed the Qianzheng stage, reaching a different realm that is hard to imagine. If one obtains the inheritance within the heavenly abode, they will surely become a powerful force in one region. Jian Qiu was extremely surprised that the heavenly abode inheritance had opened up at this very moment. Suddenly, several golden rays of light flew down from the sky. Jian Qiu and Luo Jian immediately recognized the familiar auras. Lights from the 4 directions gathered at this heavenly abode inheritance. A few golden rays were the first to appear here. Those were the sect masters and disciples of the Zhuangjian sect. The 3rd sect master said, "Let's go in first." The 2nd sect master nodded in agreement, "Let's go in first and then we'll talk. We can get there first, so our chance of obtaining treasures will certainly be greater than others." Thus the sect masters of the Zhuangjian sect stepped inside. The 2nd sect master lightly placed his hand on the first gate. Unexpectedly, all of the sect masters were knocked back. The 2nd sect master asked in surprise, "What's going on?" Kui Yawun immediately realized, this type of heavenly abode inheritance may have certain limitations based on the age and cultivation of the martial artist when entering. She continued, "After all, this heavenly abode inheritance is used by peerless martial artists to select their inheritors. Those with too high a realm, or those too old are not within the scope of consideration." Kui Yawun pondered, "Perhaps it requires an exceptional genius." The 2nd peak master frowned and asked, "Then what should we do now?" Kui Yawun then replied, "Let our disciples go in. No matter who it is. As long as this fate belongs to our Zhuangjian sect." At this moment, a few faint purple lights appeared, causing people to exclaim, "Oh my, Zhuanjian sect, aren't you being too greedy?" It was Feng Lei Manor. The Grand Elder of Feng Lei said, "Such a good thing, but you didn't invite old neighbors like us." Fan Yuanzheng also appeared and said, "That's right, you didn't call us your neighbors to help." Kui Yaowen respectfully greeted, "Greetings, Sect Master Fan and Grand Elder. Surely, even if our Zhuanjian sect didn't inform you, you would certainly come." Fan Yuanzheng laughed, "Ha ha, that's a matter of course." Suddenly, the Grand Sect Master of the Blood-fiend sect appeared, his voice deep and low, "TSK, TSK, TSK." He gave a sly smile, saying, "Old friends meet again, why didn't you invite me?" Kui Yaowen frowned and angrily replied, "The evil fiends of the Blood-fiend sect have also arrived." Upon arrival, the people of the Blood-fiend sect rushed into the gate to enter the heavenly abode inheritance. The sect master laughed triumphantly, "This inheritance our Blood-fiend sect will surely seize." Feng Lei Manor and the beast-taming sect exclaimed in shock, "That's bad." Seeing the Zhuanjian sect still silent and motionless, Fan Yuanzheng asked suspiciously, "Why aren't you making a move?" Kui Yaowen smiled and replied, "Don't be in a hurry, just watch." Indeed, as soon as the Blood-fiend sect touched the gate, they were immediately pushed far away. Kui Yaowen then said, "See?" The sect master of the Blood-fiend sect asked in surprise, "What exactly is going on here?" The third peak master of the Zhuanjian sect then explained, "This heavenly abode inheritance refuses to allow martial artists from the Yuan Dan realm and above to enter." Hearing this, both the beast-taming sect and Feng Lei Manor looked at each other in surprise. Had they rushed here in vain? The two sect masters of the beast-taming sect and Feng Lei Manor immediately signaled to each other. Even the Blood-fiend sect was quietly exchanging secret signals with each other. Kui Yaowen sternly said to the Blood-fiend sect, "Don't waste your breath. There's nothing more to say between our Zhuanjian sect and you." The sect master of the Blood-fiend sect said, "You all must have known, with the heavenly abode inheritance before us, martial artists at the Yuan Dan stage like us can't enter. We can only let the disciples of the sect enter." He smiled smugly, "This entry spot must have a share for our Blood-fiend sect." Kui Yaowen frowned and asked, "Based on what?" The sect master of the Blood-fiend sect then replied, "If you join forces, our Blood-fiend sect is indeed no match. But to stop your disciples from entering the heavenly abode inheritance, I believe our Blood-fiend sect can still do it." As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze shifted to look towards the side. A group of disciples from the Blood-fiend sect then advanced. Kui Yaowen also glanced at their disciples. She drew her sword and coldly asked, "What do you want?" The sect master of the Blood-fiend sect then explained, "Wait, we are not here to wage war against you." The third sect master of the Zhuanjian sect angrily shouted, "You!" The Grand Elder of Feng Lei Manor turned to ask Fan Yuanzheng, "What should we do now?" The sect master of the Blood-fiend sect made a suggestion, "Now you only have two options. One is that no one will get the opportunity in this heavenly abode inheritance. The other is to let all of your disciples enter and rely entirely on their own abilities." Fan Yuanzheng had no choice but to say, "It seems that's the only way. If we don't let them enter, they might massacre the younger generation." The Grand Elder of Feng Lei Manor nodded in agreement, "Yes, massacring the younger generation is never good for any sect." The third sect master of the Zhuanjian sect also had to agree, "If that's the case, each sect will make their list and let the juniors enter on their own." He stroked his beard and continued, "Those who enter must rely on their own abilities. Others are not allowed to interfere, or else everyone will be attacked." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, "How could such a good thing lack our presence?" The two people who had just arrived were the imperial uncle of the Da Qian dynasty, Xu Jianzhong, and the silver bank manager, Hu Xinhong. Kui Yaowen thought to herself, "The people from the Da Qian dynasty have arrived. It seems it will not be easy to overcome this time." The third sect master of the Zhuanjian sect stroked his beard and said pensively, "If the Da Qian dynasty has also arrived, then the 5 sects should gather together. In another hour, submit the disciples' list and then enter the heavenly abode inheritance together. An hour later, the sects had submitted their lists of disciples. At the same time, several ships from the Zhuan-Jian sect flew over. On the ship, Lianzu waved her hand, calling out, "Master." Then, she jumped off the ship. After that, she ran to report to Kui Yawun, "Master, I've restored my original strength." "How is it?" I amazing." Kui Yawun smiled, "Yes, but when you enter the heavenly abode inheritance, you must be very careful." Then she asked, "Where are your junior brother and junior sister? Why can't I see them?" Lianzu then replied, "Junior brother, since he went home, has not returned to the sect. I also don't know where junior sister has gone." Hearing this, Kui Yawun felt a pang of worry in her heart. Could it be that Jian Qiu has encountered a mishap? I shouldn't have let him face that obsessive man alone back then. And also Luo Zhiyun. Could it be that she went to find Jian Qiu? Have Jian Qiu and Luo Zhiyun encountered any misfortune? Jian Qiu. Luo Zhiyun. Where exactly are you? At this time, the third sect master of the Zhuan-Jian sect announced, "The list has been confirmed. All disciples prepare to enter the heavenly abode inheritance." Thus all the ships of the five great sects and the Qian dynasty took the disciples together into the heavenly abode inheritance. Leading the way was Lianzu's ship. Outside, everyone was extremely excited, believing that their disciples would succeed. Inside the heavenly abode inheritance, Jian Qiu had entered without anyone knowing. He looked up, admiring the surrounding scenery. Then, Jian Qiu was amazed by the beauty of the place. He wondered, is this really inside the abode? Jian Qiu loudly called out, "Senior sister! Senior sister!" Luo Zhiyun is nowhere to be found. He kept calling out loudly, "Senior sister!" Even though he had called out, there was absolutely no response. He immediately realized that, after entering the heavenly abode inheritance, they would be teleported to different places. Thinking of Luo Zhiyun's injuries, Jian Qiu couldn't help worrying. Her injury hasn't healed, and she has to move in such dangerous circumstances. Her own safety is probably a big issue. Looking up, Jian Qiu thought, searching blindly might never lead to anything. Senior sister knows that I am surely in the heavenly abode. He immediately rushed towards the heavenly abode, hoping to reunite with Luo Zhiyun there. Jian Qiu walked further and further away, passing through a long stretch of road. Suddenly he heard a snore, clearly audible. Jian Qiu slowly followed the snore, advancing forward. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the source of the sound. It was a giant fox, full of power and mystery. Looking at it, Jian Qiu thought, this aura, at the very least, must be at the third stage of the sea transformation realm. Behind it was a lake. Jian Qiu was surprised. What is this? The lake behind the fox was filled with spiritual energy, the dense aura condensed into liquid form. Jian Qiu knew at a glance that this was the legendary Yixuan Ling. The Yixuan Ling is a type of spirit liquid formed by heaven and earth, carrying extremely dense energy. When a martial artist absorbs spirit liquid in the Yixuan Ling lake, it can increase their cultivation many times over. Jian Qiu smiled and thought, one cannot absorb too much Yixuan Ling, or it will leave after effects. What reason is there not to take such a natural treasure? Looking at the giant fox, Jian Qiu thought, with my current state and strength, if I rush in, it would be no different from seeking death myself. Jian Qiu suddenly had an idea. He gave a slight, mischievous smile. He took out a magic formation artifact and said, then the only way is to use my ultimate move, the illusion formation. While setting up the formation, Jian Qiu thought, this illusion formation was created when I was refining pills at Senior Qin's place before. Refining this illusion formation has cost me 200,000 contribution points, and a large amount of my rare materials. Looking at the formation he had laid out, he secretly hoped it would work. After setting up the formation, Jian Qiu slowly moved forward. He stopped right in front of the fox's head. The fox was awakened by the noise. It slowly opened its eyes and observed. Seeing it wake up, Jian Qiu immediately circulated his genuine qi, releasing it to provoke the fox. As long as it chased him, it would immediately fall into his formation. The fox stared at Jian Qiu for a while. Then it rolled over again, and went back to sleep. Jian Qiu was immediately stunned, his expression changing dramatically. He couldn't hide his confusion, the thought flashing through his mind, could it be that the demon fox thought I was too weak to even bother looking at me? He thought dejectedly, if it doesn't pay any attention to me at all, then this plan won't work. He approached the Yizhuanling lake and thought, it is not moving now, but it doesn't mean it won't notice if I touch the Yizhuanling. Bending down to touch the surface of the lake, Jian Qiu told himself, now, I'll circulate my energy to collect the Yizhuanling, to see if you can continue to sleep peacefully. One of Jian Qiu's hands touched the surface of the water, the other hand silently chanted an incantation. Jian Qiu shouted, collect. Immediately, the Yizhuanling flew up from the surface of the lake and entered Jian Qiu's body. Streams of spirit liquid gradually seeped into Jian Qiu's body. Just as Jian Qiu had predicted, the fox's eyes widened, staring intently. Quick as lightning, it swung its claw, lunging straight towards Jian Qiu. A deafening sound echoed under the fox's claw, causing the ground to shake. Even so, Jian Qiu had managed to dodge. He smiled, thinking, you're caught. The fox cried out, "Ayuyuyu." Then it immediately fell into Jian Qiu's illusion formation, causing its mind to become lost in an endless, vast desert. Jian Qiu said triumphantly, this is an endless desert, there's no way out for you. The fox continued to howl. After trapping the fox, Jian Qiu sat calmly in the middle of the Yizhuanling lake, focusing on his cultivation. While cultivating, Jian Qiu contemplated, the Yizhuanling in a 10-meter radius around here. I wonder how long it will take to absorb it all. From beneath the surface of the lake, streams of spiritual energy rose, spreading throughout the space. They flew up and converged into Jian Qiu's body, creating a miraculous power that enveloped his entire body. Jian Qiu's genuine qi radiated with unparalleled strength. At the same time, in another distant place, a red flower was blooming on top of a rocky outcrop. A voice rang out right next to the flower, "Senior brother, this is the spiritual medicine I just discovered." The voice came from a disciple of the Silver Bank. He pointed at the picture of the flower, exclaiming excitedly, a top-grade level 3 fire spirit jade. If I take this flower back to the manager, I'll surely get a big reward. His senior brother, an inner disciple of the Silver Bank, Cao Yangbua, rebuked, "You're such an idiot, why don't you just pick it right away?" Cao Yangbua ordered, "Quickly take us over there." After being taken there, Cao Yangbua exclaimed in admiration, "I didn't expect this to be the Scarlet Fire Spirit Jade Flower, a spiritual medicine that can bring countless benefits to martial artists." He picked up the flower and said, "Fortunately, there are no beasts guarding it here. I will gladly accept this spiritual medicine." However, a blade flew from somewhere, breaking the atmosphere. Cao Yangbua immediately retreated to dodge the sneak attack from a distance. Cao Yangbua shouted loudly, "Who dares to attack our silver workshop?" Immediately, a group of people approached. They were disciples of the Blood-fiend sect, led by Miao Jingdong, an inner disciple of the sect. Beside him were Lu Yaming, Han Feiyu, and a few others whose names I didn't know. Seeing them, Cao Yangbua looked worried. "It's over, why is it the Blood-fiend sect?" Facing them head-on, "I'm afraid we'll suffer heavy losses." So Cao Yangbua immediately turned around and ordered the two people behind him, "Hurry. You guys go find senior brother Xingyan. We will hold them off." The two disciples obeyed and said, "Yes, senior brother, please be careful." Miao Jingdong smiled smugly, looking for reinforcements. "That's fine too, it saves me the trouble of searching for each of you everywhere. It's better to have you all come here." Cao Yangbua then threatened, "Miao Jingdong, we won't take this fire spirit jade flower anymore. Let us go, how about that?" Miao Jingdong shook his head and refused. "No way. If I let you go, the treasures in this cave heaven will have to be shared with you. You must die. Miao Jingdong then turned to order his junior brothers, don't let anyone escape. So, both sides immediately engaged in battle. With great momentum, Miao Jingdong ordered, the master has given instructions, anyone who belongs to another sect, don't let one person escape. Cao Yangba angrily asked, the Blood-fiend sect acts like this, aren't you afraid that the 5 of our sects will attack your sect together? Miao Jingdong replied, do you think that if we didn't do this, you wouldn't join forces with each other? It's better to face each of you individually than to be abandoned. Cao Yangba continuously swung his saber, but none of the blows hit Miao Jingdong. His movement was extremely agile, which surprised Cao Yangba. The saber technique is surprisingly fast. Knowing he couldn't fight back, Cao Yangba immediately retreated, keeping his distance from him. Cao Yangba gritted his teeth anxiously, moreover, this guy probably only used 30% of his power. He worriedly thought, if this goes on, before the senior brothers arrive, we'll die here. Suddenly, an earthquake struck. Cao Yangba was startled and asked, what's going on? Even Miao Jingdong felt confused, what's happening? A blue light flashed in the sky, creating a brilliant and mesmerizing scene. Cao Yangba immediately realized that someone had just broken through. Indeed, Jian Xiu had successfully broken through his true qi. The surrounding Hujuanling around Jian Xiu had been completely drained. Even the area around him was affected. Jian Xiu had finally broken through to the 8th level of the true qi realm. He stood up, thinking, I thought that absorbing just a little bit would allow me to advance, but it seems that things have gone out of control. Suddenly, Jian Xiu's eyes snapped open. In front of him, the fox was roaring fiercely. Jian Xiu asked, it seems that the formation has lost its effect, you've broken free. The fox angrily lunged forward, attacking Jian Xiu fiercely. Jian Xiu lightly dodged the move, a smile flashing on his lips. The fox continued to attack him again, but was stopped by Jian Xiu in time. He frowned, looking at the fox in front of him. Then Jian Xiu threatened, take a swipe from me, consider it payment for stealing the Hu Yizhuan Ling. If you dare to disturb me again, don't blame me. His face was full of murderous intent, he coldly said, I won't hold back anymore. The fox trembled before the terrifying aura emanating from Jian Xiu. Then, it hurriedly turned and ran away. Jian Xiu sighed, it seems like it knows what's good for it. He continued his journey to find Luo Zhiyun. As he walked, Jian Xiu thought, it will take some time to reach the 8th floor. At the current speed, it will take at least a month to reach the cave dwelling. Suddenly, Jian Xiu heard a loud shout, kill. He walked towards the direction of the voice and wondered, while I was cultivating, has someone else entered this cave heaven? After arriving at the scene, Jian Xiu saw the group of people from the Silver Workshop Pavilion. Moreover, he also witnessed the Blood-fiend sect fighting with the Silver Workshop Pavilion. It's strange. A confusing thought popped up in the swordsman's mind. How could the people from the Blood-fiend sect get in here? This cave dwelling seems to be in the forbidden area of our sect. Why did the master allow the disciples of the Blood-fiend sect to enter too? Seeing two familiar faces, Jian Xiu couldn't help but be surprised. Han Feiyu and Lu Yaming had also entered. In such a short time, they had reached the first level of the Transformation Sea realm. The Blood-fiend sect was truly not to be underestimated. Jian Xiu observed the battle from a distance, pondering, why are they fighting? This place has a lot of gathering monsters, if they are disturbed, it will be very dangerous. Suddenly, Jian Xiu saw the scarlet fire spirit jade flower on a rock. He smiled and said, I understand why they are fighting now. Taking advantage of the people being engrossed in the battle, Jian Xiu quickly passed through the middle of the fight. The people were preoccupied with the fight, unaware that a thief was secretly taking the opportunity to snatch the treasure. After picking the scarlet fire spirit jade, Jian Xiu smiled and said, if you all like to fight, then I will gladly accept this flower. At this moment, the people of the Blood-fiend sect were startled and exclaimed, huh? Both Miao Jingdong and Cao Yangba were stunned and hurriedly stopped fighting. Jianxiu smiled and said, "It's okay. You guys go ahead. I'll go first." Miao Jingdong angrily roared, "You're bold. Daring to touch our things. Do you want to die?" Jianxiu feigned surprise, "Your things? Is this spiritual medicine engraved with your name? I don't see any sign of it belonging to you." Miao Jingdong threatened angrily, "Hand over that spiritual medicine immediately, or I will make you wish you were dead." Cao Yangba also said, "This Zhuanjian sect brother, what you did is really not thoughtful. May I know your honorable name?" Jianxiu crossed his arms, his face full of questions. "It's just a flower, can't you pick another one?" Han Feiyu finally recognized the person standing in front of him. He leaned close to Miao Jingdong's ear and whispered, "Senior brother Miao, be careful." Miao Jingdong turned back and shouted, "You're telling me to be careful with a piece of trash with only the 8th level of the true Qi realm like Han Feiyu? Are you out of your mind?" Lu Yaming also said, "He is Chu Jianxiu." Upon hearing the name, Miao Jingdong was slightly startled, thinking, Chu Jianxiu. Could it be the legendary Chu Jianxiu? Even so, Miao Jingdong still did not believe in Jianxiu's strength. He said, "You say he has incredible abilities, it's just to cover up your failure in the mission. Do you think I am as stupid as you? Dealing with a piece of trash like him, one finger is enough to kill him." Then he said to the junior brother next to him, "Ling Qi, you go kill Chu Jianxiu." Ling Qi immediately accepted the order, "Yes, senior brother Miao." Seeing this, Cao Yangba worried. Chu Jianxiu was able to kill people across realms before, but facing someone with a whole realm of difference, I'm afraid he won't be able to resist. But before he could finish speaking, Ling Qi was sent flying far away. Cao Yangba's group were terrified. Damn it. Is this the power of a martial artist when true Qi erupts? Han Feiyu and Lu Yaming looked scared. It's over, this guy is stronger. Oh my god, I want to go home. Miao Jingdong also began to fear Jianxiu's formidable strength. Jianxiu provocatively mocked, "I heard that someone wanted to use one finger to crush me to death, is that right?" Miao Jingdong angrily ordered, "Go. Kill him for me." But Lu Yaming and Han Feiyu did not listen. They quickly ran away and said, "Following an idiot like him will get you killed sooner or later." 2 other Blood-fiend sect disciples sighed, "Miao Jingdong, if you're so confident, why don't you do it yourself?" Miao Jingdong shouted loudly, "Do you think I'm afraid of him?" He took out his weapon. Then he showed his determination, "Let's go." Jianxiu replied, "Oh. Is that so?" After that sentence, the murderous aura emanating from him became extremely terrifying. Miao Jingdong was shouting loudly, but when he felt the murderous aura from Jianxiu, he immediately fell silent. He immediately dropped his weapon. Then, following the others, he ran away and said, "I'm not going to throw myself into my grave." The Blood-fiend sect disciples immediately chased after him, calling out, "Senior brother, wait for me." Jianxiu was also quite surprised by the cowardice of the Blood-fiend sect. He said, "Since when has the Blood-fiend sect become so timid?" After they left, Cao Yangba and a few other disciples thanked him, "Thank you, senior brother Chu, for helping us. This place is full of dangers. I wonder if we can form a partnership." Jianxiu smiled and asked, "We can travel together." "Then, what about this?" Cao Yangba replied, "This scarlet fire spirit jade flower was obtained by you through hard work, senior brother Chu. Please take it." Jianxiu asked again, "If we find any treasures, how will we divide them?" Cao Yangba smiled, "If we find any treasures, senior brother Chu will choose first. We will divide the rest based on the effort put in." Upon hearing this, Jianxiu laughed and said, "You really know how to handle things. Okay, then we'll do as you say." Suddenly, a disciple of the Silver Workshop Pavilion ran over and reported, "Senior brother Cao, I found senior brother Jiyu and the others." Immediately behind them, Jiyu Xingyun, an inner disciple of the Silver Workshop Pavilion, and 2 others arrived. One was a disciple of the Zhuanjian sect. The other was a disciple of the Fenglei mountain. Villa. Ji Yuxingyan angrily said, "Where are the people from the Blood-fiend sect? Damn it, they dare to rob and kill our Silver Workshop Pavilion disciples. Are they tired of living?" Seeing Ji Yuxingyan arrive, Cao Yangba smiled and explained, "Senior brother Ji Yu. The Blood-fiend sect disciples have been chased away by this Xuanjian sect brother, Chu Jian Qiu." Ji Yuxingyan carefully observed Jian Qiu. He wondered, 8th level of the true Qi realm. With this little bit of strength, he still dares to come here looking for death. He disdainfully said to Cao Yangba, "Lowering yourself to such a piece of trash, you've lost all the face of our Silver Workshop Pavilion." The Xuanjian sect disciple traveling with Ji Yuxingyan, named Oyu Yulian, a disciple of the 7th peak. She approached and asked, "Are you Chu Jian Qiu?" "I am a disciple of the 7th peak named Oyu Yulian." Jian Qiu turned his head and asked, "Senior sister Oyu, have you heard of me before?" Oyu Yulian smiled awkwardly and replied, "My master repeatedly instructed me to be very careful of Chu Jian Qiu from the 4th peak. Don't be like the silly girl Tang Ningxin, and get easily fooled." Hearing these words, Jian Qiu didn't know where to hide his face. The person next to him, a disciple of Fenglei Mountain Villa, Yu Mingjie, said, unexpectedly, "A master like Oyu Yulian is so close to a piece of trash with just the true Qi realm, 8th level." Ji Yuxingyan laughed and replied, "TSK, trash is always trash. It will never change no matter what." Oyu Yulian then reminded, "Everyone, let's go first. Staying here for too long might be dangerous." Then she took Jian Qiu's arm and smiled brightly, "Junior brother, let's go." She quickly pulled Jian Qiu's hand and flew away, causing him to exclaim, "Senior sister, slow down." At the same time, somewhere else in the inheritance cave heaven, Luo Jian was lying unconscious in a bush. She slowly opened her eyes. Not seeing anyone, she softly called out, "Jian Qiu. Jian Qiu." After fully regaining her senses, Luo Jian realized that after entering the inheritance cave heaven, they were teleported to different locations. It seemed that she could only rely on herself. Suddenly, there were footsteps behind her. Thinking it was her junior brother, Luo Jian happily turned around and called out, "Jian Qiu." But it was Ji Yu Lianghuang and 2 other Xuanjian sect disciples. Luo Jian frowned and asked, "Why is it you?" Ji Yu Lianghuang smiled and replied, "On the contrary, I didn't expect to meet you here." He then explained, "I suddenly heard someone calling Chu Jian Qiu's name. I thought I would meet an acquaintance here." Luo Jian grumbled, "Bad luck. I didn't expect to run into Ji Yu Lianghuang everywhere I go." Seeing that Luo Jian intended to leave, Ji Yu Lianghuang raised his hand to stop her. "Hey! Isn't this fate?" he suggested, "Since we've met, why not travel together? The people from the Blood-fiend sect have also entered. If you act alone, it might be dangerous." Luo Jian thought about what Ji Yu Lianghuang said. "I'm seriously injured right now. It is indeed dangerous to act alone. Having more people will reduce the risks." Reluctantly, Luo Jian had to agree. All right, let's go then." Ji Yu Lianghuang smiled kindly, "Please." His eyes flashed with scheming and cunning. A moment later, in the stone forest of the inheritance cave heaven, there were many spirit stones here, which made everyone gasp. Suddenly there are so many broken stones. Aren't these all spirit stones? Yu Mingjie picked up a stone and exclaimed, "Third-grade spirit stones. These are actually third-grade spirit stones." Hearing that, the people from the Silver Workshop Pavilion were also stunned. They are all third-grade spirit stones. Everyone had the same thought. A treasure equivalent to a nation's wealth is right before our eyes. A disciple of the Silver Workshop Pavilion could not resist the temptation, and was about to rush over, saying, "Oh my God! I want it." But Oyu Yulian stopped him in time. She carefully reminded, "Don't go in recklessly. First, check if there are any dangers around." Hearing Oyu Yulian's words, the others also carefully considered, "That's right. This is no ordinary place. It might very well be a trap. Jiyu Xingyan then ordered his junior brothers, everyone, go scout around and see if there are any dangers. So, everyone scattered. Some went west. Some went east. After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, everyone returned. Yu Mingjie said, I didn't find any danger on my side. Jiyu Xingyan also said, me neither. The others also did not discover anything. Oyu Yulian then concluded, it seems that everyone didn't find anything. Then we. Suddenly, Jian Qiu pointed in a direction and said, wait. There seems to be something wrong there. The direction he pointed to was in the center of the largest spirit stone. Jiyu Xingyan then approached that spot and sneered, only a piece of trash with the 8th level of the true Qi realm like you would find something wrong. It's truly ridiculous. But before he could finish speaking, he was startled. A giant shadow covered his entire body, causing him to freeze. In front of him, a giant python was opening its mouth menacingly. He immediately shouted, Giant python. Attack! Oyu Yulian and Yu Mingjie exchanged signals. Oyu Yulian shouted loudly, quickly use your magical treasures. So, everyone took out their magical treasures and shouted loudly, attack. All the magical treasures of everyone were aimed straight at the giant python's head. However, the giant python was not harmed at all. Immediately, everyone realized that this was a great demon that had transformed into a 5th level of the Transformation Sea realm. The giant python asked, how did you guys discover me? I thought I didn't reveal any aura at all. Hearing the giant python's words, Jiyu Xingyan glanced at Jian Qiu and wondered, did this guy just get lucky and guess right? Oyu Yulian also thought to herself, it's a good thing we didn't go in recklessly. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to return. The giant python roared fiercely, if you could hurt me, then your strength isn't bad. But you guys in the Transformation Sea realm are still not enough. It slowly pulled out its weapon from behind its back and sighed, I originally wanted to exert less effort. The giant python raised its giant axe and threatened, but now that I want a good meal, I can't avoid a big fight. Seeing the giant axe, Jiyu Xingyan exclaimed in fear. It's over. This great demon actually has a 3rd grade upper level magical treasure. Oyu Yulian then reassured, don't panic. Let's fight it together. The giant python raised its giant axe. It aimed at Oyu Yulian and chopped down, saying, let's get rid of this woman first. The others will all be my wine appetizers. Oyu Yulian frowned and retorted, monster. Don't be so arrogant. She stabbed her spear upwards to block the giant python's attack. Although she managed to block it, Oyu Yulian was still slightly injured. Oyu Yulian retreated a bit to keep a distance. She thought to herself, this monster is injured, but it can still explode with such a powerful combat strength. If it wasn't injured, I'm afraid everyone would have to be buried in its belly today. Yu Mingjie shouted out a signal, everyone, attack together. Jiyu Xingyan also ordered, disciples of the Silver Workshop Pavilion, don't let others look down on you. Attack! So, a chaotic battle erupted. Only Jian Qiu did not engage in combat. He carefully stood outside and analyzed, a wolf pack tactic like this will only fall for the giant python's trap. He pondered, observing the giant python and thought, this giant python is strong, but fighting so many people, it will probably suffer. It must be waiting for something. Seeing the giant python's cunning eyes, Jian Qiu thought that it was waiting for an opportunity to catch everyone. Just at this moment, Jiyu Xingyan ordered, form a formation. So, all the disciples of the 3 sects combined to form a formation. The giant python roared happily, I was just waiting for you to form a formation. It swung its axe and unleashed a rending sea overlord sky move and laughed, this saves me the trouble of killing you one by one. Jiyu Xingyan realized that this strategy was not good. He thought in fear, it timed our formation. At this rate, we will all die here. The giant python's axe slash was aimed directly at the formation of the group. The slash had caused the formation's shield to slowly crack. Oyu Yulian was extremely worried, it's over. The giant python roared happily, "You humans only have these few moves. Truly stupid. Just become my dinner obediently." Immediately after that, the formation was broken in front of Oyu Yulian's frightened eyes. But just at this moment, Jian Qiu had drawn his sword and was preparing to attack. He rushed forward, slashing once. With just one slash, the giant python's head flew off. The giant python could not believe that this had happened. It did not believe that it could fall at the hands of a human. After defeating it, Jian Qiu landed gently. He said with boredom, "Monsters are not very intelligent either." Oyu Yulian looked surprised. A single sword strike killed the giant python. Yu Mingjie was also equally surprised. He thought, "This guy looks like his cultivation level is low. But he is not to be underestimated with his hidden abilities." Jiyu Xingyan then asked, "How should we divide these spoils?" Yu Mingjie also had the same question. "That's right. The giant python's corpse. And there are so many spirit stones too." Jian Qiu raised his hand and said, "This giant python belongs to me." With that, he sucked the entire giant python's corpse into his chaos tower. Jiyu Xingyan was extremely surprised. Chu Jian Qiu has a spatial treasure on him. Moreover, he can also store the corpse of this giant python inside it. How big is this spatial treasure? The few people from Fenglei Mountain Villa also looked at each other curiously. What is Chu Jian Qiu's identity? Not only does he have the strength to surpass others at the true Qi realm, but he also has rare treasures like spatial artifacts. After absorbing the giant python's corpse, Jian Qiu pointed at its axe and said, "Senior sister Oyu, this axe is for you." Hearing this, Jiyu Xingyan angrily shouted, "We killed this giant demon together. Why does the loot belong to your Zhuanjian sect?" Then he pointed to Yu Mingjie and continued, "Just now, you took the corpse of this giant python. This third-grade upper-level magical weapon should belong to me and brother Yu." Hearing what he said, Jian Qiu thought, "Jiyu Xingyan has never let me go the whole way. Now he is still so ungrateful." He frowned and said to himself, "It seems I have to teach you a lesson." With that thought, Jian Qiu said, "All right. Then the corpse of this giant python is yours." "Okay." After speaking, he took out the giant python's corpse. Seeing its corpse, Jiyu Xingyan was dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? He glanced at Yu Mingjie and gestured to ask, "Can you carry it?" Yu Mingjie then gestured back, "Brother. What do you think?" Seeing these two people flustered, Oyu Yulian waved her hand to reassure them, "Forget it, junior brother. You decide how to divide the giant python and the axe. We'll take fewer spirit stones here. They can take more. Is that fair?" As if saved, Jiyu Xingyan nodded, "Then we'll decide it that way." Oyu Yulian looked at the giant axe, her face pale. Such a big axe." Jian Qiu immediately put the axe into his chaos tower and said, "It's okay. I'll keep this big axe for you, senior sister. I'll give it to you when we return to the sect." Oyu Yulian smiled hesitantly and replied, "Thank you, junior brother." She thought to herself, space magic treasures are so convenient. They can store anything. Jian Qiu then turned to the others and said, "Then you can start taking spirit stones." Everyone's eyes lit up. They quickly rushed in and grabbed as many spirit stones as possible. They were all excited. "Awesome. So many spirit stones. We are rich." Only Yu Mingjie sighed, not wanting to take any. Seeing this strange behavior, Jiyu Xingyan asked, "Brother Yu, what's wrong? Why aren't you taking any?" Yu Mingjie replied, "Even if we take our fill, how much can we take? Moreover, carrying such a big bag of spirit stones on the road, what if we encounter danger? Wouldn't we have to throw them away? What a waste of effort." He continued, "Moreover, these spirit stones are in the outermost circle of the blessed land inheritance, indicating they are the least valuable here. Who knows how many more treasures are waiting for us? It's not worth sacrificing the chance to obtain real treasures behind for some third-grade spirit stones. Hearing this, Jiu Xingyan cursed inwardly, damn it. No wonder that brat told us to pick as much as we wanted. He's just being a hindrance. Seeing that no one was taking any more, Jian Qiu asked, do you all not want the remaining spirit stones? Although very angry, Jiu Xingyan still replied, we don't need them anymore. If junior brother Su's third-grade spirit stones are enough, feel free to take them all. He thought, you already put the giant python in. Now you want the spirit stones too. Dream on. Jian Qiu then took his hand out of his sleeve. He chanted a spell and said, then I won't be polite anymore. Immediately after, the spirit stones began to move. Jian Qiu collected all of them. Seeing that there was nothing left, Jiu Xingyan was extremely annoyed. Jian Qiu smiled and thank you both. Oyu Yulian interjected with a friendly smile, then let's take a break. We will set off after healing our injuries. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a scream rang out, help me. Don't kill me. But immediately after, the man was killed, blood splattering everywhere. The killer was a Blood-fiend sect member. He casually wiped the blood off his sword and said, these Xuanjian sect people are truly afraid of death. While wiping his sword, he asked the person next to him, have all those guys been killed? Lu Yaming, with blood still on her hands, replied, senior brother. It's all done. Behind her was the corpse of some Blood-fiend sect disciples. The man smiled and said, that's good. You said that Su Jianxiu went in this direction. Lu Yaming replied, that's right. This person poses a great threat to the Blood-fiend sect. Please take action, senior brother. Hearing what his junior sister said, the man smiled. He smiled perversely and said, I want to see what kind of waves a little devil at the 8th level of the true Qi realm can make. Elsewhere, Jian Qiu was unaware that someone was targeting him. He was still resting and cultivating with the others. A green true Qi light radiated from Jian Qiu's body. After healing their injuries, Su Jianxiu's group continued towards the blessed land. Jiu Xingyan felt a little worried. We've been walking for hours and haven't left this stone forest yet. I'm afraid there are other dangers. Yu Mingjie was equally worried. There can't be anything more dangerous than that giant python, right? Jiu Xingyan nodded, that's right. We've already dealt with the giant python. What else is there to fear? Jian Qiu suddenly turned around and warned, everyone be careful. There's something unusual up ahead. Hearing Jian Qiu's words, the two others broke out in cold sweat. What's unusual? Jian Qiu held out his hand and caught a paper crane scout. Then he said, it's the Blood-fiend sect. Hearing the name Blood-fiend sect, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Oyu Yulian calmly asked, how many people are they? Jian Qiu frowned and thought, then replied, 1 at the 5th level of the Sea Transformation Realm. 3 at the 4th level of the Sea Transformation Realm. There are also 7 to 8 at or below the 3rd level. Jiu Xingyan and Yu Mingjie listened attentively to Jian Qiu. Jiu Xingyan then worriedly thought, it's over. His injuries haven't healed yet. And now we've encountered the Blood-fiend sect. This time, we are really done for. Oyu Yulian asked curiously, how far away are they? Jian Qiu replied, 20 miles. Hearing this, Oyu Yulian said, it seems we can't escape. She then turned and ordered, everyone prepare to face the enemy. Whether we survive or not depends on fate. Jian Qiu drew his sword and said, senior sister, don't be hasty. He said sternly again, I'll go lure them in another direction. Oyu Yulian put her hand on his shoulder and reminded, no. It's too dangerous for you to lure them away alone. Jian Qiu smiled reassuringly, don't worry, senior sister. It'll be fine. He stretched his hands in preparation for the upcoming battle. Then Jian Qiu coldly flew away. Looking at Jian Qiu, Oyu Yulian was extremely worried. 20 miles away, the Blood-fiend sect members were moving. Suddenly, A figure wearing Xuanjian sect clothing flashed past them. The leader frowned and watched, saying, "A Xuanjian sect disciple dares to fly in front of us from the Blood-fiend sect." Lu Yaming looked and immediately exclaimed, "Ah! Senior brother. That person is Su Jianxiu." The man then gave a cunning smile, "Interesting." He then gathered momentum. Then he jumped up, chased after Su Jianxiu, and shouted, "We've been waiting for you, Su Jianxiu." Seeing his agility, Jianxiu frowned. "He's faster than I imagined. This person is not easy to deal with." The man continued to chase closely and threatened loudly, "Are you Su Jianxiu? I heard you were invincible. But why are you running away now?" Jianxiu looked up at him. Then he immediately turned around and unexpectedly unleashed the flowing light void sword technique. Just as the sword chi arrived, the man had already teleported away. He appeared behind Jianxiu and gently placed his hand on Jianxiu's shoulder. He whispered in Jianxiu's ear, "It seems you really have some ability. I can't wait to kill you." Startled, Jianxiu immediately took out a support talisman. He used the talisman to fly away, keeping his distance from the man. The man continued to provoke, "I want to see how many talismans you have." And so the two chased each other for hours. Seeing that the man was still chasing closely, Jianxiu worried, "The escape talismans are almost used up. This isn't going to work." The Blood-fiend sect man still laughed eerily, "You're cornered. You can't escape." Immediately, Jianxiu turned around. In his hand was a bow. He quickly fired an arrow at the man. Caught off guard, the man was a little startled. "Not good." The arrow exploded. It seemed to have hit its target. Thinking he had hit the man, Jianxiu was overjoyed. "I hit him." The smoke from the explosion dissipated, and the Blood-fiend sect man was nowhere to be seen. Thinking that he had been eliminated, who knew he was still alive and only covered in a little smoke. He coughed a few times, cough cough. Not good. But after regaining his composure, he gave a frightening smile again. Looking at Jianxiu, he asked smugly, "That was novel. Was it an itch?" Approaching Jianxiu, the man threatened, "You have nowhere to run this time, do you?" He observed Jianxiu and complimented him, "Not bad. You're at the 8th level of the true Qi realm, and you can hold out against me for hours. You're the first person." Then he drew his sword. He smiled cunningly and continued, "You are indeed a genius. But it's a pity that you will die here today." On this side, Jianxiu waved his sword, creating sword chi. He slashed a sword chi towards the man. The man didn't even bother to dodge. He casually watched Jianxiu's sword chi fly towards him. When it was close, he then waved his sword, creating his own sword chi. He easily blocked Jianxiu's attack. Then he laughed contemptuously, "Now you know the difference in strength, right? Stand still obediently." He rushed forward and stabbed his sword towards Jianxiu, shouting, "Stand still, or it will hurt." Jianxiu still stood coldly, waiting for the man's sword to lunge towards him. Even when the sword tip was close to his face, he didn't move at all. But unexpectedly, when the man's sword stabbed into Jianxiu's face, a burst of true qi surrounded him, breaking the Blood-fiend sect man's sword. Only now did Jianxiu gently smile. As for the Blood-fiend sect man, he looked at his broken sword with a look of extreme panic. "What's going on?" Jianxiu spoke at this time, "Actually, you are my prey." The Blood-fiend sect man was startled and turned around. He was being held captive within a large formation. He shouted in panic, "Formation! Barrier! When did this happen?" Jianxiu smiled and replied, "It was when you were chasing me." Only now did the man realize, could it have been when you used the flash talisman? Jianxiu laughed triumphantly, "It seems you're not stupid. There are formation flags everywhere we came to. And right here. You are my prey." After speaking, Jianxiu approached him. The Blood-fiend sect man screamed, "Impossible. How can a little brat at the 8th level of the true Qi realm use such a huge formation?" Jianxiu did not answer. He quietly pulled out a cloud-piercing arrow. Jian Qiu aimed the arrow at the man and said, "Now you know the difference in strength, right? Stand still obediently." He frowned and reminded, "Or it will hurt." The Blood-fiend sect man took out his magic treasure, a pair of black wings. He shouted, "I will not die. I will not die." Then he struggled to escape from the formation. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape Jian Qiu's formation. He struggled, "I can't die. Open this damned barrier for me." At this time, outside, Jian Qiu had already drawn his bow and aimed. The man's face was covered in sweat. Knowing he was about to die, he struggled even harder. But it was too late. Jian Qiu had already released the arrow. A powerful thunderbolt arrow shot straight towards him. He yelled a final word, "No." Then the explosion ended the life of the Blood-fiend sect villain. His body had vanished. Only the magic treasure black wings remained. It slowly fell to the ground. Jian Qiu quickly caught it, claiming it for himself. On the back of the wings was written "Thunderbolt flowing light wings." Jian Qiu stored the magic treasure back in his chaos tower. Then he angrily flew away, returning to his group. He moved as fast as the wind, flying past the remaining Blood-fiend sect members. Lu Yaming saw him and was scared. Why is only Su Jianqiu back? Where's senior brother Cheng? Could it be that senior brother Cheng has? Han Feiyu also shouted, "That brat must have used some kind of trick to harm senior brother. We must fight him to the death." Lu Yaming angrily shouted, "Fight a monkey. At this rate, we'll be offering our lives. We must find everyone and reunite." Then she ordered, "Everyone quickly scout for news of senior brothers and senior sisters. We must gather our main force." The disciples behind her replied, "Yes." Lu Yamen worried, "If I had known that Su Jianqiu was here, I shouldn't have come to this blessed land." Recalling the crushing defeat at Jian Qiu's hands, she was afraid, as long as Su Jianqiu is here, then we are at the mercy of fate. Jian Qiu then returned to the stone forest. He gently landed in front of Oyu Yulian. Seeing Jian Qiu, Oyu Yulian happily ran over, "Junior brother Su. That's great. You finally came back." She anxiously asked, "Are you not injured?" Jian Qiu replied, "No. That guy couldn't even touch me." Oyu Yulian breathed a sigh of relief, "That's good. I was really worried." Not seeing anyone else around, Jian Qiu asked curiously, "Where are they?" Oyu Yulian replied sadly, "They all ran away. They were afraid that you would be killed and they wouldn't be able to escape, so they all ran away together." Jian Qiu then said happily, "As expected. That's fine. It'll prevent these people from holding back and wanting to share the treasures." Then he said, "Then senior sister, let's leave quickly too." Suddenly, his body reacted. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Seeing that Jian Qiu was unwell, Oyu Yulian worried, "Junior brother. What's wrong?" Jian Qiu replied, "There's a surging energy in my body." Jian Qiu then realized what was the problem. He thought to himself, "It's bad. All the spirit stones I stored earlier have been shattered. Now the spirit energy in the Supreme Tower is stagnating and won't dissipate. If it continues like this, the spirit energy might tear my body apart." Inside his body, the Long Yuan sword was continuously absorbing spirit energy from the spirit stones. Jian Qiu, seeing that things were not good, asked Oyu Yulian, "Senior sister, protect me." Oyu Yulian drew her sword. She reassured Jian Qiu, "Junior brother. Don't worry. I will absolutely not let anyone disturb you." While trying to solve the problem, he thought, "I never thought that one day I would have trouble because of too much spirit energy." He tried to increase the absorption of spirit stones by the Long Yuan sword, hoping to reduce the amount of spirit energy from the spirit stones entering his body. The Long Yuan sword absorbed a lot of spirit stones and shone brightly. It unleashed its power, emitting a dazzling light. Jian Qiu's body emitted a terrifying pressure. It caused the wind to rise and the ground to shake. The ground shook, creating cracks, causing Oyu Yulian to quickly jump away to avoid them. She wondered in surprise, this true chi. Could it be that Jianxiu has absorbed more than 30,000 spirit stones? Seeing Jianxiu stand up calmly as if nothing had happened, Oyu Yulian thought to herself, what kind of monster is he? Jianxiu looked cold and cool and said, finally, I've broken through to the 9th level of the true chi realm. I didn't expect to use this method to break through. Oyu Yulian smiled and congratulated, congratulations, junior brother Su. It seems I am no match for you now. At this rate, I'll have to call you senior brother. Jianxiu humbly replied, senior sister, you are joking. How could I possibly be your opponent? After talking happily, Jianxiu reminded, all right, senior sister. Let's leave quickly. I'm afraid the commotion just now will attract enemies here. Sure enough, behind the two of them, a black shadow was hiding behind a bush. Its eyes stared intently at the two of them without anyone knowing. Arriving at a large stone pillar, Oyu Yulian asked, junior brother Su. Do we need to go through there? Or should we take a detour? Jianxiu pondered, this huge stone pillar is several times higher than the previous forest. If we fly over, it will be too obvious. He replied, let's go through it and then decide. Inside the stone pillar, there were quite a few disciples from various sects gathered. They were talking loudly, why can't we get out of this stone forest? If it's all for leaving, then let's not fight anymore. Let's get out first and then talk. Lian Zhu was also here. She said frustratedly, HMPH. Following this group is really unlucky. If junior brother was here, that would be great. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to a commotion. She turned her head and saw Jianxiu and Oyu Yulian approaching. Overjoyed, Lian Zhu immediately ran over and called out, little junior brother. She grabbed Jianxiu's hand and was overjoyed, little junior brother. You really are in this blessed land inheritance. You've really made me work hard to find you. Jianxiu asked in surprise, second senior sister. Why are you here too? Lian Zhu frowned and asked back, you can enter, why can't I? Hearing Lian Zhu's answer, Jianxiu was startled and looked at her. Realizing that Lian Zhu's cultivation had recovered, Jianxiu said happily, it's not that I was worried about you. Has your cultivation recovered? Lian Zhu smiled proudly, so what? Are you scared? Now I'm at the 7th level of the sea transformation realm. You have to be careful. Jianxiu was flustered. Senior sister. Of course, I'm scared. Remembering Luo Jian, Lian Zhu turned her head and looked around, asking, where's senior sister? Is she with you? Jianxiu replied, it's a long story. I'm looking for her too. Suddenly, there were some loud arguments, causing Jianxiu to turn his attention to that direction. Inside the stone pillar, the disciples of the various sects were arguing, Zhuanjian sect. Don't you know that this level of mechanisms is not something you can touch? You from the Fenglei mountain villa are impressive. Have you made any breakthroughs after studying for several days? Stop arguing and let our beast-taming sect do it. Jianxiu asked curiously, that's right. Why are so many people gathered here? What's going on? Lian Zhu whispered, senior brother, you came at the right time. We've all been blocked here by the stone forest. She pointed to several statues of figures behind them. There were quite a few figures guarding here. Lian Zhu said, you are the only one who can break this mechanism. Jianxiu observed everyone here. Then his eyes lit up as if recognizing someone. Seeing an acquaintance, Jianxiu said, not only are we blocked by the stone forest. It seems there are a few old enemies here too. Seeing a familiar figure, Jianxiu said, I bet beside Wuxing Tue is Feng Lingxiao. They are the real threat. Lian Zhu then replied, they are nothing. Senior brother, quickly look at this interesting thing. She led him to see a disciple from Fenglei Mountain Villa fighting a figure. The figure suddenly moved. It swung its sword back towards the Fenglei Mountain Villa disciple. This person screamed in fear, "Damn it! This thing is too agile. What kind of mechanism is this?" Curious, Jian Xiu turned and asked, "What is he doing?" Lian Zhu smiled and replied, "Simply put, this stone forest is a test." She began to explain, "In the center of the stone forest is an altar. And the road to the altar has a total of 7 gates. Each gate corresponds to a different number of stone statues. The first gate has 3 stone statues. Each subsequent gate has twice as many stone statues. Each stone statue will transform based on the realm of the martial artist. If the martial artist is at the 3rd level of the sea transformation realm, the stone statue will also be at the 3rd level of the sea transformation realm. Each time they pass a gate, they will receive a different reward. Secret manuals, elixirs, magic treasures are all possible." Oyu Yulian was puzzled after hearing this. Why don't everyone work together to fight them? Wouldn't their chances of passing the gates be greater if they did that? Lian Zhu then explained, "Once a martial artist enters this stone forest, a restriction will immediately be opened, preventing others from entering." She pointed towards the altar and said, "It seems that you have to go through the gates to leave this stone forest. So everyone is working together to find a way to leave this place." After hearing this, both Oyu Yulian and Jin Xiu had the same thought. So many experts here couldn't pass this gate. This test is indeed dangerous. Moreover, the number of stone statues at each gate will double. By the 7th gate, there will be 192 stone statues. Going in is truly courting death. Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Higher!" It turned out that the Fenglei Mountain disciple had been slashed in the chest by a stone statue. He collapsed, clutching his wound, wondering, what kind of monster is this? Weapons have no effect on it. Seeing the statue approaching, he thought to himself, "I must quickly hit its core to make it stop." So, he consumed a pill to fight it with his life on the line. After regaining some strength, he rushed forward and unleashed the Fenglei sword art. The strike hit the stone statue's chest. The people outside cheered. He hit the core. The stone statue, struck in its weak point, became motionless. Having won the 1st level, he sighed, "The life-saving pills given by my master are used up like this." Realizing that the 1st gate was already so difficult, he decided to stop and not go any further. After touching the stone pillar, a beam of light shot out. Everyone exclaimed, "Look there! The reward from the altar is out." It was a bottle of pills. He quickly grabbed it. Looking at the bottle of pills, he thought, "It seems my performance was too poor, so the reward is just an ordinary pill." Jian Xiu, who had been observing, pondered, "It seems extremely difficult to break these stone statues. It might be possible to directly hit the core and force them to stop." Looking at the statues, Jian Xiu thought, if breaking the statues is difficult, then hitting the core might be a chance. Lian Zhu reminded beside him, "Junior brother, remember, it will be disastrous if you can't stop the stone statues when you go in." Jian Xiu asked in surprise, "Disastrous?" Lian Zhu pointed to a bloody corpse and said, "You will die." She warned, "Once you run away, the restrictions here will directly kill the martial artist." Jian Xiu was a little worried. He thought, "It seems that I must think carefully before going in." Suddenly, a voice came from behind, "Let me try first." Oyu Yulian suggested, "Let me go in and try. Junior brother Chu can see if there are any more clues." Jian Xiu turned around and kindly advised, "Senior sister Oyu, be careful." Oyu Yulian smiled and replied, "Don't worry. I will act within my abilities." A person in Zhuangjian, Sect attire, had been observing them. His name was Wenkai, an inner disciple of the Zhuangjian sect. He frowned and sneered, "Worthless trash, who let women take risks." Lian Zhu glared at him, "Who are you calling names?" Wenkai panicked and stammered, "Lian Zhu, I didn't." Lian Zhu then gave a smile. She hugged Jian Qiu's neck and affectionately said, "Junior brother, let's ignore this kind of person." Provoked, Wen Kai clenched his fists in jealousy. He gritted his teeth and wondered, why does Lian Zhu like this kind of waste? Why? At this moment, Oyu Yulian had been in the trial for a while. A Fenglei mountain disciple announced, "Look there. The person from Zhuanjian Sect has reached the third gate." Indeed, Oyu Yulian had reached the third trial gate. She was running from the swarm of stone statues amidst the crowd's amazement. That Zhuanjian Sect girl has reached the third gate. Yet in her heart, Oyu Yulian thought, it's still a bit forced to reach the third gate while injured. Looking at the stone statues behind her, Oyu Yulian thought, only a few statues are left. They are protecting each other, making it difficult to hit the core. A stone statue swung its sword and slashed. Oyu Yulian jumped back to dodge the attack. Outside, Jian Qiu shouted to remind her, "Senior sister Oyu, go around behind it." The stone statue is slow to turn. Following Jian Qiu's reminder, Oyu Yulian used the stone pillar to gain momentum. She flipped behind the stone statue. The statue slowly turned around. Oyu Yulian realized this was a good opportunity. She swung her sword and struck the statue. The statue became motionless. But two other statues rushed forward to support it. Oyu Yulian knew how to deal with them. She swung her sword in a swirling motion. Her Qinglian sword art hit the cores of both statues. The two statues became motionless. Lian Zhu outside hurriedly shouted a warning, "Senior sister, there's one more." Oyu Yulian, distracted, quickly turned around at Lian Zhu's reminder. She saw the statue's sword energy rushing towards her. Oyu Yulian frowned, thinking to herself, it's over. I can't dodge it. Lian Zhu outside didn't dare to look at the situation before her. She covered her eyes with her hand so she wouldn't have to see the horrific scene. But then, not hearing any sound, Lian Zhu slowly removed her hand from her eyes. A stream of water shot out of nowhere. Oyu Yulian was panting, extremely exhausted. Her hand was raised, as if she had just used a technique. In front of her, the last statue was about to slash down, but suddenly froze for no apparent reason. Oyu Yulian breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Wu Xingxiu looked confused. She probably didn't hit the core. Why did the statue stop? Feng Lingxiao laughed and explained, "It seems the statue suddenly malfunctioned. She's lucky. Otherwise, she would have died here." Lian Zhu behind him shouted angrily, "You're all fellow disciples. What are you saying? Do you want senior sister Oyu to die?" The two Zhuanjian sect members looked disdainful, "Too lazy to talk to you. Your strength isn't comparable. Even if you don't die here, you'll die somewhere else." Lian Zhu frowned angrily, "You bastards." As for Jian Qiu, he pondered, how could there be a malfunction in a place created by a great power? There must be another mechanism. He reasoned, could it be that if their spiritual energy is cut off, these statues will be considered defeated? Thinking this, Jian Qiu smiled smugly. After succeeding, Oyu Yulian walked out tiredly. Lian Zhu hurriedly ran over to ask, "Senior sister Oyu, are you okay?" Oyu Yulian smiled and replied, "The injury hasn't healed yet. Luckily, I passed the third gate." Jian Qiu came forward and smiled, "The most important thing is that you're okay." Wu Xingxiu then suggested, "We've been watching for so long. Let all of us from the Zhuanjian sect who haven't gone in try it." Feng Lingxiao agreed, "That's a good idea." So, the Zhuanjian sect disciples successively challenged the altar. Wen Kai easily passed the third gate. Wu Xingxiu struggled to pass the second gate. Feng Lingxiao easily passed the fourth gate. It seemed that he was still hiding something, not choosing to go into the fifth gate. Lian Zhu easily passed the fourth gate. Her altar reward was the Tai Zhuan Yuan pill that she needed most. Lian Zhu then proudly said, "Junior brother, I have this Tai Zhuan Yuan pill. After this, I have hope to restore my cultivation and break through to the Yuan Dan stage." Jian Qiu quickly covered her mouth and reminded her, Senior sister, don't you know the principle of not revealing your wealth? There are many scheming people around. Yulian spoke up, everyone, look. That person from the Blood-fiend sect has passed the 5th gate. The person who passed the 5th gate was named Wutong, an inner disciple of the Blood-fiend sect. Seeing his weapon, Wu Xingxiu was surprised. Not even a Yuan Dan stage expert can use a 4th-grade magic treasure. Feng Lingxiao added, a 4th-grade magic treasure. If he recovers, everyone here will die. At this time, Jian Qiu slowly stepped forward. He smiled at Lian Zhu and said, it seems it's my turn to go up.